Hello, everyone, and welcome back to day number 4 of the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup Mid-Atlantic Invitational. Like always, I'll be your host, Paulie Hype. Hi, Paulie. Paulie-Hype. On the day, and we have the coveted great game of Rocket League on the agenda. So some exciting action as we've seen Overwatch, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, and we saw one half of Valorant, which will be concluded tomorrow as tomorrow night's festivities here on Esports U. But we have the Mid-Atlantic, and the winner of each of these game titles, the number one first place winner, will qualify for our LAN event coming up in just 3 short weeks, the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup at the Gateway Center Arena, May 7th and 8th. Tickets are on sale now, so stop waiting and go get your tickets. They start at $10. If you're in the area, you are not going to want to miss the event. All the information of hotels and money and all that good stuff, festivities, is on the website, collegiatesmg.com/CECC. So once again, this is some amazing Rocket League action coming up. As we take a look at round 1, it's going to be Randolph-Macon versus Maryland. Round 2, we have West Virginia versus Temple. Round 3 is going to be Stockton versus James Madison. And that'll all be casted by the wonderful pair of FBI Tugboat and Pyro J. And we'll be joined by Hypheria later on the night. So without further ado, over to you guys. Let's get a quick moment of hype and then bring in the casters. So moment of hype time. Casters included. Woo! Collegiate Esports is here. Mid-Atlantic Invitational. Over to Tugboat and Pyro J.
Thank you, Paulie. Hype indeed, people. We are out here. Yes, the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup Rocket League status starts now. Again, we'll have the culmination Valorant-wise tomorrow. FBI Tugboat here with my man Pyro J. Pyro, how we doing?
Tugboat, we are doing good. You know that I love me some Rocket League, and I love it even better when we got the top competitors here from the Mid-Atlantic region. Just one will take home the prize of getting that spot into the big LAN event. It all comes down to this, Tugboat. I'm so ready for it.
Absolutely. Now, there will be a little LCQ action, but by conferences, this is the last chance for these squads to make it within the Mid-Atlantic Conference. Once again, that is out there in beautiful Atlanta, Georgia, the Peach State, I believe it is referred to as. And that is May 6th and 7th, one of the largest, if not the largest, collegiate LAN in North America ever. History of esports, people. History of esports. Literally being made May 6th, 7th. That's in Atlanta, Georgia. And yeah, like Paulie said, about 3 weeks from right now. We got Randolph-Macon coming in from Virginia, taking on the University of Maryland. That is in Maryland. We got the Terrapins taking on the Yellow Jackets here on our first round. Now, this will be a double elimination tournament, best of 3s up until, when is that, Pyro J? When do we switch to the best of 5s?
That's right. It's going to be a while till they get to that stage of the best of 5 here. It's getting a little bit cutthroat in the first rounds, best of 3. So you better be ready for the best of action as soon as the wheels hit the ground. And why do we get them on the ground on the field? Here it's game number 1 versus Randolph-Macon and University of Maryland.
Absolutely. I will run through these Terrapin squad if you would do me a favor and introduce Randolph-Macon squad. This is Spice, excuse me. That is Juice Man, and that is Teddy, making up your University of Maryland Terrapin squad.
We got Ferzier, who needs to play a little bit of defense here. Big City Slams, and Chino's in pockets, and it's still on the goal line here. They're still looking for some defense, but Spice should have this. Tugboat, what are we watching? A bunch of shots just knocking right off the woodwork.
Yeah, these Terrapin members not wasting any time, early, late, regardless, getting right to it. Like you said, wheels on the ground. Another one, Juice Man trying to shoot into this one. Teddy on the outside, trying to get a claw in on that one. Not going to happen so easily. That's Ferzier, who's going to be able to take that one away and then pay for it with the life. Now back to it. Actually spawns in the middle. Kind of right place, right time on that one.
Yeah, and so Randolph-Macon, a lot of defense here to start off the first minute and a little bit of double commits. So things could be looking better for them, but I will note the resiliency. Look at how still they're on the goal line, more often sending one defender on the ball, keeping it away, but for how much longer? Well, until then. Spice has had a lot of opportunities. We'll shoot that one right to the back of the net.
Yeah, about a minute and a half into this one as far as Rocket League gameplay time, but that is University of Maryland. Just with this offensive onslaught, you can kind of you had to guarantee that one of these was eventually going to go in. Taking it to the numbers, we have 5 shots attempted already for your University of Maryland squad.
Yeah, I'm limiting pressure, and how do you dissipate that? How do you get things working back for you if you're Randolph-Macon? Make these transitions count. Don't let up. Don't let it just be one rotation around the ring and you're out. Do it just like they're doing now with the infield passes. Spice tries to see it and break it off, but I do like the creativity on offense that we're starting to see from RMC.
That's another shot. If there is one small thing I'd have to say so far, oh my goodness, it's just this difference of bare angles. There's been a couple like kind of top shots that are just a little bit too much mustard on the hot dog. You know what I'm saying? Those have yielded in multiple shots that would have gone in otherwise for this Randolph-Macon squad, for the Yellow Jackets here on the left in the blue.
You make me a little bit hungry with that hot dog talk, but I think RMC, they're just as hungry for their first goal, still trying to find some possession out of this, but this transfer could be advantageous. Spice off of the post again. That's got to be the 3rd, if not 4th time he's knocked a shot off of the post.
I have no idea. I'm not sure if I count that high. This has been an incredibly electrifying first game so far. Taking it to the numbers briefly again. Last time we checked in with Randolph-Macon, they had 0 shots on. That is now 5 for them, 6 the University of Maryland. So this has definitely gone to be more of an even-handed matchup. 2 minutes, 15 seconds on this one. Little demo action. Big City Slams paying for his aggression. 2:12 left here as members of Randolph-Macon forcing on the defense very quickly. Shot to the top right there. Another perfect read for Big City Slams.
And that's exactly what I was talking about earlier, what RMC has been able to do. When you only send one defender on the ball and leave the other on the goal line waiting for the follow-up, that's what allows for such a resilient defense to bat away each incoming shot. But Spice has been able to tear through the openings. That's yet another for them for the Maryland squad.
101 kilometers per hour. That's going to be, what, about 64 or so for our Americans, I mean, for miles an hour. But regardless, an incredibly fast shot here from Spice. That is both goals made in. Throw an assist on for Juice Man here.
And give him that assist. Maybe start to get that Playmaker award. We need some playmakers on the side right now of RMC. Randolph-Macon still trying to find those shots. They have hit this infield passing a lot of the time, but they haven't connected as well as maybe they could be. Chinos and Pockets laying this up for, well, themselves, and it's a tee-up, but that's batted away. The backboard defense, it's going to be there for Maryland.
Yeah, Maryland just kind of slows down this gameplay. They're ahead by 2, and they know it. RMC has gotten some solid looks at this right here. Teddy getting a save on that. Not the most honest of shots, but still awarded both the attempt. And with that up to it, Big City Slam is putting this on point, but the Terrapins not giving up the defensive looks so easily. Back up to it, but Big City Slams just simply can't get there in time. There's been a lot of Maryland players who are allowing this ball to just kind of chill way closer to this goal than I think a lot of other teams would, and I think that just spells out their confidence overall within this matchup, within the great game of Rocket League overall. Teddy with a miss.
There's a tee-up as well. Confidence, comfortability you've seen on the defensive line right now for University of Maryland. They just need the last out for another 25. It's going to be Spice working it down. Good flick as well. And maybe a pass there, Teddy. No, it's going to be off the backboard again. Big City, last call here for Randolph-Macon. But it's on the wrong side of the field right now. Teddy wearing against that goal line once again. A final look. Chinos and Pockets, good flip up. It's getting there. Furzier off of the corner, but not enough time on the clock. And Maryland, with the win that they needed in this best of 3, it's going to start off really well for them.
Just like Denzel Washington, his famous movie Man on Fire, I wish you had more time. Randolph-Macon dropping in game number 1, a goose egg put up, 5 minutes across here, and nothing. That is not for lack of trying. We have literally the same exact amount of shots attempted here, Pyro. That's 8 from both squads, and evenly dispersed out the same exact way as well. How interesting, right? Look at Furzier, 5 shots attempted. Spice on University of Maryland side, 5 shots. Both teammates have 2 and 1 respectively. Juiceman and Teddy from Maryland, Chinos and Pockets for Big City Slams. I don't know why. I really like that Chinos and Pockets name. It's funny. It's kind of funny, but it's just silly. It's very, very silly.
It is.
You know?
I casted a potatoes and bacon the other day, and that combo, the Chinos and Pockets, it just flows. It's nice, and that's kind of what you've seen on the other side of the field from Maryland. Their flow, whether it's offense or defense, they're able to have a really steady rotation, and that's what it's taken. They don't mind playing defense towards the end of that game as well. Tugboat, look at the saves compared to Randolph-Macon. You're talking about 7 versus 2. They don't mind hanging on that goal line, batting away shots. And listen, if they get another shutout in game number 2, it's going to be a full-on shutout in this best of 3, round number 1.
Yep. This, obviously, the big difference between those best of 5s, best of 3s, is that first game you really get to play with a lot. You get a little wiggle room here, Pyro. That is not the situation that Randolph-Macon find themselves in here today. Very quickly, 5 minutes Rocket League play afterwards. Oh man, I thought that was gonna be able to make it in. I thought members of the University of Maryland were actually moving for boost instead. But yeah, regardless, second game, now match point here for the side of Randolph-Macon. There's still a double elimination bracket though, so
they will have some life moving through this bracket, even if they go down here. What I really want to pay attention to is the momentum that Randolph-Macon come out early in this game. They've already got some possession working, but they were so slow to the start in game number 1. If they can kind of bat away at that back line again at the start of this game, maybe that'll get the gears turning quickly enough for them to find a goal in this game. But, oh, look at the shots coming out. Chinos and Pockets, good save there.
Yeah, Furzier on the first, Chinos and Pockets on the second. Now a demo from Chinos and Pockets. That's a decent redirect, but just going to be, once again, way, way too high. Randolph-Macon, that one going to be way too low. So kind of splitting the difference right here. I want to get that perfect oatmeal porridge. That's the story, right? Like this porridge is too hot, this porridge is too cold.
Just
Porridge.
right.
There you go. I want the just right porridge, people.
Well, that's Spice play right there on the defensive side, and you know, Spice overall has been just right for this Maryland team. The only 2 goals that we've seen in this series from that player right there, so that is a player to watch if you're keeping an eye on Maryland to hold on to the lead. And what a good read from Juice Man to get that momentum swinging back and forth. Furzier maybe looking for Chinos and Pockets, but they're not looking as communicative as they may need to be, as synergized to get this first goal.
And then once again, RMC players, that's Randolph-Macon University coming out of Virginia. They are getting solid offensive looks, but just not following it up with any sort of kind of infield passing like you were talking about, or any kind of shot that is going to be like kind of taking advantage of poor positioning or something like that. This is a University of Maryland squad that has defended away so many balls in a row simply because it's usually just a first, maybe even a second shot. And those are generally going to be easily done when you're talking about high-skill Rocket League teams like these colleges, or universities, I should say.
High skill definitely going to need to be that factor to actually get these shots away. You talk about what we saw earlier in this game as well. A lot of shots just hitting the woodwork, off of the post, off of the crossbar. Maryland could have had 5 goals in that last game if the precision was just a little bit more on target. Precision could be looking for here, but the backboard defense is going to be there for Maryland.
Yeah, at a certain point, there's almost just like a series of bad luck events here for the side of RMC. They've had so many open net type situations where they don't get like extended looks, elongated looks that try to line up their angles perfectly, and every time it's just been a little bit too high, it's just been a little bit too slow, it's just been a little bit too wide.
Again, just right being that theme of the day. It's got to be something here for Chinos and Pockets. Teddy caught awkwardly there upon the backboard, but able to muster up something. That backflip taking Juice Man completely off guard. Furzier trying to work off of it now. Batted away in Chinos and Pockets. You can tell how aggressively RMC have been looking. They didn't even have anyone at half court. They were all pressed up into their opponent's third. And maybe that aggression could pave the way for a first goal, but still knotted up at zeros.
Not going to be on point, but still forcing the hand of the defender. That was Juice Man right here. Now a little back hit action. Spice putting this up. Furzier, easy block. Furzier taking it from the wall again and picking up a big boost on the way. Pass inside into Big City Slams and puts it right side so the Juice Man does not pick this one up so easily. Trying everything right here. Defender's hands have been forced. Teddy trying to slow it down. Spice with a very dangerous play, but hey, not dangerous when no RMC members are there.
That's right. They are kind of having a little bit of a presence, but just not enough. Each player right now on the field with one single shot. You'd think in these moments it takes an X factor. It takes one player to make that count, but it's looking so equal across the field. Spice still working this away. The only player to get points on the board so far, looking to take it downfield. Juice Man wanting to find the read here, but running out of boost. Teddy in his reinforcements, looking for that pass off of the corner. No, Big City Slams gonna get that kablam downfield. Look at the banger, look at the height of that ball. Juice Man, good read to send it out of the danger zone.
Yeah, fantastic read from Juice Man. Puts it across the top of his teammate's car as well, and that just started this offense very quickly. RMC trying to get into position, but now Teddy accepting it. Teddy across the middle right now. Not one but two players down bottom. Chino in pockets, bites at it. Spice up. Spice still the only player to have scored so far, and not gonna happen in game 2 so early. I say so early. We have 3 seconds left on this. Shot to the middle. Spice yet again.
You cannot stop this player. It's Spice. Teed up by Juice Man. That's exactly the play that they worked up before this, but the shot just got narrowly saved. But they hit it again, and that is a dynamic duo, the bread and butter that has worked for Maryland. 2 on the clock, maybe a last-ditch effort here, but it's gone the wrong way. Verzier keeps the ball up, but it's slammed back to their goal line. Maryland win game number 2 and move on to the winners' semifinals.
Wow, so just like that, your Terrapins punching tickets into this next round right here. This is not for lack of trying by any means, Pyro J. Literally, we spent this I feel like we spent this entire game. I guess, yeah, 8 shots on for game 2, 5 shots for Randolph-Macon. These aren't like massive differences in numbers here. These are still 2 teams that were like very, very evenly matched. And at the end of the day, you're only looking at a 1.5 goal difference between these 2 games. Now, that's only 2 games. You only have a small sample size, as they would say. But still, I think Maryland, obviously Maryland earned it, but this really wasn't some kind of like huge blowout for our first match on stream, so I'm very happy about that one.
Right, it keeps the competition very stiff, which is what you hope for an invitational event like this. But at the same time, it doesn't really put a star on one of these teams just yet. It's not like Maryland saying we are the team to beat today. No, they're kind of just narrowly moving to the next round. So that's one thing I want to keep an eye on, Tugboat, is if one team today is going to really stand out to be that team that moves on from this invitational.
Yeah, we'll run through bracket. We'll let you know, dear Rocket League viewer, if any of these names stand out, right? Temple and West Virginia University, 2 fantastic universities. James Madison University and Stockton University. And then in the top bracket, we're looking at Howard taking on, they have a bye in their first round as well. Howard, fantastic schools. All of these are fantastic schools, but I think you kind of maybe got a little prediction action. We are looking at West Virginia University and Temple up next. This was, obviously we only have 2 games to talk about, so only so much content-wise, but still, yes, Randolph-Macon put up 2 goose eggs. Yes, these are 2 incredibly close games. And yes, if this is a best of 5, I do think this would not be a 3-0 sweep. We literally watched Maryland score less goals in game 2 than they did in game 1, so.
Fair. Yeah, it's going to stay close as we move into that next match. So let's wait no further. We're going to take a small break, and we'll be right back with that match.
Tiny break. Easy.
Needs to play a little bit of defense here. Big City Slams, and Chino's in pockets, and it's still on the goal line here. They're still looking for some defense, but Spice should have this. But what are we watching? A bunch of shots just knocking right off the woodwork. Much longer. Well, until then, Spice has had a lot of opportunities. We'll shoot that one right to the back of the net.
Yeah, about a minute and a half into this one as far as Rocket League gameplay time, but that is University of Maryland.
Each incoming shot, but Spice has been able to tear through the openings. That's yet another for them for the Maryland squad.
101 kilometers per hour. That's going to be, what, about 64 or so for our Americans. For miles.
Verzier off of the corner, but not enough time on the clock. And Maryland, with the win that they needed in this best of 3, it's going to start off really well for them.
Just like Denzel Washington, his famous movie, Land on Fire.
That's a way. You talk about what we saw earlier in this game as well. A lot of shots just hitting the woodwork, off of the post, off of the crossbar. Maryland could have had 5 goals in that last game if precision was just a little bit more on target. Precision could be looking for here, but the backboard defense.
Early, we have 3 seconds left on this. Shot to the middle, Spice yet again.
You cannot stop this player. It's Spice. Teed up by Juice Man. That's exactly the play that they worked up before this, but they hit it again, and that is a dynamic duo, the bread and butter that has worked for Maryland. 2 on the clock, maybe a last-ditch effort here, but it's gone the wrong way. Verzier keeps the ball up, but it's slammed back to their goal line. Maryland win game number 2 and move on to the winners.
And we are back. A short break. It was indeed the CECC. That is the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. Continues on with FBI Topo and my man Pyro J. Yes, I got it right that time. The directions, right? Camera left, whatever. West Virginia University. That's the Mountaineers coming on in. That is the. Oh, I guess we don't do. But we 5th seed. Right? 5th seed taking on the 6th seed in Temple. Nope, I got that wrong. I'm not sure what the seeds are. Temple University is that's the Owls going to be going against Western Virginia University. I think this is like an on-brand amount of like just wonkiness and not really knowing that much about what I'm talking about. So
No. Listen, all the action on the field, that's all we need to find out. That's all we need to know to deduce from these teams, I believe. We got, you know what we can say? It's the Owls versus the Mountaineers. And if I had to say anything about that, Kranovi, the goated player of Rocket League, was dubbed the Mountain. So maybe from WVU, we're going to be seeing some Mountain-esque plays. But here we go, folks. Game 1 of the best of 3 in the upper brackets. West Virginia versus Temple will take to the field.
Yep. Just again, guys, best of 5s will happen later. Those are finals. Those are winners finals. Those are semifinals, and those are grand finals. Magic, Rots, and Fouls making up your Western Virginia University squad.
And so the players, they are all set to go. Temple, fully all the yummy stuff, and Gibber Joe all trying to get along their back line, but not quick enough.
That's going to be Fouls just dropping this one in. Breadbasket situation, bro.
Oh, my
Pinch
God.
from the other side. More postage necessary for that one. We had a 133 kilometer per hour shot earlier. That's the fastest on broadcast. But given this was 99 from downtown, I'm going to say that one was probably faster initially.
Yeah, I mean, we know the Cookser pinch, but do we rename it the Falls pinch? That was
The Falls pinch.
that
It
was
happens
mountainous. I was looking for it, and there it is coming out of West Virginia. So right off the bat, coming out hot. We didn't quite see that in the last match. So like I said to Boat today, I'm looking for that team that's just on form from the beginning. West Virginia could be that team.
Yeah, that was Magic, almost with a little bit of sleight of hand. A little triple pinch, but that's going to be everything in a bag of chips. Rots coming in with their first. That is going to be both of these goals assisted as well, right? Fouls getting the assist on Magic, Magic getting the assist on Rots.
And they're really giving no room to breathe if you're Temple. And just suffocated on the back line with not just shots on target, but hard shots. That forces the defender to get a little awkward on the defensive line. You can't really reset your car unless you're a professional player. After that save, you're just not well adjusted to that, not quite yet. But West Virginia University looking like they're well adjusted for the competition today. Looks like they're going to play their first defensive bout, though, of this game.
Yeah, that's a very, very important point. I was about to mention it. 90 seconds in, Western Virginia looked at the first defensive performance they have of this matchup so far. We saw a relatively close one. Randolph-Macon dropping, yes, it was 0-2, but it was 0-2 game 1, 0-1 game 2, so relatively close on that one. So far, we're shaping up to, well, we score one more goal. We have literally seen as more than, or the same amount of goals, right? And, the first half of this game or so, than we saw in the entire last matchup. Shot across the middle. Magic is there, though. Magic is there. Escorting this one. Walking the dog on in. Members of Temple meeting them there. That was the Owls flying up to this one.
And if you're Temple, you got to be ready to meet that ball wherever it comes from. We saw the pinch from downfield. We'll see the shot, the double tap, the read from Magic, and he really pulled a rabbit out of his hat on this one.
Jeez Louise, putting out the 5th ace or something like that. And we saw Magic, hit a 1, 2, 3 times up top, almost doing everything that they needed themselves. But now that's Magic. Dribbling it like Johnson. Like right? 20 seconds outside of halftime.
Yeah, maybe some double teaming gonna be needed onto Magic. Get that basketball technicalities of formalities of strategies. Something gonna need to change here for Temple University, as it's not the start they were hoping for. It's Falls already working that infield and looking for Rots on the sideline.
How polite of Colio. Colio decided not to demo the first person, then just go for Rots. What a respectful player. Respectful player. I love it.
Sportsmanship.
Exactly. 3-0 right now for Western Virginia. The Mountaineers have certainly put together a solid little pace for themselves. A score about once per minute here. Happened twice in the first, though. Just an average. Fouls outside. Fouls giving up an easy one. That was going to be yummy that it came shooting in at this, but defenders were there. Rots, weaker touch cross here, but Rots, a much better hit down bottom. He's just kind of setting it up for themselves, and Colio barely able to get there. Magic almost with a double touch. I think it's the first time, actually, we've only seen them with a single touch, like on offense, right?
Right, and kind of move back to their defensive half. But here's the problem. There's no transition right now for Temple. Yes, they'll put this ball in the other half of the field, but are West Virginia being tested? No, not quite. They've had the extent of the control, the possession, no matter where this ball is on the field. And so Temple, without keeping this ball close and forcing 50-50s, without looking for those pinpoint accurate passes to the infield, they have not looked lethal, and some of that's going to need to change. If not in this game 1 as time wears thin, it's got to be in game 2, because this is only a best of 3.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear West Virginia just coming in with the steals so far. That really has been the name of the game. Their transition game, like you were saying, also just been categorically different, it seems. Magic, the stop down bottom, we'll give it an epic save. Okay, I'm with it. The ball is traveling like 10 kilometers per hour, but I'm with it.
Sometimes that's all it takes, Tug. But it's going to take a mountainous effort for Temple to get back into this one. The Owls flying too close to the sun here, as it's been detrimental to them. All of the goals scored by West Virginia. And you can tell they've taken more of a passive approach here. Yes, they're putting hard shots on net, but they're not forcing themselves so aggressively as they were earlier towards their opponent's half. Instead, it's more of a patient approach. They know they can hold on to this lead for the extent of game 1.
Yeah, so also a mild difference. Ooh, so close. Gibbers keeping the 4th goal from going in right there. Nicely done. 12 seconds to go or so, but if we end game right now, then I think it's very interesting that we literally saw match number 1 that was completely dominated by Spice, right? It literally got all 3 of the goals scored in the entire match between University of Maryland and Randolph-Macon. And this one, though, it is evenly spread. Every member from the West Virginia University squad getting a hand on a ball. They did immediately go in afterwards. And all of those assisted as well. Not just a goal per, but an assist per.
Right.
3 total goals, spread across evenly. 3 total assists, spread across evenly. Looking at the shots attempted, this is about as spread across evenly as you get as well.
And listen, with an even squad, you're looking at a united team, one with coordination, synergy. You can tell they're communicating. They're very comfortable in knowing what roles they play on the field. And it doesn't have to be forced, as one has to be the striker, one has to be the savior. It's clear that everyone has those roles capable within themselves. West Virginia looking like a unified and a very stacked team, not only in this series, Tugboat, but in the rest of this competition.
Well, I can completely agree with you. Of course, and again, in case you're just joining us, Temple drops another game. Yes, they'll lose the best of 3, but there's double elimination. Still that redemption bracket a little bit lower. But everybody obviously moving in through winners, going to be doing so with the knowledge that they have at least a little bit of wiggle room, that they can drop 2 games at any given time and still move forward within this tournament. An invitation. The sunny Atlanta, Georgia coming in. That's May 6th and 7th, people, with what is being billed as the largest collegiate LAN event in North America ever. History of esports, okay? Let's get on into game 2.
Yeah, nothing serious, right?
It's
totally not.
casual.
There's
Just
really
setting
no
records.
pressure on these players at all, right? It's just a LAN event, the biggest ever in Atlanta, Georgia. Yeah, lots to work for here today if you're a Rocket League player on the pitch. Good to see all these teams out here from the get-go. Temple, West Virginia University. You have heard these colleges, these universities before, and they're taking it out on the field. Tugboat, if we're watching this game, I'm looking for Temple to get a very quick start here. Otherwise, that momentum just going to stay on the side of West Virginia.
Yeah, Rocket League, just such a momentum-based game. Yes, Temple has come out swinging thus far. No, they haven't given up any goals, but we really do need to see a categorically different play from this Temple University squad, from these Owls. See a different kind of result in game number 2. No, game 1 was not no shellacking. 3-0 is nothing to be happy about, but it's also nothing to write home crying about, I would say. It's not a completely one-sided affair. Now that 4th shot almost went in at the end of the game, but that is a game ago. Must have the memory of a goldfish. Just continue to look at, play the game that is presented in front of you with no regard for a record.
That's right. It's a clean slate. It's a new opportunity. And maybe with a goal, they can boost this team's mentality. One shot, one good play can give players confidence to not hesitate. And that's so important when you're playing a game like Rocket League, when you have to be there quick to the challenge, just like Magic is here, trying to drill that down over the Rots who can't find the ball first. It allows the pacing of the play to be quicker, and they've got to be quick to knock away Coolio's shot. It's false to get the save and the clear.
90 seconds into this one. Clears on both sides, like you mentioned there, Pyro, but no scores on board thus far, not for lack of trying right to the middle. Fouls gets this and tips it on out. Just like that, starting an offense as well. That is how you transition, my friend.
Yeah, it's so important for West Virginia to keep this opponent down to 0, and now they're picking and prodding here on their opponent's goal line. It's Rots on the ball, looking for that read off of the sideline. False to dish it out to Magic, but look at how quickly Jibber Joe cuts off that lane. Temple are taking nothing for granted in this game, not 1 second of it.
No, they are not. Incredibly high-paced, high-octane Rocket League we have purchased for ourselves in the game 2 with Temple down for losing the first game. Goose Egg's on board as well. So far in this game, Temple has gone about 8 minutes now, or 7.5 minutes, excuse me, without scoring a single goal, unfortunately. That's the same situation we saw Randoph-Macon find themselves in earlier. A little bit past halftime now. Off to this left on corner. That's a perfect angle! Perfect. That is Magic. Rolling one, absolutely perfect angle. Got the geometry protractor out?
Well, yeah, let's go protractor, compass, roller, I don't know, whatever you brought to, whatever you bought at Walmart before you went to school on the first day.
Yeah.
Listen, what's important here is we've seen so many true angled plays coming out of West Virginia today. Actually, look at False off of the backboard, too. That was pretty nice there. But False had the pinch from across the field earlier today. And then we see that angle from Magic. I mean, it is just nearly perfection coming out so far from West Virginia University. And if you're Temple, you're just scratching your head thinking, if they can hit these angles, how do you stop a team like that?
How do you stop a train? It's definitely going to be hard. Magic, left side, trying to pick this one up and trying to... Nope, that's actually very wise. No boost to be spoken of. Corner boost just got taken, now back up. And just realized, it's time for me to rotate. It's time for me to take that back position for a few seconds. Jibber Joe and the rest of Temple just trying desperately to bring this one out. This is the first time this ball has traveled into the Western Virginia University third for, call it a minute almost. It was Nana's shot first, forced the hand of defenders, and just like that, West Virginia are rolling on out. Other side, that's where Yummy needed to be. Back down to the bottom. Rots picks up the pass, but that's going angled way too far left and way too fast. Back on up to it. Fouls combines with teammate Shanking this one out to the right side. A little bounce action as this ball lives in the middle for longer than had. And a wild jibber Joe gets one gifted. And that angle just a little bit off, Pyro.
Oh, and it was so close to the redirect of the day there. The speed that it came, that it would have hit the back of the net, would have been exactly what Temple needed. And speaking of what they need, it's a goal in the next 40 seconds. Otherwise, they go down to the losers bracket. A place that is just about as cutthroat as these best of threes here in the uppers. It's fouls to do a little bit of diamond dash, a little swindle and dwindle. Oh, dearie me. He grabs possession.
That is my favorite play today. Somebody clip that, please. Magic back on over. 20 seconds to go. I think that Western Virginia knows what they need to do, and that is take it away once. A big, broad, sweeping shot over the left or right side will burn off enough time, and then it'll be looking at Temple squad forced to play volleyball for a little while and keep this ball off the ground.
Might be enough here. 5 on the clock. Rots, that's a nice touch off to the ceiling and put back to the wall. They can pretty much let this hit the ground. They will not do that quite yet. They want to give maybe Temple a chance, and will they go to be punished for it? Still up in the air. They're going to hit the bottom of the, the ground, and, well, they finish it off. Congratulations, West Virginia University. A couple strong wins to put themselves into the winners semifinals.
Yeah, no, exactly. Just like that, punching a ticket on down to the round of 4 within that winner's bracket, within that top bracket side here, Pyro. Both of our matches, excuse me, all 4 games ending with one team coming out a little strong, right? That was 2-0 for University of Maryland for the Terrapins. They came by, they got that pinch in early, right? Got a 2-0 lead. But then followed it up with a much weaker game number 2, a much more even-handed game number 2. That was 1-0 for game number 2 for the Terrapins on over against Randolph-Macon. Now, Western Virginia University does pretty much the same thing, and I think this just really goes to show just how competitive this Mid-Atlantic Conference is, Pyro.
It's very competitive, and it's only going to get more so as we move through this upper bracket. Like, that's what I'm so excited about is, in these round ones, you start to see those teams that they're here to play. They have that talent, that star potential. But what happens when 2 Titans clash? That's what we're going to be seeing towards the later stages of this event. And we're just seeing these narratives come to form, Tugboat. It's a beautiful thing.
They really are. Really are. This is James Madison University, Stockton University, our last first round match. Again, Howard getting a bye on in the first round, and that'll be starting in just a minute. We just got to get all the kids in the pool and start the swimming lesson here in just a little bit. That's borrowing one from a buddy out in Kansas City. Pyro, anything else for the good people before we go to a short break?
No, I'm ready for more action, so let's take it over there. We'll see you guys in 3. Jibber Joe all trying to get along their back line, but not quick enough.
That's going to be fouls just dropping this one in. Breadbasket situation, bro.
Oh my
pinch
God.
From the other side. More postage necessary for that one. A little triple pinch, but that's going to be everything in a bag of chips. Rots coming in with their first. That is going to be both of these goals assisted as well, right? Fouls getting the assist on Magic. Magic getting the assist on Rots.
Downfield, we'll see the shot, the double tap, the read from Magic, and he really pulled a rabbit out of his hat on this one.
Jeez Rees, pulling out the 5th ace or something like that. And we saw Magic, hit it 1, 2, 3 times up top, right? It literally got all 3 of the goals scored in the entire match between University of Maryland and Randolph-Macon. And this one, though, it is evenly spread. Every member from the West Virginia University squad getting... That's a perfect angle! Perfect. That is Magic. Rolling one, absolutely perfect angle. Got the geometry protractor out?
Well, yeah, let's go. Protractor, compass, roller. And put back to the wall. They can pretty much let this hit the ground. They will not do that quite yet. They want to give maybe Temple a chance, and will they go to be punished for it? Still up in the air. They're going to hit the bottom of the, the ground, and...
welcome back. FBI Tugboat with my man Pyro J, and talking about dirty, deep, dark secrets in the off broadcast, right? When we were off stream there. K-Tad's is that he is a fantastic producer. We do appreciate them and all that they do production wise for us casters. Without them, we are just beautiful faces and golden voices screaming about esports in our room. So we very much appreciate that. It's K-Tad here today. Pyro, what are we looking at next?
Oh, we are looking at one of the matches I have been waiting for. Stockton University versus James Madison University. Players to watch especially that I've seen play at LAN, and they're looking to qualify for a LAN through this event. You've got Bussy, and you've got Top Cheese. A player that's going to be, you could expect him in some RLCS play soon. And listen, I'm just looking forward to seeing these players on the field. But James Madison University, I want to see what they've got as well. And in a best of three in the upper bracket here, well, it's going to be interesting to see.
Absolutely. James Madison University, that is the Dukes coming on in Stockton University. That is the Ospreys, going to be looking to fly over the competition on this one. There's a lot of like seabirds, a lot of like just birds in general, aviation in general, mascot-wise for a lot of these teams. So we're going to be absolutely murdering those puns. You will be tired of it by the time this is over.
Oh yeah, and isn't that sort of a term, the murder, like a flock of geese or something like that?
Oh, he caught it. He caught it.
It's the crows. It's the crows.
Yes.
It's a murder. Well, hopefully we see less of a slaughtering from one team to another. It's been that way throughout the day, but maybe we'll see it again as Bussy for the first goal, shot right under the crossbar.
Nicely done. 30 seconds dead even as far as game time into this one. 95 kilometers per hour and a strike very, very early. We talked about Stockton U. No bias here. Got to introduce the James Madison University squad. That is Loco. That is Diora. And that's Rever. Not Trevor, but Rever.
Trying to throw us off over here. Not us casters. We're ready for it, Rever.
Oh, I'm on it. I'm on it. I'm ready for you, Rever.
We'll see if Rever or Loco is ready for this one as, well, yeah, Tugboat. I mean, what we're looking at is potentially very explosive offensive team of Stockton University. You see how they're getting these infield passes. You see how they're getting the reads on the backboard. Did I not say explosive?
Yeah, this is Bussy all day long and twice on Sundays, and twice on Wednesdays, I guess I should say. That's going to be 2 scores Bussy, but 50 seconds into this one? 50 seconds of actual gameplay time? Crazy stuff.
Yeah, getting off to a very, very hot start. Hotter than we've seen any team so far. It's going to be up to James Madison University to start to feel that heat as well. Bussy and Top Cheese, kind of the dynamic duo, wheel to wheel on that up front, and Drip off of the crossbar, not under it, not like we've seen the other plays there. And so James Madison University doing what they can to stifle, to put the brakes on the Stockton U offense.
With a Drip, maybe he heard what you said there, Pyro. He didn't like it. Got it going early right here. That is going to be 2 shots attempted and the assist on Bussy, one of Bussy's 2 goals here early. But like you said, I mean, Top Cheese, this is the name to be spoken loud and proud, and in the Rocket League circles. Nothing so far. 20 points. Only touched the ball 10 times. That's it.
Oh, and that's just because he's a teammates doing stuff like this. Come on, when he carries it across the field, you just give him the ball at this point.
Yeah, if Bussy wants something done, he's going to do it himself. Almost 600 points in this. 3rd goal up. Yes, it's assisted, and Drip coming through with that, making it look quite fine aesthetically. 3 minutes, 14 seconds. Got pie time up top.
Oh, you're making me hungry again. Here, talk about forever. There, off the backboard, Diora looking for him, but no, it's dropping down, and oh, here's just more opportunity. Top Cheese wants to lay this down to Bussy. Good play from Loco on the backboard. They're starting to gear up upon that backboard. They're starting to find these counterattacks. This is the way you break down their opponents.
Love it. 20 seconds at a halftime. We have as many scores in this game as we had in our last matchup between Western Virginia and Temple University. The Dukes, the Ospreys, getting to battle very, very quickly. And often, that's another open net, just like that. A lead of 3 gets narrowed down to 1, and 1 is no real lead indeed here, Pyro. A great game of Rocket League.
Oh, it is not. We have seen a
Wow,
2-0, a 3-0 in these game ones, but ooh, baby, these teams are here to play it off of the kickoff. Little transition of the momentum on the side, and well, this is about how Rocket League goes.
There you go, 6 shots, and 3 of them coming in the last 6 seconds of gameplay, people. A high-scoring affair indeed we have. Already twice as many goals in the first, not even first half of this game that we saw between Randolph-Macon University of Maryland, entirety of match 2, those 2 total games. Top Cheese almost takes another one, and I'm not sure I could have taken that.
There he goes, Loco, dropping it down. They've had a really good response here coming out from James Madison. They just need more opportunities like that and continue to weather away at the defensive unit of Stockton. But, oh, Bussy has an opening here, some space. Moving up Broadway Street, it's quickly taken away. Top Cheese, oh, deleted from the field. Drip up the sideline and, ooh, put back. These players very comfortable in the skies, Tugboat. I think the ball's spent more time elevated than it has on the ground.
Yeah, I wanna check that ball's frequent flyer miles, because I'm pretty sure they can go anywhere they want in the next year and a half or so. Within the continental U.S., of course. Nothing against Alaska and Hawaii, it's just farther away. 110 seconds left into this one, and that's going to be an easy pickup by Rever. Yeah, that's just an easy shank at the left side, purchasing his team loads of time to get back, and now shot across the middle. Ball comes here, this is Top Cheese and the rest of Stockton U trying to get on the offensive yet again.
Do their best to do just that. Loco up the field, Top Cheese off of the ceiling, and Bussy back in center field. A danger to be had. But these quick challenges coming out of JMU is exactly what they need to get started with something a bit more dangerous. Rever taken out of the field. That could have been their shot taker there from James Madison. Top Cheese moving this down and off the corner again. Could be a good tee up, a good pass, but Loco quickly around that defensive rotation. And they'll look to take to the skies once again. As Rever, can he get this read on the double? Oh, it just goes wide. Would have been a perfect chance to get James Madison back in the play.
Yeah, that was just a tiny bit outside, called a foul ball. 50 seconds left into this one, especially given how high scoring this has been. I'm not going to say that James Madison is out of this one quite yet. Now, they're not out of the woods. Still 2 scores to be had, and that's just to tie it up. Oh, my goodness. That's the Top Cheese we were talking about.
And Top Cheese, top of the net right there. That's the best way to do it. Had Drip on the pre-flip. I'm not sure if Drip was going for the ball or the opponent, the goalie. There was very close to the goalie bump, but way Top Cheese and the placement was nearly perfect. Got Drip moving up there on the kickoff. Very, very dangerous there. Almost paid for it.
My God. Simple fact of the matter here, Pyro, is that James Madison University's most high-flying and impressive goals so far have happened off of this kickoff. Game 1 is done, though. I'm going to call it. Not going to see 4 scores for the tie in 29 seconds from James Madison U.
Fair to say at this point. You mentioned their tactics have been on the side of the kickoffs, and 4 in a row of those would put them back in this game, but I got a better chance at going positive when I'm at the casino, and we already know how terrible that is, Mr. Vegas Man Tugboat. But
House always wins.
Still gonna be exactly what Stockton we're looking for in terms of game 1. Tugboat, though, we do have a bit of a response from James Madison. I feel like either of the losing teams just haven't been able to find the goals, haven't been able to find the ball into the back of the net. James Madison, though, have been able to do that. Do you think that this is the team that the best chance to give us a decider in this series?
That's a very, very good point, and where we kind of need to turn our attention to at this point. The simple fact that this is a high-scoring affair, 8 total scores in this one. I'm going to say that Stockton doesn't find themselves in a position where they're able to score 6 times without giving up at least a little bit. Also, kind of flip side of the coin, right? That was heads, here's tails. James, if you take that 6 seconds of gameplay, and you just kind of control exit, cut it away from this broadcast, right? Where James Madison made those 2 kickoff goals back to back, then that means the losing team would have gone 25 minutes of gameplay or something like this without scoring a single goal. But literally just within those 4 seconds or whatever, right? If within those 4 seconds that is thrown out the window, crumpled up and thrown out the window on there, and James Madison kind of proves that they're not going to go so quietly into the night. They might put up a goose egg next, but it's not going to happen in game Now, to answer your question, yes, I think that James Madison U can come back at this, but also like can come back at this when it comes to scoring goals, because again, that is not what we've seen from the losing team so far. But Stockton also, they could really just control the pace of this game in game 2 just like they did game 1. Slow it down a little bit, put a couple goals up, probably put up like 2 or 3 before they really get comfortable, and then just play out time.
And they have the star potential to do exactly what you're saying, Tugboat, is maintain that control and pull off the star-studded plays as well. Ridiculous double taps coming out of Bussy. Drip looking comfortable, getting aggressive towards their opponent's net. They've even gone a little bit aggressive, a little bit risky on the kickoffs as well. And I think that's part of what led to those kickoff goals for James Madison. So exactly what you said, Tugboat. If they maintain control, if that's what they focus on, especially with an early lead, it's going to suit them just fine.
Yeah, once again, we see like 2-3 more of these, and that's going to be Stockton, who knows that this Osprey squad is just going to be more so playing against time than they are going to be playing against James Madison U when James Madison U is on match point. Now again, double elimination. James Madison does lose this second game. They will have lost the match, but they will not be out of this competition and still be in the running for that ticket on into the Peach State. That's Atlanta, Georgia. It's on my mind. That's what the state song says.
Oh yeah, that is the coveted location that all these players want to be at early May. Top Cheese, he's gonna get there with a flip reset, maybe, almost. Scores that goal, comes around the barrier once again. It's just these lethal shots, the flip resets, the double taps. Everything is rooted in mechanical genius when you look at the Stockton team. Fully stacked to make the plays that put the fear in the eyes of their opponents. Loco does find a player here looking for that enemy boost. Doesn't pick it up though, and they're gonna be a little short-sighted coming on this transfer.
Yeah, the pass actually from Buse to Drip isn't going to land right there. Drip was just, the ball was just going like a little bit too fast, just like that though. Bussy on the middle field here is always able to put this one back, and of course we have Drip ready to accept this one down bottom. The rotation comes in, a decent little stop, but once again, the idea of putting this ball in the corner is to allow his teammates time to rotate, get into position, maybe even take some demos, or really just formulate that plot. Bussy, nice epic save right here as Rever gets awarded with another attempt. Diora stop outside, can't quite get to it as Loco, and Bussy realizes he's got a little bit of time to play with right there and simply takes it. Now an easy take, that's Trevor. Diora almost getting everything. Nope, that's Rever here, and we have a tied game at 3-16.
Do we ever? Diora, oh, the quick launch from ground to ceiling, basically, was so essential for them. Talk about the need for teams to have confidence and their ability to not hesitate when they go for plays. It's very impressive to see James Madison go for plays like that, even when they've been caught on the other end, and it comes so close here.
Top Cheese. I feel like there was a little bit of spite, maybe a little bit of malice, a little vim and vigor on the end of this one. Not talking about mustard anymore. Loco, unfortunately, technical own goal after Top Cheese literally just snipes out his front right headlight.
Crashed into the back of the net just like the ball did with the go-ahead goal of Stockton. They did not give any breathing room to James Madison University. About 5 seconds until the tied-up scoreline. Oh no, they might be able to tie it up again. Rever, oh, trying to go with the air dribble bump. Couldn't find the bump in time. Bussy now from the backboard to the side wall. Diora reads it. And that aggression gonna start playing out for James Madison University. They got a taste of that tied up scoreline, and boy, do they want it again.
Oh yeah, everybody likes the taste of cheese, right?
Most
and I actually
people.
can't say that. No, you're right. You're right.
Yeah.
Lactose intolerant. Yep. There you go. There you go. Yep.
Maybe not so much.
A lot of cultures like don't want you to like eat cheese with other things as well.
Oh.
So yeah. Not everybody at all. Can't say that.
What
I
about
like
the
cheese,
top
though.
of the cheese block? Just the
top
top.
of the cheese block?
Top cheese.
Oh. I was thinking about that one about 10 times more than I should have. My God. Back to this one. Hey, I guess I set him up, people. I'm sorry. That was really on me.
Oh, Loco drops it down though. They're trying to extend their lead here still with Stockton. Focus on the gameplay. They have certainly been laser focused on approaches like this. This is a great counterattack.
Nice.
Demolition. Bussy not gonna get the read there on the backboard.
Yeah, the kind of the escort, like always like these blue hornets flying in tandem. Love to see it. One goes for defender. I think it was just more of like a blocked like sightline kind of situation. Couldn't quite see where this top bar was at, and that just led to Bussy a little bit too high. Just like that, though, Stockton back onto this offense. Bussy against the bottom right here, against this ground, kind of uses that one, and now defender actually put this out perfectly right into the breadbasket, right into his hands, if a car has hands.
It's got axles, it's got wheels, it's got all the components to make another play here for Stockton. They're doing everything they can.
I just don't like the extended metaphor, right? A lot of people, take it with the wheels. That doesn't make any sense. No one's ever accepted things with the wheels in their hands before. Just silliness. Silliness. And I won't stand for it, okay, Pyro? I won't stand for it.
Fair play. Fair play. It's only Rocket League from here on out. This is the last 3 quarters of the final minute of game number 2. And if James Madison don't find anything, then they're going to be sent to the lowers with Top Cheese off of the crossbar. That's a great play for Loco to keep him alive.
Yep, Top Cheese doesn't like lowers. That is how this Stockton University squad has been playing. Now, again, only a score difference of 1, so we're not really seeing Stockton, like, just play time. They're not just, like, playing keep away. They are playing this ball consistently. An insurance goal, the second one, that will be enough to put the feather in the cap of Stockton U, have them moving on in to that winners bracket semifinals. Got to get there first. 12 seconds separated, and then a little mini overtime in the form of a little volleyball action. No longer Rocket League at that point.
It'll be a final chance, though. Hit to the ground. Loco looking at something. This is a good tee up. A drip might have the advantage. Clears it downfield. Diora.
Nope.
Does get some levitation on it, but there's nobody back home. No reinforcements to keep it up. Instead, Stockton University with 2 wins to keep them in the winners bracket. They'll head to the semifinals.
My God. 7 total shots for every player not named Top Cheese in this previous matchup. 7 shots attempted for the player named Top Cheese in this. If you are curious to how Stockton took a one-handed victory in Game 1 and Game 2, look no further than the player Top Cheese, everybody. Bussy did fantastic stuff in Game 1, not saying it like that, but there were assists and more, and Game 2, quite literally, just like Spice earlier on the University of Maryland squad, that Terrapin squad to start off this broadcast, people. This is Top Cheese all day long in Game 2.
Talking Spice, we're talking Top Cheese, we're talking players to watch as this competition unfolds. We'll see James Madison University move on to the lower bracket. Going to be an uphill climb to get back there, but they're not quite out yet. Stockton University, though, our team to advance. Keep your eye on this squad because I got a feeling they're going far.
Absolutely. Plenty of Rocket League to be had here. Let's get it set up. Short break, and that'll be next. We'll have some more Rocket League action for you. You got to look at a bracket, get it updated, and then figure out exactly who's going to be playing next. Short break. Don't tune away, or I'll take it personally, people. I will take it personally if you do that to us. You can cut, Tyler. Thank you. I guess I'm on
one team to another. It's been that way throughout the day, but maybe we'll see it again as Bussy for the first goal. A shot right under the crossbar.
Nicely done. 30 seconds dead even as far as game time into this one. 95 kilometers per hour and a strike.
The University, you see how they're getting these infield passes. You see how they're getting the reads on the backboard. Did I not say explosive?
Yeah, this is Bussy all day long and twice on Sundays. Twice on Wednesdays, I guess I should say. That's going to be Tuesday.
Oh, and that's just because he's a teammate's doing stuff like this. Come on, when he carries it across the field, you just give him the ball at this point.
Yeah, if Bussy wants something done, he's going to do it himself. Almost 600
on that backboard. They're starting to find these counterattacks. This is the way you break down their opponents.
Love it. 20 seconds at a halftime. We have as many scores in this game as we had in our last matchup between West. And often, that's another open net. Just like that, a lead of 3 gets narrowed down to 1. And 1 is no real lead indeed here, Pyro. A great game of Rocket League.
Oh, it is not. We have seen a 2-0.
Said 3 of them coming in the last 6 seconds of gameplay, people. A high-scoring affair indeed we have. Already twice as many goals in the first, not even 2 scores to be had, and that's just to tie it up. Oh my goodness, that's the Top Cheese we were talking about.
Top Cheese, top of the net right there. That's the best way to do it. Had drip on the pre-flip. Not sure if Tripp was gone. Haven't been able to find the ball into the back of the net. James Madison, though, have been able to do that. Do you think that this is the team that the best chance to give us a decider?
Almost getting everything. Nope, that's Rever here, and we have a tie game at 3:16.
Do we ever? Diora, oh, the quick launch from ground to ceiling, basically, when they've been caught on the other end, and it comes so close here.
Top cheese. I feel like there was a little bit of spite, maybe a little bit of malice, a little vim and vigor on the end of this one. Not talking about mustard anymore. Loco, unfortunately, technical.
They have the advantage. There's a downfield. Diora does get some levitation on it, but there's nobody back home. No reinforcements to keep it up. Instead,
Hello and welcome back. Before the break, I told you I wasn't sure. Now I am certain beyond certainties. You can take this as a tugboat promise. Dig at the bank, cash it. Any day except for Sunday. West Virginia University going up against University of Maryland here. That's the Terrapins going up against your Mountaineers here, Pyro J.
That's right. Two teams that we saw kind of dominate their opponents here in round one, but like we said earlier, what happens when two Titans clash? The outcome of that going to be presented to us here. And they're looking for a spot here in the winners finals. What a great position it would be in this invitational, Tug.
Yeah, so what, one of these teams guaranteed to take a dub, one of these teams will drop down a lower bracket, but if you take this, just punching that ticket into a winners finals will be a fantastic thing to have detained already and early. But where my attention has to be turned towards, right? Western Virginia University and the University of Maryland both have not just not dropped a map, they have not allowed a single goal to be scored on them yet. I can guarantee you one of these teams at least is going to be giving that up here in this match in the next 10 minutes or so.
That's right. At some point, it's gotta happen. There's no draws in Rocket League. Players to watch. I'm looking at Spice for sure from Maryland, who had I think all of the goal scoring. Yeah, for University of Maryland and West Virginia. West Virginia. I'm keeping an eye on Fouls. Fouls with that shot, and then Brutz with the follow. Those are the players that are going to get that offense going.
Absolutely. That's Pyro J saying Fouls. I can't say that I was going to say Rots. I was going to say Magic, really the one to look at, and that's Rots, like literally hearing your words and reading my mind and realizing he wants to shut up the commentators. Fantastic stuff. 37 seconds into this one. That's Rots striking first with a gut shot. Teddy down bottom. Rots easy pickup, showing what they can do on both sides of this ball, Pyro.
That's right, and look out for Fouls taking it from the newest of heights, but not enough as that defensive line locked it down. As you look at Maryland on this transition, you're not going to look at them going quietly out of this game. No, they will stay steadfast in their maneuvers around this half-court line, around their ability to hold on to possession, and force up plays like that. Spice, the man to do it.
Absolutely. Rots on out Magic. Magic off the backboard. Fouls down bottom, and that's just outside. And then Spice almost makes it, but Magic picks up the rebound and strikes one in for this West Virginia University squad.
Few players do you see like Magic who don't offensively rotate out of the play. Rather, he stays in. He wants to keep the pressure mounting until they score, just like Magic, turning into that play and making beautiful things happen. A quick 2-0 lead for West Virginia University. This is a team of momentum right here.
And Terrapins getting that shell tapped on as of right now. Plenty of time left in this one. In fact, not quite halftime here. About a minute until, Pyro. But at the end of the day, whatever the scoreline is at that halftime point is going to be what can be undone at the end. Escorting the ball on in here. Rots picks up another one, and this wound starts to fester.
Yeah, well, you're looking at University of Maryland really try and poke and prod the net, but in some risky maneuvering ways. We've seen teams try to work these infield passes, but when they're too slow to the play, it's too easy to cut off. And a quick team like West Virginia University is going to cut them off every time. Here it is, though, trying to hold it down on defense. It's a good pinch and clear to keep them out of the danger zone.
With Teddy looking like a bear indeed, with a solid shot there for the University of Maryland Terrapin squad. One of the best we've seen on broadcast here for this game. Not the previous matchup, but this game so far. 3-0 lead, halftime in 20.
Good here for Teddy, trying to set something up, but Fouls finds it better. Another touch is gonna, look lethal, but not enough. And Fouls prioritizing some possession over forcing it over to the goal line, but it's not gonna be enough. Spice finds it at the half court. Fouls gonna play this slowly, wants to give his team a chance to rotate, a chance to get set. Magic never finds the container a boost. Instead, Teddy finds it. Was parked up there like it was a fuel station, but never found it. And oh well, things are getting interesting here. Juice Man finds the juice to get back at this ball.
Let's go a fuel station from like 2016, okay? Not a 2022 fuel station, okay? I don't want no $6 a gallon. 120 seconds left in this one. Juice Man, the second tap. There you go. And signs of life. The University of Maryland. That's it. That was West Virginia University's first. And when I say first, I mean the first time they have been scored against today.
And boy, must it feel good for the University of Maryland to get one on the board. That was Juice Man. You know, some people call that that boost. It's the demo fuel, but I think it's just the goal scoring juice for the Juice Man. Getting a quick one there.
Perhaps even OJ. Oh. Right, OJ the Juice Man, right? The rapper from Atlanta, Georgia, where the CECC Atlanta competition. I'm just kidding.
The hype is worthy though, because imagine getting the spot at the land. That's what these players are working for. Okay, they want that position from this Mid-Atlantic Invitational. It's a long road, but both of these teams set on that journey and could be in a better position. However, West Virginia with this advantage, and as time wears thin, we're going to need to see some serious aggression out of Maryland.
Yeah, 117 up top. Fouls, shot down bottom. Still forcing the hand of Juice Man, though. Beaten feet to get to the outside. No boost to be spoken of. Big rotations required for this entire defense. They're just being boost started as of right now. Spice did exactly what they need to, which is bring it out and let teams time hit these side boosts come in. Just like that, West Virginia University is staring down the barrel of an aggressive offense. Fouls burning everything to try and take this one away. Then loses it across the middle. Easy take. Both members on this right side. That's going to be decently centered, so Teddy's going to have to play it, but Fouls gets the second shot. Rots comes screaming in at this one, but can't quite close the mouth on it.
Maryland are looking really frantic in this last minute, and you can't define chaos better than that. A comfortable player, one that is disciplined on the approach, would score those shots, and we'll talk about how do you not score this one.
Spice puts it up. Rots is just kind of chilling on the sidewall right there, and then Teddy and Juice Man. I think Teddy would have hit this one as well, but this one just comes off the back of some bag defensive play from Western Virginia University. You were talking about Titans. Even gods can bleed here, apparently. Western Virginia University about to take this one definitively. Very, very definitively. 3-0 definitively. You know what I'm saying? Just like that. Bringing it back.
Could have a final chance.
Okay, never mind.
Fouls will put that to bed immediately. You wanted a convincing win. That's what we were hearing. It was almost there for West Virginia University. How's that for convincing?
Yep, I am convinced. No further argument necessary, Western Virginia University. You Mountaineers have purchased logic in my mind. Back on out to it. Looking for another quick off the original 50 lineup. They have to take this right now and then score again. That's not going to happen. Just kind of lazily flicking this ball out. Burns up all the time in the hourglass. 4-2 for the side of Western Virginia in game numero uno.
And West Virginia University, they weren't going to get an easy bid here in the semifinals of the winners region. I mean, this round one really gave us the cream of the crop. We got the best four teams for sure in the semifinals of the upper bracket. But West Virginia University, they almost look like they're still in round one. it almost feels like there's still so much in control. And I'll say this as well, Tugboat. University of Maryland, when the going gets rough, when we were in that final minute or so, we saw some really frantic gameplay, some open nets that were missed, some long clears that gave away possession. I'm looking for more coordinated plays from University of Maryland if their hopes can stay alive in this match.
Yeah, honestly, I think that this last minute of gameplay really could have gone the other way. If University of Maryland had just kind of had a little bit more control, if that was like as fast as University of Maryland can go, right? Then bring it back like that 5-10% to where the control can kind of come in a little bit more, because they straight up forced mistakes from Western Virginia. One of these goals even was a completely open net situation where one player had like kind of a shot on it, another player had like a defensive position completely whiffed. You play this one out again, I'm not sure it ends at 4-2. I'm not even sure if Western Virginia wins that first game. Fortunately, we'll be able to find out here in game number 2, starting in just a second.
Yes, we will. We've seen only sweeps so far today, folks, in the competition. And West Virginia University, the Mountaineers, have a chance to do it yet again. Here we are into game 2 of the upper bracket semifinals. The Mountaineers will not score at the very beginning. Teddy somehow finding a heroic save.
The Fowles brings this one all the way back, but you're right across the middle, and that is Rotz that almost got this one racked up right in the face. A dunk, we'll call it. 20 seconds. No scores on boards quite yet, not for lack of trying though, Pyro J.
That's right, the attempts absolutely fueled from the very beginning. They certainly hit those gas stations before they got into this game too, let me tell you. These shots with all kinds of power behind it, even passes, it's juice. There to tee something up. Teddy on the ball again. Teddy was looking great on the goal line. How can they look though on the offensive unit? It seems to be washed away quite quickly.
Fowles now trying to bring this one out. Nice job getting a hand down on top of this one, Juice Man. Magic outside, Magic losing it. Rotz kind of losing control of this one as well. Spice gets it going. Spice really the highlight player of University of Maryland Terrapins in their first match, and this has definitely been more of an even contention. I love that Teddy and Juice Man are both showing up as well.
Oh, that's been so important, right? We've discussed unity and just the full squad coming out. You need a full team to be able to come out with these wins, and Spice was the one to put in all the goals in the first match. So everybody coming out, everybody applying pressure almost equally. So important for Maryland to get back in this game. Magic looking to break up the play with a demolition and a couple taps. That's a good midfield pass. Rott's going to take to the skies once again. But they've got that backboard locked up, but for how long? It is a clear out, and Teddy's going to try to follow that.
Yes. Teddy is like literally looking at this ball like, roll faster, faster, just a little bit faster. I know nobody's going to touch you. I just want you to roll faster, because that was open net. If nobody had no defender had gotten to that one, that'd have been the first goal here in game number 2, and really would have been what the Terrapins wanted. Decent angle. Teddy keeps the dream alive and edges this one out.
Strong 50-50 challenges and a double reset there for Fowles. I don't know if this is a regular Rocket League competition or the freestyle competition sponsored, you know, where they give away cars and 450s or something, but Fowles making it look like a bit of a show here today. But Spice, a touch that definitely they were going to want back if this gets to be a little dangerous, but now it's dangerous on the other side. Spice back in the ball and maybe setting up a play here.
Yeah, now back to the middle. Fowles tries just like that. Like, I understand Juice Man wanting to play conservatively, but that was so far back when the offense was the name of the game. Speaking of offense, Rotz shows up again.
Talk about making something out of nothing here. This just looks like an attempted passing play, but with even the bump, even the physicality, he's not broken up off of the ball. No, there's very steadfast towards it, finds the angle, and a big first goal for West Virginia.
Now lowered down, Juice Man kind of plays the same spawn position, taking advantage from it. Burns everything on that escort in and loses possession. Spice up top, Spice down bottom, tied up at 2:08.
And if anyone was gonna do it, it was Spice, the goal scorer for University of Maryland. Ooh, baby, look at those angles. Top corner from the skies. And an equalizer that they truly needed to stay alive. We could see our first game 3 today. We could see our first knocker tugboat if we see more plays like that coming out from Spice.
Yeah, still anybody's game here. Yes, Western Virginia was able to maintain momentum from game 1 into game 2. I'd say with now, especially given that the Terrapins will not be facing any sort of goose egg type situation. Neither team will have scored one here. Teddy using the wall to actually get this one lofted up a little bit more, but Rotz is the only one there, and Rotz gets a second. Talk about corner shots.
Playing like he's against bots or something. I mean, sometimes he makes it look too easy. Just reading that ball off of the ceiling. You know how difficult it is to read the trajectory of the ball when it's coming off of that lip towards the ceiling. Yet, he comes at it like a homing missile. West Virginia University give Maryland no time to breathe after they tie up the game, and the lead is theirs back.
Yeah, no quarter given here. An absolute bloodbath in game 2 we had after Western Virginia definitely feeling the pressure for a little bit. Now it's on Maryland to take one more and tie it up, and the good news is that, again, that lead of 1 is no real lead, just barely on points up top. This can still go anybody's way. Back to the middle here. Members everywhere meeting it. Juice Man tries to get an angle, but it's going to be Spice down bottom that takes a demo afterwards. Demo reciprocated. Magic inside, and now a score difference of 2 is going to be the name of the game for Western Virginia University. They can breathe a little bit easier. Game still not over.
Not over quite yet, but that play certainly over through the smoke screen. You never know what you're going to find, but the traded demolitions really opened up a lane there for Magic to score. So Maryland going to be focused on holding their numbers as they look to pounce on this play. Teddy finds the shot, but it's a little bit behind him. He can only pull off a slow roller. And they are missing out on golden opportunities as Fouls just plays this so delicately. Gives away possession, and Maryland need to work at this.
Magic now flipping at this one, getting into about half court before Juice Man picks it up. Spice trying to set this one up, and Nuts just teases this off at this one. 30 seconds, still a score difference of 2. This one back the Western Virginia way. Mountaineers trying to get a block in. Rot somehow tumbles up to this one.
Rot's just making his name known here today. Great saving play, and could have saved them the series as well. Teddy looking to headhunt. Gets one demolition, just misses the goalie bump there that would have given them the goal. Spice back in the ball looking for that pass. It's still in the box. Still dangerous here. Teddy backflip. Oh, but the dunk's not there for Juice Man, and that'll be it. West Virginia University sweep in yet another match, and oh, Fouls almost finishes it off with a spectacle, but they get the win and are headed to the winners finals.
3-1 victory. Both of these games going down to a score of 2, Pyro. Both of these teams coming into it, not having dropped a map, not having dropped a single point, not having allowed a single goal against them. Both of them have that taken away. Can't say that the rest of this competition, at least. And Western Virginia going to punch that ticket on into the winners finals.
And I can't wait to see what a team like that does when they have to go the distance. We've seen 2 best-of-3s where they won the first 2 games and they move. We get to that. It's not going to be the same. It's going to be a best-of-5 against the likes of either Howard or Stockton University, which we already know, Tugboat. At least if Stockton moves on, we have yet to see from Howard today, and I'm very interested in that. But whoever moves on from there, it ain't going to be an easy match.
No, it will not. No, it will not. A very, very good point. Howard being the last team we have not seen on broadcast here today. Let's rectify that. We'll have a very short break. We'll be back with you.
Fouls with that shot, and then Rotz with the follow. Those are the players that are going to get that offense going.
Absolutely. That's Pyro J saying Fouls. I can't say that I was going to say Rotz. I was going to say Magic, really the one to look at.
Like that, Spice, the name, the man to do it.
Absolutely. Rotz on out, Magic off the backboard, Fouls down bottom, and that's just outside. Almost makes Magic picks up the rebound and strikes one in at the end. Escorting the ball on in here. Rotz picked another one, and this wound starts to fester.
Yeah, well, you're looking at University of Maryland really try and poke and prod the net, but in some risky maneuvering.
That's it. That was West University's first, and when I say first, I mean the first time they have been scored against today.
And boy, must that feel good. Would score those shots, and
what?
We'll talk about how do you not score this one.
Spice puts it up. Rotz is just kind of chilling on the sidewall right there, And then Teddy and Juice Man. I think Teddy would have hit this one as well.
Immediately. You wanted a convincing win. That's what we were hearing. It was almost there for West Virginia University. That for convincing.
Yep, I am convinced. This right now and then score again. That's not going to happen. Just kind of lazily flicking this ball out. Burns up all the time in the 4-2 for the side of Western Virginia. But that was so far back. This was the name of the game. Speaking of offense, Rott's up again.
Talk about making something out of nothing here. This just looks like an passing play, but with even the bump, even the physicality, he's not broken up.
208.
And if anyone was going to do it, it was Spice, the goal scorer for University of Maryland. Ooh, baby, look at those angles. Top corner.
It up a little bit more, but Rotz is the only one there. Rotz gets a second. Talk about corner shots.
Rott's playing like he's against bots or something. I mean, sometimes he makes it look too easy. Just reading.
It's going to be the name of the game for Western Virginia University. They get a little bit easier, but this is still not over.
Not over quite yet, but that play, man, and that'll be it. West Virginia University sweep in yet another match, and Fouls almost finishes it off with a spectacle, but they get the
And we are back. The CECC, that is the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup, continuing now. Still fighting for that invitation on end to Atlanta, Georgia, May 7th and 8th. You just saw it there. Biggest collegiate LAN here in North America ever is what we're looking at. That's what we're looking at. FBI, Tubboat, and Pyro J. We have one last winners semis, right? One last winners to determine the next team to make it on in to our winners finals.
Oh, yeah, and it's going to be a stacked winners finals, whoever moves out on from this. But Howard, I want to see this team play against Stockton University. Like we said, haven't seen them yet on the field today. So they're still the secret spice, the potential surprise on the field. So, hey, let's wait no further. Let's get them on the field. It's on the ground for game number 1 of best of 3 in the winners semifinals.
Absolutely. Howard on the left. That is Nubel. That is Logs and Trees. And that is Arrow. We had Chinos and Pockets. And we got Logs in Trees here from the squad.
We love it. We love it. This and all kinds of players moving to work out here tonight. Stockton University. Watch out for this play. He's pulled off the double taps, the resets, just about everything in the arsenal that you could expect. And Howard is going to plays like those.
Yeah, very, very good points. Drew, just gave no quarter. 6-2 in game number 1, then slowed it down. James Madison did. Again, we have not seen Howard on stream quite yet after the first round bye. Coming into this one, nice shot! That's gonna be Bussy striking first.
I feel like that's my fault. I didn't of the the shot, the friendly roll off of the right side post, pinpoint precision and accuracy comes from Bussy. I would expect no less.
Yeah, I mean, this one is a degree or two farther to the inside. We watched this one bounce back towards the middle, and who knows if they'd have been able to pick it up at that point. Pinpoint accuracy, that's what's required. That's a fastball right there. Not talking baseball. 1 minute and 8 seconds coming into this one. Stockton has struck once and first, and that's a second, but that's from Arrow right here. Come demo.
Seen a more timely demolition as well. You got to be aware of your surroundings here because it's very clear that Howard and backline follow their shots. It's funny demolitions like that come after the first shot, then break up the play for the follow-up. But I like to see forward thinking in their approach, but not to take out the shot from Bussy.
Yeah, gonna just Bus playing like everything right now. 132 kilometers per hour. We saw 133 earlier. That is almost our fastest. 10 seconds as well. Stockton just doesn't like these teams tied up with them, man.
No. Never one comfortable. Always have to be chasing them. That is the theme that we've seen so far from Stockton. They like to be on top, just like Top Cheese has been on some of these plays, as well as Bussy. There goes Top Cheese. Very quick challenge and looking for the read off of the double tap. That's still going to be wide and a bit by the wayside. Newble having to take advantage of that play. Goes for the bump, and still that physicality reminded me of version 1. You see players like Comp opt for the demolition, the bump more than the ball, and that can prove to make out some very creative plays for Howard.
Yeah, so far that has been something that either of these teams have taken advantage of, but still a 3-score total about halftime. We're looking at a middling scoring between these two teams in game number 1. Still a best of 3, not quite to those winners finals yet, guys. Top Cheese up there. Arrow gets the epic block on. That's going to be a fantastic job in the continuation of pressure from the Stockton University squad.
Arrow logs in trees, going to try to slow down the play a little bit. They don't want to fall into a frantic frenzy off of the offensive opportunity we've seen from Stockton, but it's hard to. They have all the tools to get up and get physical. That bump isn't going to be enough. As Bussy, what a save on the goal line, but they're going to need to come out more. Bussy again saving the day on a long clear.
Oh yeah, Howard University not going to go so quietly. That's offense or defense wise. 2 minutes 12 seconds, a little bit past halftime. Top Cheese puts this up, tries to drop it, but deciding better of joining his teammates. Right, one could have got it done, but not a true angle was found. Log trees finds another for Howard University. That's the Bisons.
The Bisons batting it away. You were looking for true angles. There's one. The needle on the defenders. Logs and trees hacking away at the defense of Stockton University. And this is the winner semifinals we were looking for. The back and forth. And will Howard be able to hold on to a tied up game for a little longer than a few seconds? That's a big question here, talking about. More often than not, Stockton University grab that quick lead again and again.
Yeah, so we're going to be getting into this one in a minute, or about 100 seconds left. In a shot up top. Top Cheese can't get there. Bussy does.
Bussy doing what Bussy does there yet again. Top Cheese, though, what a setup. Found that ball just by skylining into the midfield. There is just no safe territory for this Howard squad.
No, there really isn't. No rest for the weary on this. At least not yet. Still getting after it. Stockton again likes playing the head. 100 seconds left. Arrow to the outside. About as shot as you'll get. Top Cheese answers it. Continue this one on. Bussy trying to bring this one out from this inside. That's a nice angle inside. Pressure drip almost gets in. Just rackets it against this wall and more. And just a much slower shot from Top Cheese. But Drip looks at the arrow looking dangerous now for the side of Howard.
Dangerous as well is Newble coming off of the side wall. Top Cheese taken out of the play, but Bussy doesn't seem to care. He's still up on this ball, still chasing it across the field. Where can this player not be? It's like he's teleporting. I think I'm watching Valor something with the TPs, the from the shadows from Omen. No, it's just Bussy going over the place and top cheese. What a ceiling!
And that comes off the back of Logs and Trees actually hitting Arrow. A fantastic lineup on this one. Top recognizes it and just finds a shot through the lines. Fantastic stuff. You give those up to Top Cheese, he'll swing away every single time.
That has been the motions of this squad here. However, we will find an opening.
Okay.
We were starting to close this chapter of game number 1. Open right back up.
It's an exciting chapter you read right before bed. Can't find yourself able to put it on. Gotta say, Howard's shot completion ratio, 5 for 3, or 3 of them made in for 5 shots attempted. It is definitely way. Stockton is just prominence. Already double-digit shots in this. And I'm sneaking suspicion, Pyro J, that 7 is not the score total we're going to be looking at.
Oh, still more to see out of these teams, and could give Stockton their first loss, maybe. They're getting some offense working here. Logs and Trees missing that, but it tees up Arrow for a shot. It does get denied. 80% plus through the way of the goal line, but it went away.
Gotta make it 99 plus. 12 seconds to go here. Howard only 1 shot away, so they'll even have that opportunity once this timer does hit 0. As long as this ball does not get grounded out, it'll be dangerous. Then Bussy up, Bussy against the side. Bussy ground this one out and does a scarce 1-score victory here for game number 1, and that's for Stockton University. The Ospreys holding on.
I think I finally just closed jaw the tugboat. I cannot believe that save, but I'll tell you this, if it's going to be any team at all to make a play like that, it is Stockton University, man. One way or another will themselves into a victorious standpoint, but shouts out to Howard. They have certainly given them more of a run for their money than any other team.
100%. And played against James Madison earlier. That was a 4-score difference in the first game. This one coming down to that 1-score difference. That's a situation that Stockton found themselves the second game against James Madison. So if the theme is teams playing better against them, the more that they learn about Stockton University, then hey, maybe we'll see our first non-on broadcast. Gotta get this one done here from the game number 2 to figure out the Ospreys holding strong, but Howard with an incredible performance for the first game on broadcast and the first game within this tournament today.
Well, yeah, and what I want to see from Howard, you're saying they're playing exceptionally well here in game 1. I agree. They need a lead. For once, I want to see play from behind. So often we see a tied up game. They're back in a lead, tied up, back in a lead. We haven't seen them work from the other end of the score. And I want to see what Howard look like when they have the confidence, when they have the lead, when they have control. Could we see that storyline come to fruition here in game number 2 of the winners semifinals?
Wow.
Not quite yet.
Like, Stockton does not like being tied up with their opponents, even if that's only in the first 3 seconds of this game. That's the only time that Stockton spends right there until Howard looks to strike back. The Bison's really going to have to get on stampede mode, get this offense going, pour everything into it, shake that tree, see what falls out, Pyro.
Could be something, like we said, fruition. Maybe just a nice fruit, something to snack on, something to eat on up. Almost, but it goes right across the face of the goal without being taken advantage of.
Top Cheese up there, second tap coming in, misses completely, drip, and now it's a runaway ball. Wow, that one could have been dangerous, could have been the quick tying factor that Howard has found multiple times in this matchup.
Well, and these are some of my favorite games of Rocket League here, where we just haven't seen the stand set of RL. Okay, you take a possession, then I take it. No, it's just been balls. This ball flung from one player to another. Doesn't matter which team it's on. Demolitions flying, whiffs on the field. The unexpected is all that you can expect in a game like this. The first minute down, and still players going down as well.
That's one demo here. Logs and Trees was trying to set up an offensive look for teammates and more. The middle, Newble doesn't succeed in keeping possession. Now a tie up, drip down bottom. That's going to for Stockton University.
Okay, this is dirty. Look at this touch. If you look at this from another angle from Arrow, you're saying no way he catches up to this. Even if he does, you don't find that angle. Surely. but he's actually rotating his car from behind to get the touch that they need. And I just don't understand how some of these players get these reads, but Stockton University seem to get better as this game goes on. A potential goal does go from Howard.
Yeah, that third would have been kind of a spirit breaking, right? Lead of 2, starting to get into an actual lead. 1 is going to yield some insane games. Arrow's almost there, but it can't quite find its target.
Can't find a target quite yet. Howard still poking, prodding, looking for that first goal that they really do need. Don't want to go down the lowers, and with a loss certainly could. And they would give up position of the winners finals to Stockton, that one step away from the Grands. That sweet position that these players want so badly to win the Invitational and go to that land in Atlanta, Georgia. Could it be the play here? Top cheese to close it out. Oh, not quite.
Can't spell Atlanta without land, right?
That's right.
I cannot possibly be the first person to think of that, by the way. Like, there's no way. I have no faith in the esports talent community. It wouldn't have thought about that. Just like randomly in the middle of a halftime game.
I'll call you witty nonetheless, though, Tom.
Well, thank you. You're a sweetheart. Halftime now. Top cheese tries Arrow. I think that Arrow's biggest single player effect in this game is it's making Stockton play honestly. You know what I'm saying? Like consistently respect this, because the simple fact is they get so many angles spectacle wise, right? Like these players will frequently have much more of a wider look. Oh my god, I was singing the praises of Arrow and he just gets dunk dialed.
Oh no, yes, and for how intelligent this was. Normally you expect the defenders to be their tugboat to kick away any backboard reads the passes, but no, Bussy, Cherry, and not even passing it down, gets the angle to put it behind the defender. This is why when defense on the goal line, you want to find yourself behind it, not always in front of it, because plays like that can happen.
This is a bounce play that has, I would say, left alone, probably 4 seconds of airtime before it actually does go in. It's true, it was rolling that way. It was going to go in eventually, but 4 seconds is a lifetime when you're talking about these high skill. Okay.
High skill. Go on, tugboat. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I can't talk that well after a goal like that. Newable puts this up and over. Top Cheese tries to slow it down and then actually makes a play for it, but then own goals. That's going to be the first strike for Howard against Stockton. Game 2.
It's just high skill, and then you don't expect skills to come out in a way like this. After the own goal, we're going to get, some whiffs on the kickoff. We're right into motion here.
Arrow almost 100 kilometers per hour evenly. I'm not sure if Top Cheese busted an axle on that, maybe popped up flat on the way. 100% sure, but it hits a really wonky angle. Maybe it was to avoid to hit teammate. Okay, and then can't even get a hit on this one on the very end. Logs and Trees, good rebound though, good second touch. Putting this one out. Arrow was lining up at it, but couldn't quite get there before Bussy could.
Oh my, this is a shot. You were singing the praises of Arrow. Talk about it. We're gonna see it yet again. The placement exactly where it needed to be.
99 kilometers an hour again, just shy of that 100 mark. Talk about consistency, Pyro J. Just like that, we have 93 seconds left and we have 0 advantage.
And what a comeback it's been. 3 in a row here for Howard to find themselves in a tied up scenario. If they can get one more, they can finally play with a lead. That's all I wanted. It's all I wanted to see. Can Howard make it happen though? I will say if Stockton come out with another win, they are going to be the storyline of the day, though. Just going absolutely lossless through this bracket. It's been a beautiful thing to see. Can they get this last point, this last goal, this last pass to toss it up? Bussy forcing off 3 defenders on the play. It's a ball that's loose, but still they're able to recover.
Wow, taking it to the bottom right now. That's on point, and that's going to be Howard taking advantage for the first time in this matchup. We have not seen Stockton play from behind, people. This next 55 seconds will determine how this squad is able to complete this situation that you will almost always find yourself in at some point, right? Playing a point behind.
Hey, you don't find this very often. You also don't really find often the triple commit followed by a long clear to score a goal. Top Cheese, though, there's the equalizer.
Oh my God.
He's going to be right in action every single time. This is simply how Stockton operate.
We're looking at regular like TV guide. That's Stockton Ospreys coming in. They don't like playing from behind. They don't like playing it tie. They spend all of 8 seconds or something like that in a behind position. It might not, just obviously isn't even a thought in their minds, right?
Thought in Drip's mind might be to flip reset this in, pulls in 2 defenders, gets past them both, and that is what Stockton's all about, the big plays.
Brutal. I'm gonna say it right. You don't make a child cry by not having candy. You make a child cry by giving them candy and then taking it away. That kind of seems like the situation we found ourselves in. The past 10 seconds from Stockton has shown that this is just. The comfortability they show on offense, right, is just absolutely paramount. No pressure, right? Just ice in the veins. Might be down, might be looking at bad situations, simply does not matter.
And they press on no matter the score line. That is Stockton for you. Look at the tee up, look at Top Cheese, looking at this one. Again, off of the ceiling. We'll touch off the backboard as well. And this is exactly where you want the ball if you're Stockton. Keep it in their opponent's half.
Up and over. Might rather be another scoring ability right here, but Howard has got to keep this one up. 3 seconds left. We're going to be looking at last bounce. That is brutal. Top Cheese from the top rope. He's going to put in the last nail in the coffin of Howard Bison's winner's bracket run. A fantastic run, and definitely giving Stockton a harder chase for their money. But Howard will continue on their CECC Rocket League competition from that lower bracket.
They will certainly have to do that. Not going to be an easy road from here on out, yet not impossible. But it's surely looking much better for Stockton University, Bussy, Top Cheese, and namely Drip, who normally plays a more facilitator role. We've seen Bussy and Top Cheese perform incredibly, but look at all of them with 2 goals in that last game. That was surely a full team effort to put them into the winners finals.
6 total goals, 2 from Bussy, 2 from Top Cheese, 2 from Drip. I gotta say, Arrow just played absolutely fantastically for this Howard squad. If we, like, not that Nooble or Logs and Trees played poorly, and especially Logs and Trees in game number 1, right? I'm just talking about game number 2 here. But if we saw Nooble and Logs and Trees get, like, just that tiny bit more, like that, just the cleaning up of the edges, a little bit extra oomph, especially offensively, Pyro, then I really think this could have been a tied game, and we could be literally looking at 60 seconds at least right now of overtime against Stockton. That is not a situation they have seen themselves in. Yes, they've come back from a single score, and yes, it was really quick. It was exciting how they did it, but we have not seen Stockton play from like a serious behind scoreline. So that's not going to happen yet. Maybe the winners finals, that's going to be Stockton University and Western Virginia U in the winners finals, but I believe we're looking at losers first before we get down there. Is that correct?
That is right. Yeah, we're going to head to the losers bracket. We talked all about these teams that lost their first game, but not their last game. And hey, maybe one of these teams won't lose their last game. Maybe they'll go all the way back to the grand finals. Folks, you're just going to have to stay tuned and watch as we take it there next after this short break.
Coming into this one, nice shot. That's going to be Bussy striking first.
I feel like that's my fault. I didn't warn them of the, the shot, the friendly roll off of the right side post. Pinpoint precision and accuracy.
Arrow right here coming off of a demo.
Never seen a more timely demolition as well. You got to be aware of your surroundings here because it's very clear that Howard take out the shot from Bussy.
Yeah, Bussy's just kind of playing like everything right now. 132 kilometers per hour. We saw 133 earlier. That is almost our fastest. 10 seconds as well, but not a true angle was found. Logs in Trees finds another for Howard University. That's the Bisons.
The Bisons batting it away. You were looking for true angles. There's one threading the needle on the defenders. Logs in Trees. Oh, Bussy doing what Bussy does there yet again. Top Cheese, though. What a setup. Found that ball just by skylining into the midfield. There is just no safe territory for this Howard squad. A place in Top Cheese. What a flip from the ceiling.
and that comes off the back of Logs and Trees actually hitting Arrow. Arrow had a fantastic lineup on this one. Top Cheese recognizes it and just finds a shot through the lines. Fantastic stuff. Have that opportunity once this timer does hit 0, as long as this ball does not get grounded out. It'll be dangerous until then. Bussy up, Bussy against the side. Bussy trying to ground this one out and does a scarce one score.
Ooh, the winner semifinals.
Wow.
Not quite yet.
Like I said, Stockton does not like being tied up with their opponents, even if that's only in the first 3 seconds of this game. That's the only time that Stockton spends right there until Howard. That's going to get it the second here for Stockton University.
Okay, this is dirty. Look at this touch. If you look at this from another angle from Arrow, you're saying no way he catches up to this. Even if he does, you don't find that angle. Surely. But he's actually rotating. Though, there's the equalizer.
Oh my God.
He's going to be right in action every single time. This is simply how Stockton operate.
We're looking at regular like TV guide. That's Stockton Ospreys coming in. They don't like playing from behind.
Is what Stockton's all about, the big plays.
Brutal. I'm gonna say it right. You don't make a child cry by not having candy. You make a child cry by giving them candy and then taking it away. Oh. That kind of seems like the situation we found ourselves in. The past Bison's winners bracket run, a fantastic run, and definitely giving Stockton a harder chase for their money. But Howard will continue on their CECC Rocket League competition from that lower bracket. Hello and welcome back. The CECC Mid-Atlantic Invitational continues now. We are looking at the first round of our lower bracket, Pyro J.
Oh, yes, we are. The lower bracket, the place that maybe these teams didn't want to end up to be, but hey, this is where the Cinderella story begins. You got to make the big run to make it to the big leagues, right? And the first teams that we're going to see are Temple University and Randolph-Macon, two teams that didn't necessarily look bad in their first match, but this is where it really gets down to business, though. Their backs are on the line. If they lose here, they're out of the competition.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, this is the last. This is the last line, right? One of these teams will win. One of these teams will lose. We're looking at the Temple Owls and the Randolph-Macon Yellow Jackets. Just kind of looking at their performances from earlier, right? And what there is. Randolph-Macon, the Yellow Jackets, has unfortunately not scored on boards quite yet. As it is, getting on into this one. Getting it 10 seconds in, nothing first. Colio, little demo action to begin this one off.
Yeah, Randolph-Macon definitely going to want to work that offensive early to put that story to bed, and that is exactly what they'll do. It's Big City Slams with the first one.
Fantastic job. That's 10 seconds in, and Randolph-Macon striking first.
And that is very important to set the tone for themselves, get a goal under their belt, and start to work up some confidence in this squad. It's definitely what you're going to need to make this lower bracket run. Is to be very assured of yourselves and looking for Azier work up towards their offensive lane. They are definitely looking confident, if not aggressive. Yummy stuff, though. What an ascent here, and the second tap is going to give them the goal.
Nicely done. That's going to be a nice tie here. 37 seconds in to game number 1. Yummy stuff off the top, putting this one up and over. Everything themselves. Love to see it.
And now we've got a tied up scoreline just like that. So both these teams want what could be given to them, a long road in this lower bracket. But we're starting to see both teams really get down and dirty, down to the nitty gritty. And maybe it is Chinos and Pockets to work it down the offensive lane. Yummy stuff with that demolition. Furzier looking for a shot off of the backboard. Not going to go.
Yeah, so tell me if you sense a theme here. Temple Owls, they don't like this offensive pressure and go with the quick demos. Big City Slams barely too high. Would have been the third score, second for the side of Randolph-Macon. Back on out, Yummy Stuff tries to put this up and easily gets it taken away from off the top. Back down low, Big City Slam stops this low and slow roller easily. Nice job, Colio almost with a perfect one. That is a dangerous angle, but Chinos and Pockets taking it off of corner after picking up this boost.
Though they don't get a goal in this possession, I'm really happy with what I'm seeing from Temple University because, you know, they're not only working at these demolitions that you can see here, one left there to get the goal, doesn't find it. They're also working on some bumps and some demos on the goal line, their opponent's goal line as well. So they're starting to try and create that space that's going to give them the more high efficiency shots. As those lanes are cleared, they can get the easier goal. That save's not going to be very simple, goes right off the post and sent away.
Man, gotta say, yeah, Randoph-Macon, not for lack of trying, they have been absolutely rattling these boards when you're talking about top and bottom, and a big bouncer from downtown rails one in. That's gonna be the second after Chinos and Pockets takes this from the far left corner. Can't quite get to it. Yummy Stuff there for Temple. I think it was just going a little bit too fast at this one.
Yeah, you want to say too fast or just overextended, but very little excuses can be given. For a team that gives up a shot that the last touch was given all the way from the other side of the field. So they've got to have that third man, that third player that's able to work defensively. And still, the defense not holding up for Temple University as they give away another.
There you go. The Yellow Jackets going to sting thrice on this one. 8 seconds outside of halftime, and that's just an easy pickup. Chinos Pockets into Furzier. Looking at this one, I believe this is the Randolph-Macon squad. Yeah, this is the the matchup earlier that the University of Maryland that they were not able to score up on University of Maryland. So that one not being something we pay attention to necessarily more. Temple also similar situations. They failed to score any goals in their first upper bracket game. Is not the situation they continue to find themselves in. Nobody will be putting up goose eggs in game number 1, Pyro.
No, which is great for this team, but, you know, if you look for Temple University, you're looking at Yummy Stuff. That was almost the read off of that backboard, and still the only player to get a goal in this first game. So when you're looking at the finishing factor, it might have to be this player right here on the ball, giving it away just too easily. That 50-50, that challenge needs to be taken a little more head on. And some of these misalignments, these misconnections for Temple are going to give them missed opportunities and not going to be able to work with a lot here as the final minutes draining the clock down.
Yeah, that's a decent angle there for Chinos and Pockets, but now set up for the offense. Stopped across the middle. Yummy Stuff now trying to go on a run of their own. Colio gets nothing but a look before the flames envelop him. Be super dramatic about a demo, guys. Colio here now feeling the flames as well. Back on over to it. Chinos and Pockets after dishing out death left, right, and center. Now going on an offensive look. The oppression coming in as a stop down bottom, and Big City Slam still can't get a true angle to get this one forked inside.
And in fairness, they don't need that goal, right? With 2-goal lead, minute to go. They're feeling good. They're feeling fine. Infield passing, nice give and go, but it's going a little too strong for them. They just narrowly get back in time. The recovery quick enough for Randolph-Macon, and yeah, good control working up the field. Furzier past the final defender. The other one's gonna get back just in time. Jibber Joe, but is it enough to get 2 more on the scoreboard?
I'm going to say there's enough time here, Pyro, but we're just going to have to look at a much different offensive look. Jibber Joe looking like they were getting caught up with a teammate, actually, but then wins this one on the outside. Yummy Stuff going back to their demoing ways, and now a hit to the middle. Colio, that's on point. Forced hands of this defender, forced them to make a play on it. Yummy Stuff back on over to the middle, but Chinos and Pockets is there like always.
Has been that player to keep it in action. Yummy Stuff, though, trying for the drop down right off the crossbar. Jibber Joe not in position to finish it off. Could the follow-up be there? It's a drop down. Oh, but look who else is dropping down for the save. It's Chinos and Pockets, the player to be there again and again. The final save that Randolph-Macon needed for the Game 1 victory.
There you go. Randolph-Macon strikes first in game number 1. 3-1 scoreline on this one after Temple. Man, they had such awesome looks at this, Pyro, but at the end of the day, the Yummy Stuff was just doing everything offensively in the second half, or the second 2 minutes, or last 2 minutes or so. That was Chinos and Pockets just showing up everywhere when it came to that defense. Only 2 saves awarded. That's the biggest slight I've seen in 2022. This guy was just doing everything on defense.
sometimes you have that player that's trying to carry the load, and we even saw this in the last game, right? Howard had that big player that was doing almost everything, and now you're looking at Yummy Stuff. A lot of that offensive pressure, but it's got to come in a unified form. Randolph-Macon, a goal for every player on that squad. So we'll see our first team that has the potential to be knocked out of this invitational. Could it be backs against the wall, everything on the line that puts Temple to force a decision in this series? Could be our first one of the day.
Well, pressure frequently yields and absolutely Herculean Superman plays coming into this one. If it's gonna come, I think Yummy Stuff is a great player, like consistently, but pop-off potential Colio, especially when we're talking about offense and kind of the pressure that this player can yield onto Randolph-Macon coming into game number 2. It's gonna have to happen early though, because I'm gonna say if Randolph-Macon gets another like 2-goal lead or something like this, I really do think they're just gonna be able to continue rolling on with this, and it's just gonna snowball into something that Temple cannot deal with.
Feels like that could be an avalanche of scoring for Randolph-Macon to begin game 2. Would be detrimental for Temple. They will get possession right off the way, and look at the pancake dropping the ball down. Not going to be enough, not yet, but Big City Slam still working with something. Looking pretty fresh in that Vitality decal. Gotta say, if you can pull off the K-Dop Alpha 54 place today, then certainly that could be enough for this team, but it's going to go back on their defensive half again. Demolition's coming out. That's been another factor in this game as well. Talk about clearing lanes for the scoring plays.
Clearing lanes for them scoring planes. I'm with it. Passes and passes into points. That's what we need to see offensively as well. But I got to agree with you. I think it's 3 demos already, and we're not barely past that 45-second mark as of this point. Furzier in. Furzier had the heat-seeking missile on Colio, the anti-aircraft guns.
Temple, like homing missiles, like we said, are eyeing up those shots. That one does go by the wayside. Coolio again, stuck in an awkward position, and Furzier couldn't capitalize on the last play, but he's there for that one.
Yeah, huge stop right here. Colio just doesn't get like a really definitive block on this one, and then stops it right in the middle, just wetting like what T-ball, right? That was right, sitting up right there, just ready for the taking. Always going to swing away at those when they're set up. These Randolph-Macon players will.
You got to know, if you are Temple, that this Randolph-Macon squad, they're going to be there for just about every touch that they need to be. You're looking at, Big City Slams take this down the field, and just an absence of defenders there for Temple University. They're letting this game get away from them early.
Yeah, Big City Slams just reads this one perfectly, takes it, and I think that was the result of the Owls just trying to get on that offensive side a little bit early, trying to cheat up a little bit, Pyro.
And that may be what it takes. You said it could be very, very disastrous if we see those 2 early goals from Randolph-Macon, right? So you want to prevent that as much as you can by getting an early goal yourselves, but sometimes it can go back to punish you, and that's exactly what we saw there for Temple, who finally getting a registered shot on net. That could have been our hardest one. Jibber Joe with the follow. Coolio working the goal line. Here's the shot, too high, and the follow doesn't come through in time, but Yummy Stuff, there it is. Not past Furzier, and a good clear to dissipate the offensive.
Big City Slams has like 10 more boosts or something like that. I think they would have had the boost to go forth and get in a position to put that one all the way in for the third. Not going to happen quite yet, though. Temple looking for their first goal. About 30 seconds outside of halftime.
Nice clear as well. Jibber Joe jabbing it down a sideline, careening down. Furzier, nice air dribble. It's really been that player to put his name in headlights tonight. And may have to do it defensively. Good flip into the ball. Gets the body of the Dominus on it to clear it away.
Yeah, that's Furzier that really has been able to use this one to take away some of these that otherwise, your more typical Rocket League cars may not have been able to. That flat body just really showing up. Past halftime now. Yummy Stuff putting this one where they need to, but Chinos and Pockets can't quite let that happen so easily. Yummy Stuff again, and members of Temple just getting teased with these shot opportunities.
But the reinforcements have been coming in so well for Randolph-Macon. We've seen all kinds of bumping plays on the goal line that have taken Randolph-Macon out defensively, but again and again, there's just one more left, one more remaining, one more goalie than they're more positioned for. There's that goalie for Temple. They take another away from Randolph-Macon. Could it be a third? Yes! Yummy Stuff gets the clear away, and Coolio pushes upfield.
Yeah, Randolph-Macon definitely knows the value of continuing on offensive pressure and just burning up this time. About 100 seconds left at this point. Back to the middle. Chinos in pockets. Goes for a flip when... it goes for the back flip, but I think the more the front flip and just aggressive angles on this was necessary. This were not any defenders across the middle, but just like that, Yummy Stuff shows up in the scoring capabilities.
Who better than Yummy Stuff, but Coolio, what a play-making potential here. Abandons the ball there just to work any goalies that might still be there. We've seen that one final goaltender there again and again for Randolph-Macon, but the lane cleared from the pass and the first goal that Temple desperately needed.
Classic 90-second drill coming into this one, Pyra. You're down by one. What do? Demos have been showing their heads earlier on in this game. I don't think that really happened so much the second half of this. I would not be surprised if we see Temple kind of reverting back to that play and trying to make the numbers look a little bit better for them, if only for a few seconds. Back on over to the Randolph-Macon side. Their offensive third, Yummy Stuff getting the first demo here, but Ferzier gets ball. They got it. If they're going to take demos, they have to maintain possession of the ball.
They do, and Coolio just gives that away. The ball does go back in Yummy Stuff's hand. It gets back to the middle. Jib. Oh, not going to be enough. Jibber Joe looking for it again. Coolio, feed the ball to Coolio. If you ask me, that could be the solution for Temple University, because every time it goes into Coolio's hands, it could be a shot. Big City Slams is an attempted shot. It does go out. Chino in pockets. Maybe the dump down to Ferzier, but there's the save again.
I mean, every time this ball hits this ceiling here, that's looking at it like, what, 5-8 seconds or something like that, dust it out, and we only have a couple more of those. Jibber Joe up, down bottom, Ferzier's there again, saving it away. Yummy Stuff trying to get this one going, trying to pick this one up, and trying to get into that offensive rotation, but doesn't quite get in. Ferzier and the rest of Randolph-Macon just doing a fantastic job. Now a run to the middle. Yummy Stuff, this is probably Temple's last offensive look.
They've got to get it around here towards the other side of the field. One of them demoed out, but there comes the clear. Chino's in pockets trying to play this to the ground. Jibber Joe getting one last life. Yummy Stuff actually there near the net. Can't get under the ball. It's kicked on down. Randolph-Macon will stay alive, but that's the end of the journey for Temple University.
Yes, unfortunately, the Owls going extinct here in the first round of the lower bracket onto broadcast. Not quietly and not easily. A score difference of 2 followed up by a score difference of 1. Still very, very even and electrifying gameplay we get all the way towards the end, but unfortunately can't quite keep that one alive. Also, continue on with the sweeps as well. We've only seen 2 zeros here on broadcast, Pyro.
Only 2 zeros. I don't know if that's a curse or a blessing. It certainly is a blessing for the teams that have been able to move on and on here through this bracket. So, hey, good enough for them. We will see, though, Randolph-Macon move on. They've got the pleasure, if you want to call it that, of playing Howard in the next round tugboat. That's going to be an interesting match because Howard played very effectively against a primed and ready Stockton University. Yeah. Randolph-Macon, I mean, you get the bonus of moving past into another round, but I don't know if it's a blessing getting to play Howard.
Yeah, I mean, going on, Howard has been playing to the nines all day today. We've also only seen them on one broadcasted match, so they've only been in that situation once and still came up just absolutely shining. Going against a Stockton University squad is always going to be hard no matter which team you are. Obviously, we saw a very high-octane squad that just literally took this pace of play and just turned it up to 11, pretty much throughout the entire time. And still, Howard was able to keep that pace all the way along, just step for step, all the way through. Yes, it was a 2-0, but yes, it was very, very close. As it is, short break before we get our next matchup here. Pyro, you got anything else?
No, but I know it's going to be JMU versus University of Maryland, so that one is surely that we're ready for. We'll see you right after the break.
Fantastic job. That's 10 seconds in, and Randolph-Macon striking first.
And that is very important to set the tone for themselves, get a goal under their belt, and start to work up some confidence in the set here, and the second tap is going to give them the goal.
Nicely done. That's going to be a nice tie here. 37 seconds in to game number 1. Yummy Stuff off the top, putting this one up and over. Everything themselves. Love to see it. That's going to be the second after Chinos and Pockets takes this from the far left corner. Can't quite get to it. Yummy Stuff there for Temple. I think it was just going a little bit too fast at this one.
Yeah, you want to say too fast or just overextended. Able to work defensively, and still the defense not holding up for Temple University as they give away another.
There you go. The Yellow Jackets going to sting thrice on this one. 8 seconds outside of halftime, and that's just an easy pickup. Chino's pop.
Could the follow-up be there to drop down? Oh, but look who else is dropping down for the save. It's Chinos and Pockets, the player to be there again and again. The final save that Randolph-Macon needed for the Game 1 victory.
There you go. Randolph-Macon strikes first.
Capitalize on the last play, but he's there for that one.
Yeah, huge stop right here. Colio just doesn't get like a really definitive block on this one and then stops it right in the middle, just wetting like T-ball, right? Those right sitting up right there, just ready.
Oh, Big City Slams take this down the field. And just an absence of defenders there for Temple University. They're letting this game get away from them early.
You got Big City Slams, just reads this one perfectly, takes it, and I think that was the result of the Owls. This were not any defenders across the middle, but just like that, Yummy Stuff shows up in the scoring capabilities.
Who better than Yummy Stuff, but Coolio, what a play-making potential here. Abandons the ball there just to work any goalies that might. This to the ground. Jibber Joe getting one last life. Yummy Stuff actually there near the net. Can't get under the ball. It's kicked on down. Randolph-Macon will stay alive.
Hey Rocket League fans, welcome back. It's the CEC Mid-Atlantic Invitational. Winner of this is getting an invite on in to sunny Georgia, as Atlanta, Georgia, May 7th and 8th for the largest collegiate LAN North America as to this date. That is April 14th, 2022. FBI Tugboat here with Pyro J. We got a little JMU action coming at you, playing against Maryland, or the University of Maryland, excuse me, that's the Terrapins, people.
I think that JMU and University of Maryland, this could be the match that we see the best of three go all the way to game 3. You know, yes, JMU got knocked out in the first round, knocked down to the lowest bracket, but it was by Stockton University, arguably the best team in this tournament, or one of the best at least. And University of Maryland themselves won their first match as well. So looking at two teams who have the capabilities of going potentially all the way, but we'll start here at game number 1 in this best of 3, the lowers bracket.
Yeah, exactly. And especially given the University of Maryland dropped to Western Virginia, a fantastic squad, score difference of 2 on both. That was incredibly close, and I have no reason to believe, Pyro, that we got anything but that to continue on with this broadcast. Rever, Loco, and Diora making up your JM University. That's James Madison University squad. Maryland made up by Teddy, Justin, and Spice. Spice has really been that offensive prowess thus far, Pyro, has he not?
Goals upon goals coming out of Spice as a player to watch if you're looking at the offensive department at University of Maryland. Spice currently, though, on the back line looking to get this away. Nice demolition on the Justin. Rever still beating upon the opponents and opening up the lane for Diora. Wasn't going to be easy to score, but solid placement.
The James Madison, fantastic stuff. Some kind of confusion, some chaos across this middle, and that's going to be Spice who can't quite get to it. Also, we saw Juice Man, Teddy, and Spice playing earlier. Now it's Justin. Might be the same player. Not 100% sure, obviously. But both J beginnings, who knows? But it might be a new player. Might be a new lineup here. So
yeah, seeing as how often I see Justin of NRG call himself Juiced or Juice Justin, I feel there may be a comparison there. But we'll see if we still see that same University of Maryland, that very competitive squad. They're down 1 here to start game number 1. Loco. Oh, looking for another opportunity. Spice playing this slow, though. I really like that approach. Passiveness coming out of University of Maryland to get this possession back working for him.
Loco, that's on point, forcing hands of defenders. Teddy can't quite get a super good hit on this one. Spice back to the middle, and Rever meets him there to win this one out. Loco almost with a perfect angle, top bar and down, but that one gets shanked away from him. He can't quite get the angle on in to even mate with that top bar. Loco there yet again, but it's going to be Spice that cannot get to it. Dior with a low and slow bouncing roller that comes in for the second JMU score.
And the shot may have been low and slow, but Dior did so much work before that. Stole the boost, got a demolition. Shot was low and slow, but they left the University of Maryland high and dry on an approach like that. A first kickback here. 2 goals now for James Madison University. They're looking like the top team. Maybe put a 3-piece on it, but off of the crossbar, and it goes away.
Yeah, that 3-piece almost looking ripe. Didn't quite happen. That angle just not quite true. Justin, right side now, trying to pick it up is Teddy. That's on point. Local will have to play this one. Puts it out right side. Justin once again, but it's Spice from the ceiling right here. Burns the boost to get there. Can't quite get much going afterwards. No corner to be spoken of. And 2 JMU players, University of Maryland players on top of it. Both of them can't take it at the same time.
Now you'll see University of Maryland kind of work their way back on this ball. They want to make this first longer offensive possession actually worth it as they force these 50-50s. And Justin looking for that touch. Teddy ready as reinforcements, especially with the demolition. Could work off of this. Guy's right under the ball. Spice there for the shot. Teddy, in the equation as well, but couldn't find the touch he needed. Justin, the follow. Is it good? No, set away by Diora.
Throw an epic on top of that save for Diora. Fantastic stuff on that, and that's JMU once again playing the offense just about as hard and heavy as they're playing their defense. 120 seconds left in this one, Pyro. I really want to see a Maryland squad put at least one on, because momentum, everything-wise, is JMU. Now combining for it, Teddy and Justin both getting up to there. If there was a follow-up, I'd be nervous there for the JMU squad.
No doubt about that. You want to be primed and ready for a play like that, but I couldn't agree more, Tugboat. You want to see a goal come out here from University of Maryland. That's kind of stuff will crash the mental of a team who haven't convinced themselves yet that they can score a goal off of their opponents. But Diora, what a back pass over to Rever, though, to continue the offensive prowess from James Madison. It's not going to be enough for a look as they'll send it away. Teddy giving up possession with that long clear.
Loco escorting this one, uses bottom corner to try and get it out, but Spice meets him there and sends it flying the other way. Both trying to pick it up. That Spice and Dior. Rever on the backside going to be able to. Teddy had an opportunity from down low to kind of ground this ball, bounce it back the other way. But once again, Rever, Dior combining for the defensive opportunities for JMU. Now in the offense now, this is where JMU plays from. Oh.
That's about the way that it goes. Diora has done so much in this match. It's good enough for a hat trick. And Loco just setting up the play, exactly what was needed. They've been breaking down the defenses of University of Maryland all game long, and that was the best showcase of it.
Absolutely. A 3-score lead now is a little bit of comfortability, not just the lead, but a little bit of insurance. 2 goals after that. 45 seconds into this one. An average of 15 seconds per goal for the Terrapin squad. They can do it. They've shown that. Now it's just about getting that one done. Back from the top. Bounce plays, and top bar shows up for the 4th player for James Madison University.
Worried about University of Maryland here. They're going to look for at least one to give themselves that momentum maybe, or start to extinguish the flames on the side of James Madison. And they are surely batting away at this net. Teddy trying to look for the descent. It's just not enough. Rever staying close to that ball. Wants to take time right off this clock. We're down to single digits. Loco following this with the morsel of boost that is left. Diora looking to read this and does stunt the momentum there briefly. There's Justin, puts it midfield, down on the ground, and James Madison find a commanding lead and find the final win.
That's going to be 3-0 here for game number 1. Terrapin's not out of this. They still had 4 shots, but we can just look at this and see kind of the difference in this game. 11 total shots, James Madison University and Diora got all 3 of these scores. Yes, they were all assisted, 2 of them coming out from Loco, 1 coming out from Rever, but when we look at the University of Maryland, 4 saves on both sides, but only 4 shots and none made in for the University of Maryland. They just didn't have as much time of possession, really anywhere near it offensively as James Madison University did.
Yeah, tons of offensive looks from James Madison University, and they were able to take advantage, surely, of 3 of them. We're looking for that same amount of pressure to be cooked up from University of Maryland. Hard to scrape at keys to victory here for a team that just can't get those high-efficiency shots. Yeah, they have a few there, but are they the looks that are needed in order to get points on the board? So far, not looking like it.
Yeah, if there's just steps right here, I think that Maryland really needs to try their passing game, and especially infield, a little bit more right here and try and set up teammates to get into primary scoring positions. There are also a couple times that, you see 2 University of Maryland players just screaming down this field, whether that was Spice and Justin, Teddy and Spice, whoever. But then that last University of Maryland player playing a little bit back, and when you're down 3-0 with a minute to go, this is just pouring on offense time. It doesn't matter if you lose, you're already losing, right? Lose by 10, lose by 0, lose by 1, lose by 3. It's all the same right there. Pour it all into offense. Start getting some demos going, and that's just not what we saw from Maryland at the end of that first game. Is that an already World 1?
It's something, all right. It is definitely something, Tugboat, and it's a little more something for James Madison University. They'll take the momentum of game 1 straight into game 2.
Yeah, off the back of some wonkiness right there, Diora picks this one up, and Teddy gets nothing but a front row seat to the first goal for JMU incredibly early. This does not bode well for the University of Maryland. When we talk about momentum, everything is going JMU right now, and that's across game 1 and now into game 2 after the quick score.
Oh, and maybe a second goal.
Oh
Loco
my
with the
God.
read. That is exactly the kind of stuff we want to see for James Madison to take the commanding lead again.
Is that loco or is it crazy? One way or another, I know that angle is insane. 20 seconds, not even 20 seconds here, Pyro J, in striking not once but twice for JMU. Not willing to give this one up. Looking for thrice here as Diora flips into corner boost and now brings it down. Waiting for it is Loco, but a weird angle on it, and he just takes it back to the same corner this ball just lived in. Bounce plays across the top. Hey, this top bar is showing up for Maryland now.
Yeah, and well, something has to at this point, right? It's just a scoring frenzy at this point. Diora, what a read from the ceiling. If you're University of Maryland, you want to slow this game down or maybe find a big boom and clear just in the point that Maryland needed.
There you go. Little pinch play right here, right? Taking it off the wall. Dead on center right here. Now it's Rever that gets nothing but a front row seat to this. First score for Maryland. Does this open the floodgates, Pyro?
It opens up something for them. Listen, it's their very first goal, and I haven't seen enough convincing offensive possessions from Maryland yet. That goal right there wasn't even off of a possession. It was off of a wild pinch, and though there could have been some calculations made for that play, there was certainly something here. Spice coming out with those early tournament antics to be the big player yet again.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Spice do everything in a bag of chips offensively earlier. There's no surprise in my mind that Maryland now is finding offensive prowess and points off of this player. Back to the middle right now, Spice wins it again. Rever on the back, it's always more important for that second touch. Continues on trajectory, actually, though, and Teddy's hand is forced down bottom. Defensive rotation, Spice across the top. Diora stopping this, popping it up and over, and Justin's forced to play this one yet again.
Oh no, but there's a great shot,
Can't
and the
get
goalie
three.
bumped away. Rever with a hot shot from half court.
Yeah, so this is just a factor of JMU lining up shots. They can block away 1, you can block away 2. I think that might even actually been the 4th right here, so even 3 is definitely doable, but Maryland just can't keep up with the onslaught of offensive opposition. A lot of O's right there. I'm one for alliteration, so.
Poetic. Just simply beautiful tugboat.
Oh.
And, oh, Diora looking to add on to the beauty that we've seen across the field tonight. It's a good sign and a good indication for everybody following along tonight. We're on pace for several goals in this game. Put on another on the scoreline for James Madison.
Yeah, not crazy, but locomotive. Maybe that's what that means. JMU finding a lot from Loco right now. 2 goals, 1 assist. Everybody with 3 shots on the side of James Madison. Meanwhile, Maryland only has 1 shot for 2 goals. The 200% efficiency. Oh my goodness, Justin back up, and it's just another bouncer!
It could turn the other way. Loco,
Oh.
wait, is that wide?
That is wide, just like a tiny little bit. That almost turns into another one. And I gotta say, a 3-score difference, especially given the Maryland ended game 1 that would have been at least a big knock against the prowess what Maryland can do on the end here, right here.
Teddy's certainly going to look for something. Loco in the mix as we start to find our way into a slower paced Rocket League game. In fact, we haven't seen a goal in about a minute. Couldn't say the same for the rest of this game, or the beginning of it there. It was almost stolen. Loco is gonna get the theft, and there it is, added to the tally.
Maybe not Loco Crazy, maybe not Locomotive, maybe the Crazy Train. That's what we'll nickname Loco in here. That's what we'll nickname Loco. I'm with it. Halftime now, 3-score advantage for JMU.
Going off the rails here if you're talking about University of Maryland, but they will do their best. Spice, upside down. And they need a recovery here if they don't want to get scored on yet again. Diora has boost to make this a play. Looks for the bump. Rever, not enough. Spice downfield. If this is on target, it's going to be the goal they need. And they'll start to close this scoreline, this deficit that they're at.
3 scores? Correct me if I'm wrong. 3 scores now coming off of like half-court shots plus even. Yeah. Like some of these like 3/4, 5-6, like about as close as you get it. Or about as far away as you get it. You get what I'm saying.
Well, yeah, and those type of shots aren't really reliable. That's why I've had an issue creating storyline for Maryland to get back in this one, because it's really hard to recreate plays like that. We're going to need to see some more standard issue textbook offense coming from Maryland if they want to stay alive in the series. 90 seconds, little added onto that for Maryland to get back into this one, but still caught on their back line.
Diora almost caught them looking at this, trying to set up something offensively before this ball was even dealt with defensively. Rever now back on out to this corner, bounce plays. Teddy picks it up and sends it flying. Justin trying to pick this one up, but Diora and the rest of this JMU squad is simply there because Maryland treated up just a little bit too much.
Well, they're going to need to cheat. Aggression is necessary at this point if you're University of Maryland. 3 goals in 60 ain't simple, but we saw goals flying in the net earlier in this game. Can we get the other bookend on the last half of this, or the last minute of this game number 2, or else University of Maryland will be knocked out of this competition?
Yeah, this is, just in case you're just joining us, guys, 3-0 JMU in game number 1. These are best of 3s. Maryland looking at about 15 seconds per goal required, and that's just to tie it up. Teddy back on over, gives it up to Spice. Bounce plays, Spice picks it up. Loco from this outside area. Teddy almost with a perfect 1-second tap, but doesn't read this correctly off the wall.
There's another that is defended well. The defensive unit there for James Madison University, as it has been almost all day long. Rever denied of a shot that could have sank this game, and that's a pass down to Diora, looking for the top corner, sent away. Final firefight here. Spice to the middle. Shot from Teddy. Denied by Rever. And that'll seal the deal. James Madison University stay alive in the lower bracket. And it's the end of the road for University of Maryland.
Yes, not willing to go so quietly in tonight. Still playing this one. These are things you love to see. Back down bottom. Teddy almost racks in the 4th, but an L is an L regardless. A goose egg in game number 1, but Maryland just puts that behind them as they put up multiple scores. But at the end of the day, this rampage here from JMU proves to be just a little bit too much. What is that? 16 shots attempted for JMU? Brutal.
Oh.
Brutal.
16. That is... Oh, my.
Also,
that's the kind of offense. That's the kind of momentum that, honestly, you need, Tugboat, to make a long road in this lowers, right? You need to convince yourselves that you can go up against any opponent, any foe.
Yep.
James Madison University has done well, even against arguably some of the best, like Stockton University. So they could be primed to make that long run as they make their way into a very later stage of that lower bracket. So good on them to make it through.
Yeah, exactly. Not just 16 too. This is something else. Loco with 6 shots attempted, Rever with 5, Diora with 5. This is evenly split all the way across right here, and every single goal was assisted. Or no, excuse me. 4 of the 6 goals were assisted, excuse me. And the player with 4 goals, Loco, getting one of the assists themselves as well. So this is just a well-split, evenly rounded team. 3 different members that can really get anything done. Offense side of the ball, defense side of the ball, and everywhere in between, Pyro J.
That's right, and we're gonna show every single game in between this tournament. Okay, who is JMU playing? We get to find out next between the brawl of Randolph-Macon and Howard. I'm curious though, Tugboat, between these two teams, do you have a preliminary prediction between Randolph-Macon and Howard?
Man, Randolph-Macon and Howard, I feel like, especially given that this is the first lower bracket run and how similar these two teams played in the beginning, like both of them across right there, I got nothing predictions-wise. Here. But yeah, unfortunately, Pyro, do believe we'll be having a little high fury action coming in a little bit.
Oh, yeah, definitely. We're looking at Hypheria Tugboat. I mean, listen, you get the best of the best here tonight, and so do the viewers, given the fact that you're sticking around, my man.
Appreciate you saying so. It has been an absolute pleasure, Pyro. We'll catch up with Pyro at another time, but for now, short break. Next match set up. We'll have Hypheria coming on and join me on the broadcast.
Opponents and opening up the lane for Diora. Wasn't going to be easy to score, but solid placement.
James Madison, fantastic stuff. Some kind of confusion, some chaos across this middle, and that's going to be spiced. You can't quite get JMU score.
And the shot may have been low and slow, but Diora did so much work before that. Stole the boost, got a demolition. Shot was low and slow, but they left the University of Maryland high and dry. Oh. That's about the way that it goes. Diora has done so much in this match. It's good enough for a hat trick. And Loco just setting up the play, exactly what was needed. They've been breaking down. Wants to take time right off this clock. We're down to single digits. Loco following this with the morsel of boost that is left. Diora looking to read this and does stunt the momentum there briefly. There's Justin, puts it midfield, down on the ground, and James Madison find a commanding lead. It's something, all right. It is definitely something, Tugboat, and it's a little more something for James Madison University. They'll take the momentum of game one straight into game two.
Yeah, off the back of some wonkiness right there, Diora picks this one up, and Teddy gets nothing.
Well, maybe a second goal.
Oh my God.
That is exactly the kind of stuff we want to see for James Madison to take the commanding lead again.
Is that Loco or is it crazy? One way or another, I know that angle is insane.
So there could have been some calculations made to that play. There was certainly something here. Spice coming out with those early tournament antics to be the big player yet again.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Spice do everything in a bag of chips offensively earlier. There's no...
From half court.
Yeah, so this is just a factor of JMU lining up shots. They can block away one, you can block away two. I think that might even actually been the fourth right here.
Several goals in this game. Put on another on the scoreline for James Madison.
Yeah, not crazy, but locomotive. Maybe that's what that means.
Goal in about a minute. Couldn't say the same for the rest of this game, or the beginning of it there. It was almost stolen. Loco is gonna get the theft, and there it is, added to this scoreline, this deficit that they're at.
3 scores, correct me if I'm wrong, 3 scores now coming off of like half court shots plus even. Like
Maryland.
Yes, not willing to go so quietly in tonight, still playing this one. These are things you love to see. Back down bottom, Teddy almost racks in the fourth, but an L is an L regardless. Hello and welcome back. The CECC continues now. FBI Tubbo with my man Wait, no, what is going on? Hyperia, Pyro, you've changed. Hyperia's. There you go. Hyperia gonna be coming on and ride this one all the way out, finish up with you guys. We have had some electrifying Rocket League so far here today for the Mid-Atlantic Conference. These teams still battling it out here, Hyperia, for an invitation on into the Peach State. That's Georgia, and that's the capital, Atlanta. When is that? It is May 7th and 8th, and it is going to be the largest collegiate land North America has yet to see.
And you want to qualify for that. It doesn't matter how much electrifying Rocket League you've already played, how much you're about to play. You need to qualify yourself for that LAN event. You want to participate in the biggest collegiate event that's been going on thus far, so you absolutely have to pull through. But we're not there by any stretch of the imagination just yet. But the match that's coming up, it will be a very important step towards that goal.
Yeah, and both of these teams, Stockton and West Virginia, have come forth and had like a little bit of an easier run with their opponents. Western Virginia took down University of Maryland by a 2-score difference at 4-2 in Game 1 and 3-1 in Game number 2. Looking at Stockton, that was a little bit of a different story. That was James Madison, the Dukes, that fell in a little bit more of a one-handed fashion. So both of these teams haven't dropped a map yet here today. We've seen all 2 zeros. And this is, like Pyro was saying earlier, when an unstoppable force meets an immobile object. What will happen? Will this go down? Will we see finally a little bit of extra Rocket League? I really kind of hope so, honestly. I really hope we don't get through the zero or the best of 5s, like the first of these, and then still see another sweep, right?
Especially because in the grand final, you already have a 1-game advantage if you win this match coming up. So you want to be doing your best. You at least want to put in a dent, because when you get into the winner's match, into the winner's final, there's a decent likelihood that it's going to repeat itself later on. So you at least want to give yourself confidence going into that match later, but also for the lower bracket, you just want to be performing at your absolute best. It's important to get that 1-game advantage in the grand final, because the grand final is also only a best of 5. And I say only because with a 1-game advantage, that's literally potentially 2 games and you're out, especially against Stockton, who's been on a tear.
An absolute tear. I can't agree with you more, though, Hyperia. Looking at this, I think it's so very frequent that you just kind of see a winner's bracket, copy, just kind of a mirror image. But, of course, the first one being a pure best of 5, and then, like you said, the winner coming in grand finals with the point advantage. No bracket preset in this. Now, there's going to be loads given away there on May 7th and 8th down in Atlanta, Georgia. Not just a lot of like prizing and whatnot. We'll have a lot more information about that. A lot of esports hardware, but undying honor and glory. But you got to make it there first, Hyperia. That is going to be one team here today, going to be punching the ticket all the way in. And whatever team wins here today in the winners finals is going to be really putting a best foot forward to really come through the rest of the tournament and take that invite.
Well, that invite, it's an invite, but you need to stamp your own name on it, and that's kind of the name of the game here. I feel like Stockton throughout this entire tournament, also, if you look at their past engagement towards tournaments, they have always been incredibly active, not only in Unity tournaments, but also very much so in literally just standard Rocket League competition. They are determined to get better together with the own squad that they've formed themselves. And here we go to the winner's final, Stockton up against WVU, and it's going to be a battle and a half.
Yes, that is West Virginia University. The Mountaineers coming on in from the Western Virginia squad. We'll go ahead and introduce them here. This is Magic, this is Rots, and this is False coming up and making up your Western Virginia University Mountaineer squad.
No. Awkward on the back line. Manages to at least catch it out in time. I think he can throw high eyes on the top. He's and Bust both played incredibly well performing in the bubble scene. She's maybe even a little bit above that, continuously proving himself time and time again. That's always what you want. You want to have that player that kind of step up to the plate when it's needed.
There's the Stockton Ospreys stepping up so far. They've spent plenty of time in the offense. This is the first real time they've been looking at some defense and now getting back onto it. Magic across the top. So sparks fly as he actually misses this exception right here and isn't able to kind of keep this one up. Top Cheese looking dangerous right now, but it's going to be Bussy that comes forth and keeps that offensive pressure and the dreams alive. Drip from the outside, forcing a hand is the defender. That's Rots accepting this one, trying to bring it down. Bounce plays is False. He's trying to take this one out and make it true.
A ton of fakes already been happening, and I think they both respect each other. They've played each other plenty of times, and they know, okay, we can't stall too much. We can't just go on a tangent and do our own stuff. We need to throw a few fakes in the mix, make some guess. Well, False is guessing himself here, backs down of the challenge, and then pops it up, tries to chase it down, but a Top Cheese there for the collection. Bus with a redirect to the backward, double touch for himself, but Rot will be the interceptor.
That's so far been the name of the game for both of these squads, trying to get up and intercept these passes infield and just break up offensive opportunities right there, right across again. Top Cheese, not for lack of trying. He's just simply been blocked away and denied so far in this matchup. Top Cheese gets another one. No denial there coming from a player, but instead from the sidebar.
Oh no, Top Cheese still hunting it down though. Magic, this is a bit awkward, and everybody on the side of Stockton is just hunting this goal down. They need to make sure that their back end isn't exposed too much. Top Cheese, this will fold all the way over the top and lands it into the box. Bus, indeed, make sure that the back end is stopped up nicely. Top Cheese with a catch on the left flank, carries it all the way onto the goal, but falls. All he needs to do is stick on the goal line, and it will be a clear out wide. Trip still punch that in field. False. Yet again with a collection, they are yet unable to break this away though.
But halftime now, we have not seen a halftime come down with no scores on board except for once in this competition thus far, Hypheria. An incredibly close matchup. Been singing the praises of the Stockton Ospreys so far, and they have not shown us anything, at least points-wise, this matchup. As I say that, Western Virginia coming in here and looking dangerous, trying to put a foot forward on this and get that momentum that is ever so crucial in the great game of Rocket League.
Good 50, but Top Cheese sends it back into the center. Buzz goes over the top one. That's a 50 he can take it deep, but drops it down a little bit too sharply. And thus will end up on the crossbar. Drip tries a second time, and that isn't downwards enough. Top Cheese tries to mend the mistakes. All he can do is get a 50 in the end. Yet still, though, Stockton are unable to break through. And I have a feeling that at some point Stockton are going to overcommit just a smidge, a tiny margin, and West Virginia are going to pounce.
Oh, 90 seconds into here, if the time to pounce is coming and going to be quickly eclipsed, we're still looking at a situation where no team advantage may be a possible overtime situation. You haven't seen it quite yet. We've seen score differences of 1, Hypheria. Haven't seen a overtime situation quite yet, in all 2-0 fashions as well. Back on over to
it's time for it then.
Yeah, I mean, our first best of 5 really has been electrifying and competitive so far.
Falls with a shot off the post, and also that will not break the deadlock that these two teams find themselves in. Top Cheese with a big lane forward. He's able to actually catch themselves, passing field. Falls stops it. Magic getting bumped up, makes it a bit awkward. Top Cheese yet again with a touch center. Rots the intercepts and make sure that the offense of Stockton is halted a little bit. And unfortunately, the spawn there got bumped up a little bit, but luckily for them, False is still able to carry it all the way down the other end.
But nicely done reading this one out, now putting it and keeping this ball away from the source of danger. False, another perfect read down bottom as Rots is trying to get this one out. Top Cheese should be able to cover this one up. Got a side boost as he's coming in, so he's playing with a lot of boost on in, but False, it's always the second. Drip tries his hand again and says no go.
Falls with a fake underneath yet again. Top Cheese having to use his bump, or at least his jump rather, instead of his bump, to make sure that he does get the 50, and then Buzz potentially the pass to Top Cheese. Be able to get that read is tough. Falls, but you be able to outpace Drip. It's a decent 50. Buzz yet again keeps it up, just decides to go for the pass. Top Cheese, and we'll go to overtime. That's our first.
Yes, it is. We'd have it no other way in the beginning of our best of 5s. Back to it. Sudden death initiated here, Hypheria. Whoever takes first goal will win this one.
Oh my god, it's going to be so interesting with Top Cheese already in the shot bottom right corner, and it's going to be stopped by False.
Top Cheese put this one back down on bottom. I love that you followed me there. 17 to 18 seconds here. Dual demos, so temporary 2v2 on the field. Rots down bottom. Rots misses that actually, and this is going to be popped up for a solid opportunity. Top Cheese can't find the second. Bus does, but doesn't quite get it in. Top Cheese finding demos while his teammates are finding scores. 1-0 for Stockton in game number 1.
Let's call it a fake from Top Cheese, but Top Cheese then almost actually saved out this ball. I mean, it was close to it if he had gone for the in and out. But Stockton, I think if you look at the latter half of that game, an incredibly deserved victory. They were pushing on the attack. They were continuously putting West Virginia under pressure, making it really rough for them at the entire time. Well, yeah, you already said holy 7 shots for Top Cheese by his lonesome. That's not even mentioning his teammates.
Yeah, so 7 shots, Top Cheese, 4 Drip, 4 Bus, and West Virginia puts up 2. They have thrice more saves from a single player from false than they have attempted offensive shots. Now, Rocket League, okay, let's slow it down here a little bit, people. Rocket League can be a little bit weird in how it awards these, but at the end of the day, false coming in with 600 points, and the vast majority of these coming from saves just tells me that even though the scoreline is close, and Stockton didn't find their first until overtime, this was all Stockton on the offensive side of the field completely. Time of possession-wise, all Stockton all day long for the Ospreys.
I think it's one of those cases where it looks dreadful for West Virginia right now because they weren't able to execute on their game plan. Their game plan to me seems, let Stockton come, let them overcommit, and we'll pounce on the transition. We'll go on the counter really quickly, and we'll get our goals that way. And they just have not been able to. But it's up to West Virginia to make sure that Stockton kind of get into a false sense of security. And as soon as they do that, that's where they can actually start racking up some goals and potentially start making Stockton a little bit uncomfortable, because they have not been uncomfortable thus far.
They really haven't. We said it earlier, Stockton has played from behind of a score difference of 1, and they've stayed there for 6 seconds, Hyperia. That's it. That's it. The name of the game here, West Virginia. If the Mountaineers can put up, I would say 2 very early, especially like back-to-back goals, and really interrupt the looks and the mental processes of Stockton, then we could be looking at a very long series here for a winners finals.
Bum. Decent. Top Cheese right there to actually follow it up as well. I feel like that's such a strong part of Stockton, the capabilities to back each other up, even when it's an awkward scenario, because they've been playing so many tournaments together already. Top Cheese is sure, obviously not going to go too much further. The block already happening right at the edge of the 16. Bus trailing it down. Rots actually, Top Cheese, this is exactly what I mean. It's stopped by false. Germany's somehow there, ready for the shot, and it sends West Virginia completely into a tizzy.
There we go. And that took 5 minutes and 45 seconds last game. That is in the rearview mirror, my friends. Bus takes this off. His fouls was trying to run this all the way backwards, just kind of backtracking like a corner on this. And not even 60 seconds, 55 seconds on into this one, and Stockton strikes first. That is dangerous. Good position there for Top Cheese. Not going to bust out from this one.
Top Cheese with a shot. I wanted that to happen. I don't care who wins this in the end. I want a good match, and well, pre-jumping up the ceiling, that certainly proves a good match, and well, that doesn't necessarily prove that much to be a good match. Double committing and both of them missing. What's happening? Oh, Top Cheese incredibly awkward as well, but Rots! Oh no, he stopped his own teammate, and then the net is completely open. Bus, if you missed this, okay.
There you go. Easiest score of Bus's career on this one. Yes, it was fast. Yes, it was loud, but kind of like you said, just kind of slow it down a little bit. Keep that angle true. Almost nowhere from that side. He could have hit it, given that he centered this ball up pretty much center and just rocked it in for the second Stockton goal. Just like that, though, I mean, we spent 5.5 minutes plus, no scores on boards. And just like that, 90 seconds, not even 90 seconds into this one, we get 2 here from Stockton.
That is a phenomenal in Rocket League. That if you have a match where there should be an upset, there should be a underdog, a heavy underdog even, the first game is usually actually pretty close, and as soon as they are cracked, as soon as they concede once, that's where it kind of starts falling apart, because they start changing it up, because they start talking it through. Oh, we should be doing this and this better. Well, Bus, you don't have to change anything up. Just keep on doing you, baby.
Exactly. Just keep on doing what you're doing. 2 goals for this player, throw an assist on top, and Bus is doing everything in a bag of chips for Stockton. 2 shots for 2 goals, 100% completion ratio as well, Hyperia. Don't get much better than that.
And Falls, he can make it better, at least for his team, but Top Cheese directly at the center with a 50. Bus takes it off to the attitude or altitude. Drip there, almost has an attitude to force it through 2 players. Doesn't care what you say. Bus in the end, of course, will rack up the triple.
There you go. All 3 of Bus's goals now being assisted from Drip, as well as Top Cheese found themselves 1, but it's Bus all day long with the hat trick. Looking at 3, 5, 7 shots attempted for Stockton, only 2 for West Virginia.
Now, I don't want to be negative Nancy here, but 4-0 before half-time, there's 2 ways to look at it. Either it's going to be a detrimental game here for West Virginia, and it almost had to be explored even further if that goal had went in. But you could also say it with a little bit more positivity and say, well, if Stockton technically can do it, False, this was a good attempt up here, stood ground it though, and wasn't broken through.
No, I can definitely agree. Kind of like two different looks at this. Like whatever has happened after halftime can be undone, but also a 4-0 stomp right now with only a small handful of shots attempted for the side of the West Virginia Mountaineers is not a good look. But two different sides of the same coin, I suppose. 2 minutes, 7 seconds. False outside. No real clear on this one, and that's going to be View setting it up here for teammate Drip. Back on out to the top. Magic doesn't do much more to kind of cure the trajectory of this one. And now False going to have a little bit of an opportunity. There's the double tap. A Drip reads it perfectly.
But how? We all saw, yes, he had that red. It was a flip reset. How did you read that Falls and had the flip reset, right? And also was going to use it in that exact regard, but it doesn't matter because Magic pulls something out of the bag and at least gets his team somewhat back into the game.
Rabbit out the hat, 127 kilometers per hour will be your fastest goal in this matchup thus far. 133 is the number we're looking for overall for broadcast, though, Hyperia.
Are we now?
Yeah, 127, you're looking at about 70 miles an hour for my fellow Americans.
Okay, the freedom units always have to come in. Yeah, I'm sorry as European, but it doesn't matter how... Oh, no, Falls actually with a good save. Surely that should have been a goal. Drip, a bit lacking on the shot, but yet again, they're leading by 3. They don't necessarily need to score at the best of their capabilities every single time. As long as they put on a shot that's not going to return into a goal on their end, it's perfectly fine.
Now another save there from False. Yeah, that's going to be 3 saves from them. Magic's got themselves 2. Rots with 1. Their shot attempts actually follows that one perfectly. Kind of creepy, kind of weird. How predictable. How consistent.
Pretty so predictable in this pitch. I would be able to do this so easily. Read every single ball, and they're obviously going to pass this, and they're obviously going to double commit. Now, this is the time to pass for West Virginia, but unfortunately, Rots has a completely empty tank of fuel.
Yeah, Drips tries to get something going with what they have in the tank. Not a whole lot to be spoken of. That's top cheese, looking with a tasty goal. 5-1, 35 seconds left here, High Furia.
We just see the pace difference here. Top G's takes off quicker than Magic, and then also gets the proper touch earlier. Pretty much everything that he could have done better, he did indeed do. So arcs around his opponent, trying to jump in the way nicely as well. They're even going for a non-communicative fake kickoff. Have you ever seen one of those?
Well, if we could see comms flashing through the air here on the Rocket League pitch, it would make casting much easier. But we can assume, with the very, very small amount of time, that there was very hard to communicate that, given the nanoseconds they had with which to convey those messages.
5-1. It's also 5.
And this is it. Yeah.
There's nothing going to be happening anymore. You can close your eyes for about a minute and just listen to us talk. This might go in. Actually, perhaps. No, Stockton get denied by the crossbar. As usual, the woodwork. Been a nuisance, but Stockton, they've been able to bang it in that little box itself already. So I think Stockton, they're cruising. They're confident.
Absolutely. Looking at Stockton, I mean, a game 1, 1-0, a game 2, 5-1. Insane stuff. I gotta say, the score difference doesn't show the difference in the shots attempted for both of these squads, right? We were looking at, I think it was like 13 or 11 or something like that for Stockton versus 2 for West Virginia in game 1, but that was a 0-1 barn burner that went all the way down to overtime. Stockton comes in now with 16 shot attempts. Looking at the other side at 7, that's much more even than we saw in game number 1, but however, the score difference does not show that.
It's unfortunate, and I think it's credited due to the fact that, well, they're trying to change it up. They're trying to step up to the level of Stockton, who have a lot more games together already, have a lot more team play together already overall. So you kind of want to go back to that game 1 scenario where, okay, yes, you're going to be accepting a lot of pressure. It's going to be incredibly rough, but at least you'll be able to get a few attacks and trying to force Stockton into mistakes, because you're not going to win this outright. Pure pace, based on pace and skill, it just seems seemingly the case that Stockton is better right now.
Yeah, well, especially when you just take this action and turn up to 11 again. This is just standard Stockton Ospreys play. They've been able to swoop down at these balls multiple times and just get very high-flying offenses connected very quickly. Kind of back what you were saying earlier, Hyperia. These comms that come in at the snap decision, and it's just the absolute... Okay, fastest goal we've seen on stream here today, or quickest goal, I guess I should say. This one being 2 seconds. We've seen 6, we've seen 4, now we've seen 2.
So kickoff strat and a half. I think it was
Yes,
premeditated as well. I think they were going for that specifically, and for it to land perfectly in Drip's half or in Drip's lap, perfectly executed. I guess it lands in his lap again, but this time he's gonna have to smack it away, allow Magic. And no, and yet again a communicative error on the side of West Virginia, disallowing them to get a goal. Rots perhaps with a forced through, but Top G's already back.
I would love to see the West Virginia squad come forward at this and play any of these games at an advantage. That's like a weird rule 1, but with the ball in between you, now broken up by Magic, as Falls tried to get on into this one and break it up, get something going in the midfield hyper panic? I'm not sure what I'm trying to say there.
It's honestly, as long as something happens, it's all right. It doesn't matter what you want to say, what you need to say. If something else happens, you've got the distraction. So Stockton are just going to score right now and completely mitigate anything that we wanted to say. It's a decent 50, still into the box. You know, they're going to take a little bit more time. Drip trying to recover, and then all of a sudden it's a 2-man attack. This goal is seemingly less and less likely. Yeah,
so the advantage now lost after offensive squad couldn't really collapse in on this ball and take advantage of the time they had, this numerical advantage. It was only a few seconds, but nothing there, and then they gave up possession, unfortunately. A lot of pressure against Stockton right now. This is not the situation they found themselves in. There's like a 35-second offense right now down bottom. Still, everybody on Stockton having to burning everything in the tank just to try and get this ball out. Hasn't really left their third in quite a while, though, Hyperia.
They're trying, though, and I like what I'm seeing from West Virginia. They're breaking out more and more, abusing Stockton's kind of a room that they're given, and at every single turn, trying to optimize that for themselves.
Nice.
The free shot was Top G's already back in time. It was a decent shot, but it's not going to be enough right now. I can be very... that's what I mean. It's not good enough to be decent. You need to be spot on.
Yeah, now this is Drip's time to shine right here. We've seen Buzz do fantastic things. Game number 1, Top Cheese do a lot in the 5-1 shellacking. Game number 2, now we have the West Virginia Mountaineers on a match point and down by 2. Things looking good if you're a Stockton fan.
Down by 2 in this game and down by 2 in the series. It doesn't look too greatly for them, but they have plenty of time, and it's already looking better for them in this game than it was in the previous one at Stockton. They're starting to stunt a little bit. What was that? A bit of chaos in the corner. They do still manage to find the breakaway. I think it's time for West Virginia to take a bit of a step back, take a deep breath, and realize, okay, we can do this, but we need to explore this, and that avenue. And they're going for a bit more aggression on the plate. I like that. That evens the playing field.
Yeah, exactly. You know, eventually this is a WVU squad that's going to have to really turn it up and see if Stockton is able to handle that new, just intense rate at which they'll play the game. Because eventually you have to realize, just like earlier games, oh my goodness, getting triple taps and everything else, and Magic is able to block this one away at the 11th hour.
False. So with an infield pass, and I think a goal needs to come quickly for West Virginia. Passing field by Rots, not going to be facilitated actually in the end. Actually struggles. Somehow they still managed to read the play, while none of the Stockton play were actually going for it. Top Cheese with a big flick forward. Magic with a simple double touch of his own backboard, sends it into the hands of his own teammate, allowing False to set up an attack with a touch forward. A bit too heavy, and Top Cheese is going to clear it off the line.
Yeah, 105 seconds left onto this one. Plenty of time. That's decently centered. Falls is going to be thanking their lucky stars that on the way to cheat in at this one and try and take some free yardage, that he was still able to get a hand onto this ball. Bus now back down to the middle. Rod's trying to pick this one up and bring it out. Falls picks it up for right now and puts it against the backboard. Magic and Rod's both on the back. Magic's going to have to force to rotate on in, and Rod's, it's their opportunity to bring this offensively until they get demoed.
Falls. A lot of demos happening, but Stockton are the ones getting them. Falls will at least return one and get a bit of revenge for his teammate, but thus will also allow Stockton to break away. Brilliant 50-50. Wow, look at this. Top Cheese, I don't care about your shot. Look at this 50-50.
Back to the middle. Magic just goes shooting past his bust, realizes he just needs to kind of center it and keep it right in the middle of his car. That sets this one up perfectly after it touches left wall. Right down the middle, and that's the third here for Stockton. Mountaineers got to put it all into offense right now. A double fake on kickoff, okay.
Oh, is it double? No, Top Cheese still has it. Even when something like that happens, still somehow Stockton seemed to be all right.
Yeah, even through the thick of things, even through the chaos right there, they didn't, even though the WVU squad was able to get to this one first, they still just kind of kept their cool defensively.
Drip. See? Nah, there's no flip reset. It's going to try and somehow get it back with all the boost that he has in the tank. You see Stockton, they don't want to give this up, and I obviously, as a spectator, don't like how they're playing. As somebody who wants to see the best Rocket League possible, I do like how they're playing, except for that little bit. You know, we can cut that out.
Yeah, they're kind of playing keep away here. That's what High Fear is getting at, people. Just knowing that they're at that point playing against the clock. But just like this, 25 seconds to get 2 scores, God knows that's possible.
Needs to be a good kickoff, though. That is something that's going to be coming up right now. 25 seconds and it lands in Bus's lap. Doesn't matter, as long as you are able to bang one in before the 0-second mark, you technically have infinite time. Stockton, well, you're leaving and you're back an incredibly exposed Drip, going for the in and out already, but he lands way before time. Ross, unfortunately, getting this shot one, and that might be the only chance that they got.
Yeah, they would have to pretty much like bring this back right now, get it perfectly centered, and that's not gonna happen. 3 seconds to go. That's on point, but it's gonna bounce. Oh, Heartbreak Hotel has been checked into, people. Stockton is gonna take this 1 and 3. Man, if we had another 10 seconds on top of this, you know, who knows where that kickoff comes from. Just not like a 2-second type situation, like say 10 or so that this West Virginia squad could have come back and, you know, so like sort of played the kickoff, see where it went. But oh well, might as well have been 3-2, but it was 3-1 and ends out in Stockton punching their ticket on into the grand finals.
The 1-game advantage as well, but even if they had got it right, even if the magic had happened and they had gotten the comeback in the game itself, that was only the start to bring them to overtime in a reverse sweep scenario. They're backward against the wall and the spikes are pushing towards them closely, and unfortunately the curtain is closed for them, but they drop down to the lower bracket where there's another window open for them.
Absolutely. Curtains Closed. It's not just a fantastic Eminem album from the mid-2000s, people. That's going to be it. West Virginia, next we'll see of them, will be in our lower bracket. Now, their run isn't over. The overall show is not over. Just tonight's performance is over. West Virginia, will check them out down there in the lower bracket. Got to figure this one out before we go on into the grand finals. Like you said, Stockton going to be coming into that one with the 1-game advantage. No bracket reset capability on that. So, we are going to be looking at our losers finals next. That will be, of course, West Virginia taking on James Madison University. There you go, James Madison University. I can hear it. You people can't. I promise not just hearing voices. It's the sultry, beautiful, audible chocolate from K-Tad, our producer. We do appreciate our production here.
Sexy. Wow. That is... I hope Stream didn't hear that. Anyway, we're going to go to a quick little break and make sure that we get it more fair for the next time, because it's already getting way too rowdy up in here. But we'll see you back with a loser final. You don't want to miss this. Don't go anywhere.
Our first best of 5 really has been electrifying and competitive so far.
Wolfos with a shot off the post, and also that will not break the deadlock that these two teams
followed me there. 17 to 18 seconds here. Dual demos, so temporary 2v2 on the field. Rod's down bottom. Rods misses that, actually, and this is going to be popped up for a solid opportunity. Top Cheese can't find the second. Bus does, but doesn't quite get it in. Top Cheese finding demos while his teammates are finding scores. 1-0 for Stockton in game number 1.
Let's go the fake from Top Cheese, but Top Cheese then almost actually saved out this ball. I mean, it was close to it. Izzy.
There we go. And that took 5 minutes and 45 seconds last game. That is in the rearview mirror, my friends. Bus takes this off his fouls, was trying to run this all the way backwards, just kind of backtracking like...
Man, the net is completely open. Bus, if you missed this, okay.
Yeah. There you go. Easiest score of Bus's career on this one. Yes, it was fast. Yes, it was loud, but kind of like you said, just kind of slow it down a little bit. Keep that angle true.
Changing it up because they start talking it through. Oh, we should be doing this and this bar. Well, Bus, you don't have to change anything up. Just keep on doing you, baby.
Exactly. Just keep on doing what you're doing. 2 goals for this player. Throw an assist on top, and Bus is doing everything.
He always has an attitude to force it through 2 players. Doesn't care what you say. Bus, in the end, of course, will rack up the triple.
There you go. All 3 of Bus's goals now being assisted from Drip as well as Top Cheese found themselves one, but it's Bus all day.
In that exact regard, but it doesn't matter because Magic pulls something out of the bag and at least gets his team somewhat back into the game.
Rabbit out the hat, 127 kilometers per hour will be your fastest goal in this matchup thus far. 133 is not a whole lot to be spoken of. That's Top Cheese looking with a tasty goal. 5-1, 35 seconds left here, High Furia.
We just see the pace difference here. Top Cheese takes off quicker than Magic and then also gets the proper touch. There's nothing going to be happening anymore. You can close your eyes for about a minute and just listen to us talk. This might go in. Actually, perhaps. No. Stockton get denied by the crossbar, as usual.
On stream here today, or quickest goal, I guess I should say. This one being 2 seconds. We've seen 6, we've seen 4, now we've seen 2.
So, kickoff strat and a half. Be very... Oh, that's what I mean. It's not good enough to be decent. You need to be spot on.
Yeah, now this is Drip's time to shine right here. We've seen Buzz do fantastic things. Game number 1, Top Cheese do a lot.
Top Cheese, I don't care about your shot. Look at this 50-50.
Back to the middle. Magic just goes shooting past it as Buzz realizes he just needs to kind of center it and keep it right in the middle of his car. That sets this one up perfectly after it.
Also, I do like how they're playing, except for that little bit. You know, we can cut that out.
Yeah, they're kind of playing keep away here. That's what High Fury is getting at, people. Just knowing that they're at that point playing against the clock. But just like this, 25 seconds to get 2 scores right now, get it perfectly centered, and that's not going to happen. 3 seconds to go. That's on point, but it's going to bounce. Oh, Heartbreak Hotel has been checked into, people. And we are back, we are here, and we are live. FBI Tubbo with my man Hypheria. We just watched Stockton U go forth, little 3-0 action over Western Virginia, and we're going to be looking at next James Madison University taking on Western Virginia down there in losers finals. But first, Hypheria, is something we need to do, is it not?
Is there really something we need to do?
I guess. Let's just move into it.
Okay, sure, okay. Sure, bussy bus, whatever, bus stop, whatever you want to call them. But how is it? How are you feeling after that one, Bus?
Super excited, super surprised.
Surprised? Okay, why?
Honestly, I just didn't know if we had it in us to beat that team. So I'm very happy we went in there and we swept them.
Bit of first game troubles, though. What was going on in that first game, and is there something that you changed, or do you feel like they over-adapted?
No, I was just playing like that. Besides False, like we knew like we're better than all of them for sure. Like even False, let's be honest. So at the end of the day, we were just kind of having fun. We knew we were going to sweep, and we swept.
There you go. I like it. Like confidence, the supreme confidence coming out here from Bussy. I love it. Now, I want to ask, are there any teams or any players that have kind of given you personally flack that's really like made it harder for you to operate within these Rocket League games?
Yeah, my teammates.
I love it. I love it. The content continues, Hyperia.
Standard. It's always the teammates. But I feel like talking about your teammates, I feel like Stockton is one of the bigger universities in terms of playing outside of collegiate together as well. I don't really see that. And do you feel like that brings you to the level that you currently are at?
Um, Honestly, I don't really understand the question.
Do you feel like playing together in tournaments that are not necessarily collegiate bring
Hmm.
you a bigger advantage over others who only play collegiate together?
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, like me, Top Cheese, and Drip, we're all in the scene. We're trying to like play RLCS and become pros in the long term of things. So when we're in, when we're playing in CRL and stuff, pretty much we know we have to be beating all these teams if we want to be where we're supposed to be. So yeah, we just get confidence from it.
There you go. Yeah, methodical plays at this point. You want to be the best. Of course, you got to beat the best.
Hmm.
Now, last question here, Bussy. I want to ask you grand finals prediction. You guys have punched your ticket all the way into it, and that will be again, people, a point advantage, no bracket reset capabilities. So, Western Virginia, JMU, regardless, one of these teams is going to be playing against you, against the Stockton University squad. What's the grand finals prediction?
We're gonna play against the team we just played before, and we're gonna sweep them.
Western Virginia, another sweep. We just saw one of them.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Hey, I like the confidence. That's at least something, and you just don't have to struggle with that game number one. I guess that's it.
Exactly. We're going to be looking at that one starting here in just a little bit. Doesn't mean there. Oh yeah. So the scholarship money, by the way, first play is getting a 1K here today, not just the invite, and second place getting $500 on end. So at least punch your ticket onto your share of the $500 scholarship money, right?
Is it $500 or 1,000?
I'm saying if you lose and you get second,
Oh.
you're at least going to be getting your share of 500. Now you're the supreme confidence. You're not even living in a timeline where losing in the grand finals is possible, and I like it. Like it, Bussy. That's supreme confidence. Thank you for your time, sir. Thank you for coming on in and give us a little slice of the mind after the game. Now, before we get you on out of here, I want to ask you if there are any shout-outs that you have to give.
Honestly, shout out to people running this tournament. I'm happy, there's another tournament, another land to go to. So I just am happy to have the opportunity to play in it.
There you go. Supreme confidence, Bussy. We'll be looking at an interview action after the grand finals as well. Perhaps it'll be Stockton. Don't know. Got to get there first. FBI Tugboat Hyperia back with the next, unless Hyperia got something else for the good people before we go.
Absolutely not. I just want to throw them to the break so we can get into the Salute finals as quickly as possible. So you want to stick in because there's going to be a battle and a half. We'll see you back after the break.
Hello and welcome back. The Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup continues now. A lot of alliteratives. Oh, excuse me. A lot of alliterative C's there. Excuse me, Hypheria. We are looking at I talk about Hypheria bringing on in the losers finals, a little best of 5 action. We just came off the best of 5. We've been looking at nothing but sweeps all day long, Hypheria.
It's been a broomy day, but unfortunately, hopefully for I guess the people who like sweeps, it's got to come to an end at some point. Even though Buzz did predict that they were going to face West Virginia again, I certainly hope that at least it'll go to that 5th game, because that final was already, at least they're incredibly confident about it. But this is kind of that accelerant, the catalyzer of finding that flame again and burning it through into the grand finals. You're in the lower finals, you're not feeling too happy about yourself. Both teams have been knocked down here by Stockton, so it's kind of the battle over the barrel.
Yeah, and like, if you look at JMU and Western Virginia and you kind of look at their opponents, right, the one thing that we see that comes up is the Terrapins here, the University of Maryland. Last time JMU faced against this squad, it was a 3-0 shellacking, a goose egg put up by Maryland in the game number 1, and then a 6-3 victory for the side of JMU. Now having a little bit more problems with it, but only barely. Right, a score difference of 2 across Western Virginia's 4-2 victory in Game 1, and then a 3-1 victory again over the Terrapins. That was earlier on in this bracket. Gotta say though, JMU has been in the lower bracket for longer. Western Virginia, this is their first game in it.
And Western Virginia, they're gonna have to shake off the previous year, but they've had a bit of time to try and do so. And even though the scoring differences, that's going to end up in the box for each shot. It gets bounced, but it's up the crossbar. Oh no, this game already starting off chaotic and a clear away. Terrible to James Madison can capitalize.
Loco, once again, the crazy train shows up. Yet again, very early in this one as well. 24 seconds of actual gameplay clock burned off before JMU struck first.
Choo-choo. Of course, the train is started. And James Madison, it's exactly the start you want, with at least in the previous year. What we saw out of Western Virginia, or out of West Virginia, was that Foles was one of the main carryways of them to stay into the match, and he was preventing a lot of goals, not necessarily scoring a lot, but at least preventing a lot. And I feel like that's something that West Virginia have got to be changing around. They need to put more players into an offensive position. Instead, Foles just drops it right into the lap of Loco.
Wow, just like that, the top bar shows up yet again. Magic trying to bring this one out, but that was Diora down bottom, and Loco yet again.
James Madison, they're literally just vultures right now, waiting for a bit of meat to be tossed in their lap. And, well, West Virginia, they just keep on dropping it. They're like a wonky food cart. It just keeps on dropping food right into the laps of James Madison, who are going to gobble it up, obviously.
Yeah, they're just going to tee off on these every single time, Hypheria, when you allow these players to go off at it. That's almost another one right there, and Loco, with a more correct angle, would have been able to get a close one with no defender back in the box. Back on out to it, we are looking at a minute and some change off of this one, as Diora trying to pick it up, picks it up from Loco, pass comes in, shot outside, and this goes nowhere as members do not find themselves able of picking it up.
Foles takes it to the right side, converges it center. Rotz is just behind him. Foles is the one to chase it down, picks up the 100 boost, but River is just plainly quicker. Magic is able to at least carry it all the way through the sky. Rotz perhaps with a shot. Loco already back, and I feel like West Virginia right now, they're not quick enough. They're not on the prowl. It's just James Madison taking their sweet old time. Well, exactly like this. Diora had enough time to see where that ball was going to go, take off, and then catch it.
Speaking of catching it, that was Rotz accepting the pass, barely able to get there is Rever. He's kind of proven the W in that name. Loco now pushing this one out. Loco again, double tap, continues pressure on. That was a perfect redirect from this defense. But as it is, I don't think members of JMU actually kind of anticipated him being able to do that. Nobody was there to help him out.
You're right. A little bit awkward, and they took a gamble this time as well, Loco not being able to do it. That's fair enough. And Loco, yet again, in the pass, it's a bit odd, and the pass back is even further far forward. I'm not too sure about that pre-jump. West Virginia, they're feeling incredibly confident, or at least Big Homer Cross incredibly confident. They look at the scoreline, you see they're down by 2. This is not the way that West Virginia are supposed to be playing. It needs to be a lot cleaner.
Loco almost using this ceiling to kind of set up his second and third tap on that, but just not going to go true. Diora comes in way too fast at this one. Is not able to go forth and keep control of his car.
Magic into Diora. Foles is waiting on the sidelines. Finally gets involved in the play, taps it over the top of one. Loco just waiting and somehow makes the read. No, Magic's not able to force it through. And unfortunately for Rotz, also misses the wave dash on the wall. Magic picks up the 100 pad. Diora already closing that gap. Loco wants to, but at least leaves it to Trevor for now. Magic with an infield bounce. He's able to catch it. Foles turns it for it. And Magic there to clear it away further and find some reprieve for the defense.
90 seconds to go. This is the kind of the classic drill right here. You have a little bit more of a minute, but you're down by 2. It's not just that score difference of 1. You have to take 2, and you can almost guarantee that these 2 goals will be taken in different fashions. You can't just expect to play the same game that you've been playing thus far, Hyperia, and be able to find goals just because it's late.
And James Madison, all they need to do is keep it clear, keep it consistent. Shot not going through does not necessarily matter as long as they don't get scored on the counter. And it seems to be that West Virginia do not have a quick counter sets up every single time. Every single touch makes it tough for them. James Madison, they're doing a brilliant job at stalling right now. The seconds are ticking off the clock, and just a simple 50 like that in front of the goal is going to waste so many seconds. The ball flying through, it will do the exact same.
35 seconds to go here. I think JMU, James Madison University, knows exactly what they need to do, and that's just a little bit of keep away. As I say that, Magic gets one down bottom, and that makes it so much easier for these Mountaineers to come back in and tie this one up.
And the last time West Virginia, they were backs against the wall, and they had to make up 2-goal differential in about 22 seconds. Now it's only 1 in 33 seconds. There are chances improving a lot. Still not necessarily on their favorite side, but at least they've got a chance. Magic, it just needs to happen once. And well, with the flip reset, you have plenty of options. Not if Diora shuts it down right off the roots. Pass down, Loco, tough start reading it. It's going to go off the top, but underneath, it's so awkward.
Rotz can't quite get to the tops. Hate to see. Rotz does come from the tops. Excuse me, that's Loco who can't get to the tops. Diora actually landing just below this ball as well, as a bouncing play brings us to a tie situation. Hyperia.
That was rather quick, about 10 seconds after they had a time to do so. This could be the propellant of them continue further down their path, unless they're going to sit back and be a bit awkward again. Falls. There's that out wide. Lands on it as well. Actually, that's a good clear down the line. Diora able to catch him. Magic jump, but at least leaves it for Rotz in the end. That's probably the good decision. Just drop it now.
Nice.
Indeed,
Yeah.
overtime.
Yeah, just kind of push this all the way through. True neutral situation, back to a kickoff. Now, nobody really won. Rod's kind of finding this one, but Diora and Loco should be able to cover this one up. Now from the side, False, trying to bring this one down, bop it low, but it is recovered immediately from the James Madison University squad.
Loco, he's a 50, River. He needs to be careful of not giving that ball away. He kind of did. Was expecting somebody to be closer, and Diora expected somebody to be in the center. River takes that position in the end. And Magic will be able to catch the ball that's coming off of the top. Falls missed it all together, and it's gonna be given right back to River. Magic, they're exchanging hits right now, and Falls not gonna get a proper exchange there.
Yeah, 45 seconds into halftime now, Hyperia. No clear advantage either side. Looking at the numbers ever so briefly, this is West Virginia with way more shots attempted, and James Madison 6 saves, and that's not gonna matter. Can't save that one. James Madison University was able to hang on in time. That does not find itself to be true in overtime.
And River wanted to go, but couldn't because his teammate was still recovering from coming back from the dead, which usually takes at least a little bit of time. West Virginia, they managed to make the comeback and get the one-up on your opponent as well. Perfectly done. And well, if you talk about momentum, which is a standard subject in pretty much any game that you play, it's certainly on the side of West Virginia.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. James Madison coming off of a 5+ minute game. 4 scores goes down to 2-2 evenly, and overtime nets us about an extra 60. That is most of those shots, most of those 6 shots. I think they only got 1 awarded actually in the overtime situation. This was 11 on the other side, so almost doubling up as West Virginia. Again, this just goes back to show that the time of possession, that TOP for West Virginia certainly was on top.
West Virginia, it just it seemed awkward at the very start. They had no clue what was going on and kind of getting back into it, because after a loss like they did against Stockton, you probably have a walk about the room. You have a bit of reprieve. You talk to each other a little bit. Might perhaps be a bit annoyed at yourself, coach, coming in. And you need to kind of get into that momentum again. Make sure that you switch it on and you make sure that you go into a mode that it's incredibly hard to get into, because you need to go on out also while also continuously gauging what's happening around you.
Yeah, just that kind of situational awareness, right? Obviously, you got your regular cams, got your ball cams, or whatever else, and these high-level players will be flicking around their perspectives all across this pitch constantly. But that's just one of the many, many things that leads up to a well-oiled and well-refined Rocket League team. James Madison University fighting this one at a detriment. West Virginia takes game one in a 3-2 victory in overtime.
It's unfortunate, but you gotta move on and you gotta shake it off. It's the name of the game. Falls. I shake that ball right off into the hands of Rot. Magic. West Virginia. I don't want to see them be over aggressive and let it get to their heads. That's a good ball over the top. Somebody back. Yes, I guess in the very end. Oh, still not looking great for James Madison.
Oh, pressure. Magic was about ready to tee up on this one. Falls tries to interrupt this one, but Loco gets it past one, can't get it past the second. Rots, the one applying pressure as of right now. Diora tries to take this one up and out, but gets met up there and taken away. Back to the aerial gameplay. That's a decent shot, but gonna be too high. Members bite on it, and Diora strikes first for JMU again.
James Madison, they've got the start. It's 4 minutes left on the clock, though. What a demo there by Loco, clearing up the net, and Rod left in a cloud of smoke, unable to have any vision on it, thus just having to blindly jump. And even then, he might not have had it. The ball crossing the line, leaving West Virginia in a rough scenario, but they might be able to get it back right here, right now. Flip yourself to the backward. Why go for a flip reset there? You might as well go for either a redirecting field fall. Sometimes goes for a little bit too much, in my opinion.
No, I hear you. Trying to be too flashy with it, right? This is a situation of not fixing things if they are not broken. Or from South Carolina, don't fix it if it ain't broke. We're looking at a situation where you just kind of have to keep your eye on the prize right here. And if it happens, it happens. You don't necessarily need to get super flashy with it.
That is not flashy. Unfortunately, there was nobody directly into the box. Magic yet again to the backward. Falls was up for it, or when the Knights tap down to River. And 1-on-2 scenario gets the 50, but it will be Magic catching it. Ross, that's an awkward touch. Falls needs to recover it. Loco still with a 50 on through. And Rot finally gets it out of the orange half for only a second.
Falls, corner, Magic, putting this one up. Falls tries to get to it, but that's going to be Rots across the middle on a bit of a run until Diora has something to say about it. JMU has solidly taken control of the momentum of this game so far on the defensive here. Rots, that's two members now, Western Virginia, that come through and don't get not just a good hit, but no hit whatsoever. A sniff, a look, barely at this ball.
Double commit as well. Incredibly scary stuff right now for the side of James Madison, but they're managing to hold on. So I guess if it's scary, but you're managing to hold on, that is what matters in West Virginia. They might not be able to hold on for longer. River soaring through the sky. It's a double, at least 4 downs. The most he could have done in that scenario, but he also backed down is what he must. Go back to at least assist on the defensive end just a tad. James Madison, oh, what? How is that on?
Wow, that's just like a tiny bit. Yeah, we're gonna have to watch this one again.
Right. Pass.
Yeah, oh, okay. Yeah, that was actually hit out. Loco plays ball and actually gives this one a good angle inside. A technical own goal, but you have to play these regardless, right, Hyperia?
Absolutely. It's one of those ones where you don't know whether it's going to go crossbar and out, crossbar and in, and you don't want to have it happen where it goes crossbar in, but you obviously also don't want this scenario. Magic, he certainly wants this one, though, because West Virginia, they somehow managed to flip the script within a couple of seconds.
Low and slow blow, little bouncing action. Don't have to worry about no crossbars on this one. Reverie gets nothing more than a front row seat to the second goal here for Western Virginia as they take the lead in regular time of this matchup for the first time so far. They won overtime, but that was obviously the immediate sudden death situation. They did not actually spend any time at a points advantage.
I guess for West Virginia just need a goal, and that's what is firing them up enough to keep it going. I don't know what is it for the side of West Virginia that it changes as soon as they actually score? And is it one of those ones where, oh, we can actually do it, this is what we need to do, or it catches, oh my, okay, it catches James Madison off guard too much? I don't know.
I mean, why does oh my God, yes.
I think we
Why do sharks get excited by the scent of blood? You're gonna have to ask somebody smarter than me for that one, Hypheria. James Madison, unfortunately, letting now 3 go to Western Virginia, and I think this Western Virginia squad has smelled blood.
James Madison, they're reeking of it. West Virginia are continuously puncturing holes in the defensive end, but also there are tiny gaps left by the side of James Madison already. All that West Virginia is doing is tearing that hole even larger and making sure that there's no way of them actually sealing it shut. Dior, but that's a good pass though, and an even better finish.
Fantastic shot. That's a nice read off the wall right here. Loco puts this over to just kind of get it away from their defender, and Dior, perfect positioning, perfect time, 120 kilometers per hour, looking at about 73 miles an hour for our American folk. 80-second left. Okay, yeah, false is there.
Ross is there as well. Double tap imminent and will be completed as well. That's just brilliant.
Absolutely brilliant. Rotz is second on this. Magic has 2 as well. False coming in with the assist, but triple saves. Kind of getting the hat trick of saves for their squad. It is a well-rounded, well-oiled machine that is firing on all cylinders right now from West Virginia, and perhaps that is thematical because Western Virginia is obviously very well known for the construction of, like, steam boilermakers. They're boilermakers. That's what I'm trying to say.
I did not know that. A little history lesson. I like that. Okay.
Don't just farm coal. Farm coal?
They're
Mine coal.
cranking up the heat right now, at least on the side on Madison, who are struggling to deal with it. They're not used to the heat by any stretch of the imagination. Thus, they're going to go in together to try and climb themselves to it a little bit more. Rever up high. Diora trails it down all the way through the sky, but taps it one. It's just all seconds of the clock right now. That is all that West Virginia have to play, and they're on match point already.
Yeah, so 2 scores, 30 seconds. This is a rough one, I tell you. False blocking it off. Rever looking good. Too high, though. Just a tad too high.
Diora still no false with the interruption. I feel like that might already be the case closed here for James Madison in game number 2. They're going to have to reverse sweep this, but they have kept it incredibly close. Just literally West Virginia, they score once, they score twice. They always get a 2-for-1 deal. They're incredible hagglers.
Incredibly hagglers. It's an art. It's an art. It might find the third, but not going to matter. You lose by 2, you lose by 1. We might be looking at a 2-4. We might be looking at a 5-2. Doesn't matter. It goes 4-2 status. West Virginia takes the second game by a 2-score difference, obviously outside of that overtime from game 1. Do mine eyes deceive me? Do we have the perfect 100% shot completion ratio here, Hypheria?
West Virginia, that's just nasty. We do indeed. Your eyes do not deceive you. 4 shots out of West Virginia, 4 converted as well. And hey, I said it in the previous round already when they were playing against Stockton. That's kind of what they want to play at. They want to strike when they get the perfect opportunity, and this is where it actually gets executed.
Yeah. Quantity and quality, right? James Madison putting up 8 shots of their own, 3 from Diora, 5 from Loco, and 1 from Rever, but only ended up making 2 of these in. There's a lot to be said for, like, the pressure that offense yields, but when West Virginia is able to put up 6 saves for James Madison 0, I think, again, this kind of just tells the numerical story of a game 2 wherein West Virginia won by a score difference of 2.
It's going to be so incredibly frustrating for James Madison to accept this current scoreline, because obviously they are going to feel like, okay, we've been in attack where we've had more opportunities, but that's not the entire game. It's not all played onto the attack. You need to actually give credit to your opponent. Okay, they did well on the defense. Now it's our turn. Not credit it to, oh, we just got unlucky on the shots or whatever. There needs to be just a smidge of a change. Don't overdo it, because you'll see the exact same thing where West Virginia did in game number 2 when they'll totally lose the plot.
Yep.
But it's game number 3 and James Madison, they're on the verge of the cliff.
Yeah, verge of the cliff. They're staring over. Match point, map point, tournament point. Getting on into the grand finals and getting at least $500, even if you don't get an invitation point.
No!
I don't know. Wow, what a stop. Rever coming through. Throw a bicycle in that one and doing it backwards.
Oh, now the 50 as well. Oh, what a pass backwards, Trevor. So awkward. And actually, West Virginia score. If that's not a slap in the face, I don't know what is.
Wow, the False's back pass is a middle school dance, but Rot picks it up like they've been dancing for years. 22 seconds into this one, West Virginia with a mild lead. But again, that is the situation that we have seen entirely outside of those first two JMU scores.
How are you going to be feeling if you're James Madison? If you're Rever, you had a free shot on the goal, your teammate gets it away from you, and then you concede on the counter. It is going to be blood boiling, and that's where you got to keep it cool. That's where you got that insulation. In a 3-on-1 scenario, Magic goes for an early shot. Well, I don't know why, because it was a 3-on-1. You could have one for the demo, one for the pass, and one for the shot. So many options, and they decided to throw it away.
I hear you. Like, well, looking out in the middle right here, False. Actually, what takes a demo against, unfortunately, spawning back on up here, and the defense of Western Virginia will be back to full strength. False puts it out on the left side. Magic tried to pick that one up, but Dior and the rest of JMU's offense is really looking fine right now. That is, of course, while they have him. Loco dusted off of this field for a couple seconds. Nice bump. Sometimes you don't need the full demos, right?
Absolutely not. Sometimes a bump does even more damage than a demo because you have a 0 boost and you're still up in the play, not suffocating enough. And he's got to make sure that West Virginia get choked out.
Yeah, so tied up situation. This is exactly what JMU needs. Backs against the wall, match point, map point. Everything I said earlier going on for Loco, Rever, and Diora. Right now they're playing like it. That's going to be their first goal for 3 shots on Western Virginia, looking at a 2-1 scoreline right now, or 2-1 ratio now. Oh, False almost gets granted the reward for a fantastic angle. That one just barely off, though.
But instead, it was one of those scenarios where, okay, it looked very crispy, it looked very cool, False. If you had just tapped that mid, your teammates would have been there, and it would have been a goal either way. And in this scenario, I'd just recommend go for the surefire goal and go for the shot as well, perhaps, or at least leave it to your teammate. Yeah, a bit of a miscommunication on the side of West Virginia. Magic might be able to mend it, and no, he's not. Rot's way too far back to continue this offense.
Yeah, you're 100% right, High Fiera. There's been multiple times, like, this would be a Western Virginia squad that would have already won this matchup by now if a lot of their offensive opportunities were just simply more well-coordinated. It's rare that they're going to find a score off of just a single goal, like a single tap-up, that usually these defenses, both sides here, are going to be able to block that one up, and it's just rough looks from West Virginia when no ace here. Like, right now, why isn't a player closer to that than Dior was, right? Like, this is a literal, like, right in front of goal situation.
There was a demo there as well. It causing a bit of a chaotic vibes on the side of James Madison. But West Virginia, you're not able to pounce just yet. Magic, good 50, stays in control. That's something that West Virginia have been doing the entire time as well, staying in control of the play. Even if the tap might seem a bit awkward, perhaps this False gets outpaced by Diora and lands into the center. Magic and Loco both jump over the top of it. Is there somebody back? He's going to get hunted down by Loco, or River just going to have an open net.
That's a step forward to this reverse sweep, getting that broom out the closet and doing the same thing against Western Virginia they spent 2 games doing to you. About 100 seconds since our last goal, 91 kilometers an hour on that one as JMU puts a foot forward and a score up. Oh,
good.
No, oh, brutal. Oh, dear night. Oh, dear night. That's JMU, not 1 but 2.
Okay, well, I guess that's exactly what James Madison need. Falls going, swinging incredibly wide, leaving the net open for Magic, or leaving a lot of tasks to Magic, who turned outwards instead of turning inwards after the boost grab. It's a very much decided or much argued point what you exactly should do. I think it just depends on the scenario, and people are incredibly outcome oriented.
Yeah, that's fair. People are always going to say, oh yeah, I would have done that too when you see a nasty goal land, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's a crispy pass. Nobody there, though, unfortunately.
Would have been tasty. Not going to happen. Falls taking this one away and getting into the offensive third for right now. Loco putting that up. That I don't think is true. No, it's not. The next one isn't either, and Rever can't quite get to it. Oh, Heartbreak Hotel.
Oh, no, the crossbar has been taking a battering here. Well, they get away with it, and West Virginia, they'll just have to do some construction on that crossbar. Falls. I guess it's all right, but it does make things incredibly awkward. Diora, the landing, stuck, and thus is able to continue the play. Rots absolutely no boost in the tanks. That's to fake it out. Now on the start of West Virginia as well, they're going for a touch that they don't even necessarily need to go for.
Yeah, dedicating time and resources to plays that are just not necessary when you have a very, very clear one objective in mind. I can't agree more, Hypheria. Back down out here. Rots doesn't allow that one to go all the way in here. Bounce plays, and members of Western Virginia are nowhere to be found. They have to get on offense right now.
Ooh, that's a passing field, but nobody actually there to take the shot and falls at this point. You might as well go for it. Then he goes for it when he's going to be beat either way. Loku not able to get a flip reset, though. Falls still soaring through the sky. River takes it over the top of him. Magic is going to catch, be caught by Diora. Rot's not able to swap this out. Falls and Loco in a bit of an entanglement into the book for this game. It surely is over unless Falls can somehow get a goal right here, right now, or at least one of his teammates. Well, it seemed rather unlikely.
Yeah, getting that one over River would have been the name of the game, but 3-2, 4-1, however it ends, this game is West Virginia as we get our first extended Rocket League match of the broadcast. All 2 zeros, all 3 zeros, all the way through here today. Hypheria, hey, perhaps a little good luck coming across from the pond. It was one of those series where it would seem incredibly unfair for it to end in a sweep. James Madison, they kept it close throughout. Just, I don't know, lost the plot every single time around, and this time they actually managed to find it back. It's about who makes a comeback. It's been a comeback every single match thus far, and I guess you just got to prevent that from happening. Yeah, definitely easier said than done, but if we take a look at the numbers we've been using to kind of compare times of possessions and whatnot, given that we do not have that clock counter here, looking at 11 shots attempted for James Madison here, and only 4 saves to boot. Looking at 5 saves, West Virginia, and they only were able to put up about 6 shot attempts on. That tells me this Western Virginia squad, it was more obvious within the numbers than within the actual gameplay just how little Western Virginia was able to go forth with some of these offensive opportunities.
I think that completely shows the comeback potential here for James Madison. The potential of that reverse sweep is certainly alive, and their teams should not be given up upon. It's up to James Madison to try and prove that, though. There's a ton of pressure on them right now. Every single eye is looking at them specifically. Are they able to do it? Well, they need to take another step forward before they can even complete the recipe and put the cherry on top, and that's make the batter, make the cream as well.
Absolutely. Looking into it. Still on match point, but at least provided themselves that win and kind of prove that they can do it. Not just by 1 either, by the score difference of 2. That was JMU. Back over to it. Loco has been doing crazy stuff all day long, and there is no reason to believe that now in the lower bracket finals that one is going to stop, Hypheria.
It's a mistake from Rots, but that doesn't take anything away from the goal from Loco to trail it down, to still have the read, and instead of trusting Rots, okay, if Rots are probably going to touch this in this regard, so I need to go lower, or I need to adapt this. No, just do what you want to. Rots wants to return the pressure, though, and at least manages to get a 52 soaring through the sky for West Virginia, and they quickly need to resolve this kind of double committing.
30 seconds into this one, got to resolve the double commit situations. We've seen it multiple times, both sides of this pitch. Offense, defense, and both teams. So 40 seconds into this one, trying to set this one up. Diora moves into the acceptance, but that's Magic taking it away for right now. Rots back down bottom, and that's the wrong way here, False. Bringing it out, trying getting over Diora. Go ahead.
Sometimes you gotta take 1 step backwards to put 2 forward, right?
I'm with it.
Keep the ball under control. Rots struggling to do so here, though. And I guess that is one of the problems. If you struggle to then get it out, which is exactly the problem that West Virginia are facing, yeah, that is exactly where the mistake happens. It's not necessarily on the initial return, but it is on what you do thereafter, and they're still under scrutiny.
Yes, they are. Another demo right here. That's the side of Western Virginia that has used that so far, but a gut shot right here, traveling about as fast as a bullet. That's Diora for the second.
140 kph, 2
Wow.
taps and 2 rammers as well, straight towards each other. Laser beams will have happening across, and surely that's the quickest one of tonight, right?
Yes, 133 was the previous fastest, Hypheria.
Yeah, it was a zinger. Bottom left. That wouldn't have gone in had it gone any slower. The defense was incredibly close, and James Madison, they're also up by 2. West Virginia, I don't know what's happening on their camp, but it's not all roses anymore.
At 140 kilometers per hour, that is 86 miles an hour, and that is breaking every speed limit in the United States of America. So shame, 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 JMU.
I guess they did it with a ball. It's at least a little bit of a reprieve. Balls. Wave dashes underneath one and fakes it out as well. The catch also happening. And I feel like it's incredibly hard to read what Falls exactly is going to do because you never know when exactly he's done. He will always want more, which will make it tough for the rest of the West Virginia players to try and elaborate on a play that he sets up.
Speaking of elaborate plays, Rever looking to try and do this themselves. A roll around, and that's going to be defender missing right there, and Magic easily blocks this one away. Once again, I mean, JMU, both sides. I can't even say just JMU. Western Virginia as well. They just simply left their point man out in the lurch. They're getting fantastic things done by themselves, but again, it is just so infrequent that the touch is going to make it in to the back of the net.
Ooh, Magic, perhaps with an infield pass, falls there to catch it, bops it over the top of one, but instead of taking a direct shot and just ripping one on Torga the exact way that James Madison did at West Virginia, that's too stale for them. They want to spice it up, add some extra spice and flair to it, and instead they completely mess themselves up with the zing and pep they're putting in. Unfortunately, James Madison, they don't care about that. They just go for a simple shot. Loco, they're to doink it up. Brotz is able to at least bop it up wide.
Starting this one out, Loco looking to accept this one in the corner. No, pulls it back, and Dior pulls it in. Loco once again redirect back towards the side of the pitch, but Magic takes it off the side. Shot down bottom, falls, gets the shot down there, but Rever always there to block this one away.
Magic, 50 all the way down the left flank. Falls catches it with a pre-flip. Don't think that they saw it coming, but Rever still close enough. 50, perhaps. It's going to be awkward, and he's going to have no boost. Still hunting for the bump. Falls, just go for the bump now. Don't set yourself up for a pass, and instead he sets himself up for the pass. The Aura already positioning himself to block both angles. That is incredibly defended by Diora.
Falls. Passes this one up. It was Diora a second ago. It was Rever this time. Nicely done. Now Diora getting in that offensive third right here. First initial shots, there's no problems getting this one up. Hypheria is just about those seconds. And it seems after the first one, both teams have been giving up possession almost immediately afterwards.
Rever into the corner. Shot imminent as well. Rot's able to at least keep it out. And we are heading into the final stage. The book about to be closing release. We're going to the final chapter. And that would be a reverse sweep completely set up. West Virginia, they've got only 30 seconds to try and find it together in this game.
Yeah, I mean, Western Virginia is looking at about 6 or 7 minutes now with no scores on boards. They only found one at the last, and that was about halfway through that matchup. 23 seconds to go, possible, but
well, that's open.
Possibility.
No,
it's open. Two players had a shot at it, and this is just going to be a slow roller around the other side. With that, JMU has punched their ticket to a Game 5.
I am so upset. It was an open net. It was your final chance to get back into it. You're lining the shot up perfectly, and somebody comes battering in there and rams it wide. That is exactly the opposite. Well, you should be doing in that scenario. West Virginia, they kind of throw it away themselves, but it at least sums it up quite well what's been happening. They're shooting themselves in the foot by bumping into each other, redirecting the aim of the barrel, and instead it's going to go right down into that final game.
That's going to be JMU here on for game number 4. We were complaining about sweeps earlier, Hypheria. Don't have to worry about that here in the lower bracket finals.
Reverse sweep.
Reverse sweep. Possible, yeah. I mean, they can't get the regular sweep for Western Virginia, and after they've come out with a 0-score performance that was followed, or that is following a 1-score performance, I have to say, James Madison University, they have shrugged off first 2 games here. I fear that is a thing of the past. It might as well be a part of a previous match that they played some other day in the great game of Rocket League and their experience therein. They're just focused on this last one now. A best of 5 boiled down to essentially a best of 3, now boiled down to a one and done. The winner of this getting at least that second prize, which is, of course, their even split of a $500 scholarship.
Right. So you are about to get reverse swept. You've lost 2 games in a row after winning 2. You get subbed in. West Virginia are making a substitution because Magic has just left the pitch and Pop and Panda is going to come in. while incredibly cool for Pulp and Panda, imagine the pressure involved. Hey, yeah, we're going to put you into game number 5. You best win, otherwise we are out.
Yeah, exactly. Especially given that Western Virginia has been going on with this same roster so far here today. It's just been Fouls, it's just been Magic, and it has just been Rots. Now Pop and Panda, player coming off of the bench right here. We'll see how this one goes. It's got to be something they really feel is required to move forth at this game number 5. Otherwise, I don't see this happening, at least not at this point, at least not at the game 5 situation.
We're going to have to see how Pulp and Panda performs under pressure. Pulp and Panda under pressure, I feel like it's a nice alliteration for this exact match. West Virginia, they've had their own team bumps, their fair share of it, and instead of James Madison, I guess they will take over.
Back onto the middle. Diora tries to walk the dog right here, but the leash gets taken away from him. 25 seconds is picked up as Rots right here. Loco easily, again, after members of Western Virginia are not able to follow up with the teammates. Hopefully that is an issue that will be resolved by Pop and Panda kind of showing up in the roster lineup now.
Poppin up to the skies. Unfortunately, forgets the ball. It's a pretty important factor if you want to actually score, unless you fake it out. It seems like a rather elaborate fake. Rots just booms it all the way down to the blue half. Gives them a bit of reprieve and breathing room. Pop and Panda cutting in front of Rots. So Fouls going for the bump. That disallows Rots to go. Okay, sure, you've cleared up the entire net, but Rots doesn't exactly know that you can't fully trust in the bumps. And oh my word, this is a fair at this point with the amount of bumper cars happening.
I have to wonder how many times Western Virginia will put this ball, just firing one across the bow right here. Completely open net with no other offender there because they're just not in position. I think that Western Virginia has spent a couple games, I'm going to say it, playing scared, straight up. They are just not willing to fully commit to these offensive opportunities, and that has led to them scoring 1 goal across the past 6 minutes or so.
2? Perhaps, no, not quite. Loco able to stop it. Falls with a shot, obviously goes up high. And that's the thing, except for, okay, you always want to do more and you might overstep your mark, so you can mess it up yourself. At this point, James Madison know that as well. Every single time you have the ball falls, you go for something immaculate. They will go for to stop the immaculate. Loco just stays grounded because as soon as you have that second flip, it's going to be so hard to find that actually and get enough power behind it. With James Madison, they're playing this perfectly in West Virginia. They just need to take a step back and simplify it for themselves.
Yeah, that's really just slowing down this gameplay, right? JMU is enjoyed such prominence, such power thus far, and slowing it down and kind of taking possession back of this game would be paramount. Falls back onto the outside. Nice put up by Rots. Rots looking on a second, and Pop and Panda is going to be able to. Nope, Pop and Panda on the rotation. Falls is the one going to be able to pick this one up. Now Pop and Panda from the side right here puts it up. Rever easily blocks this one away, shanks it to the left corner, and now that's left to Rots to try and pick up and bring out. Nope, Diorder picks it up, and JMU starts their offensive opportunities.
Falls down to the left flank. Rever still in the way, but with 0 boost, and 1 tap over the top is going to give Falls a free opportunity. He almost wave dashes it through, but the collar not quite connecting to the ground. Rots flip reset. Pop and Panda with a 50, and this is all of a sudden a lot more intensive, and Falls, he wants to be intrusive at it as well. Leaves the ball. That's exactly what I want to see from you, Falls. Loco there to stop it. River, they're still under scrutiny. And James Madison, they quickly need to get this ball cleared.
Yes, they do. They have been spending the past 20 seconds or so on defense. And that's a good takeout, and at least an attempt. Pop and Panda takes it to the corner, pops up, burns everything to get there, and now doesn't really have a whole lot on the defensive rotation.
Something we haven't reiterated, or something we haven't iterated enough. This is for at least 500 scholarship money. $500, that is, obviously not 500 Monopoly. It is $500 towards your scholarship. Absolutely brilliant. Well, it's a big help, of course, and they're fighting for that, and it's shaping up to be one of those 1-goal games.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you're not on a full ride, that is literal dollars back in your pocket. Take it from somebody who is still paying their student loans. We're going to change subjects quickly on that one. Falls back on out to the south side, trying to reach the ground. It seemed like there was a magnet almost to this JMU player, and now they got a huge redirect, a huge change of situation right here. And this game is really just looking like game 1 all over again. The 2-2 tie-up. This is pretty much primed and ready to go to overtime.
West Virginia seem a lot more completed. As I say that, they're under scrutiny. Loco's about to pop it through. 39 seconds, and Loco comes through for his team in the offensive end.
Nicely done. First shot right here after the offensive pressure proves to be just a little bit too much for this Western Virginia University squad.
Uh-oh. Trouble on the side of West Virginia. They're not going to be happy. They have very little time to bring this back. Rots in a race to the ball. And just win it out. And Falls is there in the center as well. So they've got a good opportunity right off of kickoff.
27 seconds to go. JMU playing at a mild advantage, and they definitely know it, as Western Virginia needs to change something about their game plan. This is the point where you just dump it all into offense, because you lose by one, doesn't matter. If this is JMU that puts up 4 more scores, it simply does not matter, because they will lose by the same token. Once again, putting this one across here, JMU, no players really. This is probably the last offense for Western Virginia.
If it's even an offense, currently they're struggling to break away. They might not even have a second touch on this ball. Actually, Poppin' Panda pops it forward. It's going to be down to the crowd, or actually, no, my word, that was incredibly close, but it is James Madison who complete the reverse sweeper to slam themselves a ticket towards the grand final.
Wow, so that's almost... exactly 10 minutes, maybe a little bit plus. No scores on board for Western Virginia. They go through 3 games just absolutely ready to do battle, then show up game 4 and game 5, just don't have a whole lot left in the tank. JMU now punching their ticket on into the grand finals. Second place, going to be getting $500 of scholarship money. First place, $1,000 scholarship money, and that invitation on in to Atlanta, Georgia for the CECC LAN, the Collegiate LAN, coming on in this May 7th and 8th.
It's going to be brilliant. It's going to be beautiful. And just like any story, it needs to come a full circle. When this day started with JMU versus Stockton, and it's going to finish with that as well. But before that, we're going to take a short little break before this final best of 5. Make sure to stick in there. No, this game already starting off chaotic and they clear away. Terrible, so James Madison can capitalize.
Loco, once again, the crazy train shows up yet again very early in this one as well. 24 seconds of actual Diora down bottom, and Loco yet again.
James Madison, they're literally just vultures right now, waiting for a bit of meat to be tossed in their lap. And well, West Virginia, they just keep on dropping it there like a wonky food.
He knows exactly what they need to do, and that's just a little bit of keep away. As I say that, Magic gets one down bottom, and that makes it so much easier for these Mountaineers to come back in and tie this one up.
And the last time West Virginia, they were backs against the wall, and they had to make a tough time reading it. It's going to go off the top, but underneath, it's so awkward.
Rots can't quite get to the tops. Hate to see... Rots does come from the tops. Excuse me, that's Loco who can't get to the tops. Diora actually landing just below the saves, and that's not gonna matter. Can't save that one. James Madison University was able to hang on into regular time. That does not find itself to be true in overtime.
And River wanted to go, but couldn't because his teammate was 4 minutes left on the clock. Though, what a demo there by Loco, clearing up the net, and Rod left in a cloud of smoke, unable to have any vision on it, thus just having to blindly jump, and even then, he might not have had it. The ball crossing the line, leaving a brilliant shot.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that was actually hit out. Loco plays ball and actually gives this one a good angle inside. A technical own goal, but you have to play these regardless, right, Hyperia?
Absolutely. It's one of those ones
where... and slow blow, little bouncing action. Don't have to worry about no crossbars on this one. Rever gets nothing more than a front row seat to the second goal here for Western Virginia as they take the lead in regular time of this matchup. For the first time so far. They won overtime.
Shut Diora, but that's a good pass though, and an even better finish.
Fantastic shot. That's a nice read off the wall right here. Loco puts this over to just kind of get it away from their defender, and Diora, perfect positioning, perfect time.
Imminent, and will be completed as well. That's just brilliant.
Absolutely brilliant. Rots is second on this. Magic has 2 as well. Falls coming in with the assist, but triple saves. Kind of getting the hat trick of saves. Might find the third, but not going to matter. You lose by 2, you lose by 1. We might be looking at a 2-4. We might be looking at a 5-2. Doesn't matter. It goes 4-2 status. West Virginia.
Oh, what a pass backwards, Trevor. So awkward. And actually, West Virginia score. If that's not a slap in the face, I don't know what is.
Wow, the false's back pass is as awkward as a middle school dance, but Rots picks it up.
Because you have a 2 boost, and Diora, he's still up in the play, not suffocating enough. And he's got to make sure that West Virginia get choked out.
Yeah, so tied up situation. This is exactly what JMU needs. Backs against the wall, match point, map point, everything I said earlier.
Is there somebody back? He's going to get hunted down by Loco or River. He's going to have an open net.
That's a step forward to this reverse sweep, getting that broom out the closet and doing the same thing against Western Virginia they spent 2 games doing to you. About 100 seconds.
Okay, well, I guess that's exactly what James Madison need. Foles swinging incredibly wide, either leaving the net open for Magic or leaving it
Whatever River would have been the name of the game, but 3-2, 4-1, however it ends. This game is West Virginia's, and we get our first extended Rocket League match of the to it. Loco has been doing crazy stuff all day long, and there is no reason to believe that now in the lower bracket finals that one is going to stop, Hyperio.
It's a mistake from Roltz. That doesn't take...
That's the side of Western Virginia that has used that so far, but a gut shot right here, traveling about as fast as a bullet. That's Diora for the second.
140 kph,
Wow.
2 taps and 2 rammers as well, straight towards each other. Laser beams will have...
And this is just going to be a slow roller around the other side. With that, JMU has punched their ticket to a Game 5.
I am so upset. It was an open net. It was your final chance into each other, redirecting the aim of the barrel, and instead it's going to go right down into that final game.
That's going to be JMU.
Loco's about to pop it through 39 seconds, and Loco comes through for his team in the offensive end.
Nicely done. First shot right here after the offensive pressure proves to be just a little bit too much for this Western Virginia University squad.
Well, actually, Poppin' Panda pops it forward. It's going to be down to the crowd, or actually, no, my word, that was incredibly close, but it is James Madison who complete the...
And we are back. We are here, and we are live. FBI Tubbo with Hyperia. We got, of course, grand finals coming up here in just a second. That is Stockton in JMU. But first, we have to stop on in with one of the JMU players, hot off of a win, a 3-2 victory, Map 5 action. Loco, you with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Glad to hear it.
Brilliant.
Glad to hear it.
Beautiful.
Gotta ask, how does it feel coming off the Game 5 situation? This is going to be the first non-sweep you've seen on broadcast today.
Yeah, it was very stressful going down 2 games, but we had our coach step in, and he gave us a few words, and we were able to turn it around and get the dub.
I hear you.
A coach, of course, incredibly important. What kind of stuff can a coach do in that regard? What kind of stuff can he say to turn around the momentum?
I think our comms were really dead, and we just weren't really that focused. And then he came in and he woke us up, told us to play a little bit differently. We started playing more aggressive, and we were able to get the reverse sweep.
And that's the way it is. Sometimes you just got to believe in yourself. And is that kind of also a thing that you felt was changing on the other side? They were starting to play less confidence, and it kind of started to shift the balance of power, or was it all you, basically?
Yeah, I think once we started to apply a bit more pressure, it threw off their rotations a bit more. And
Mhm.
then we threw in a couple demos there too, and I think we were just able to not let them get team plays, which was mostly what they were able to do against us the first 2 games. We tried to really cut that out, which worked for us. So
Absolutely, it did. Kind of get in and like interrupt the offensive game plan of your opponents. I want to ask, you of course played Stockton today. That was our 3rd matchup on stream. We're counting numbers here. 6-2 in game number 1, score difference of 4. Pretty one-sided affair. But
Yep.
that game 2, anything but. That was a 2-1 scoreline. My question to you, dear Loco, is what kind of changed between that game 1 and game 2 to result in such different scorelines?
Stockton's a really good team. I think we just weren't ready to match their pace in game 1, and then I think we fixed up a few of our rotational errors in game 2. But Stockton's a really solid team, so we're going to play really well if we want to take them down in the
There you go.
finals.
There you go. Now, Loco, last question here. Is Loco like locomotive? Is Loco like crazy? Because we were having a lot of fun with that. Me and Pyro were.
Yeah, it's just crazy. Crazy is, it's not locomotive. I could say that.
Gotcha. There you go. We were calling it Crazy Train because we weren't sure, right? The Loco Crazy Train. And a
I like
fantastic
that.
job you were doing earlier. But yeah,
Thank you.
I just want to say again, congratulations on the dub. Congratulations on making it on in here to grand finals. And I want to ask you, Loco, do you have any shout outs here before we get grand finals started?
Yeah, shout out my 2 teammates, Diora and Rever, and our coach Chad for turning the series around for us.
There you go.
And
Yeah, I like it.
Who else than Chad? Who else than Chad?
I was gonna say, is that Coach Chad or the Chad coach, right? There you go.
Both.
There you go. Loco, thank you for coming on in to give us some of your time after the game, and good luck in the grand finals, sir. Looking at
Yep.
Stockton, both teams are going to
Thanks.
need it. Both teams are going to need it.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Not a problem. Not a problem. Winners only in the interview box. We might be seeing Loco or another member of his team after this. We got to get all the way down to it. Now, of course, I fear you, as we talked about before, there will not be bracket reset situations here. We will be looking at point advantage in this best of 5. That means, of course, that when we get back in, Stockton will be starting this one at a 1 game lead, excuse me. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir. Stockton will be starting, and it's going to be incredibly rough. Of course, it's Stockton already, but Stockton have got a certain flair they would like to add, and well, they might just overdo it in game number 1.
We will see how that goes. Starting in just a minute, short break to get that one set up, get Loco on with the team, and we'll have grand finals of the CECC starting very soon. Hello and welcome back. The CECC continues now. Grand finals starting in just a second, I fear you.
Oof, yes, sir. And it's going to be a rough one. I think we can be incredibly honest. It is going to be it's going to have to be an upset for JMU if they want to pull through. They already got knocked down to the lower bracket by Stockton, but that was in a best of 3. Technically, well, it's kind of a best of 3 for them anyway, yet again.
Yeah, if this is a Stockton University squad that comes in and wins too, because they're coming from that winner's bracket, they're becoming with that point advantage when it comes to those games. Obviously, best of 7 means a little bit less, but this is a best of 5 and not a best of 7, Hyperia. Looking on, and we got to sit down with Loco a minute ago, and they kind of talked to us about what exactly it is that JMU needs to do, and mostly what they were talking about is matching pace with this high-flying Stockton University squad.
And they're hot of the press as well. They just completed a reverse sweep. Well, Stockton, they've had to watch that reverse sweep unfold, and that takes a little bit of time. About an hour has been knocked off their clock, where they probably sat in free play, perhaps somehow got a scrim, which would be a lot of dedication. So I don't necessarily think that is going to be the case. And Stockton, they probably needed a bit of a game to warm up, and that is exactly where JMU can strike.
Exactly. JMU just simply coming off of like more recent hot and fiery competitive action. Even ranked play, yeah, it's going to be competitive, but does it really mean the same when you have on the balance $1,000 in scholarship money going on into the first place team, $500 to second place, not even in the biggest, an invite to the CECC Mid-Atlantic Invitational 2022 in sunny Atlanta, Georgia.
Well, you get the double up and you get a ticket as well. You want to shoot for both those things, but as I said plenty of times, it's Stockton versus James Madison in an absolute brawl. They're going to figure out who gets to go home and who can actually push through to Atlanta. Bussy at least wants to get it up to a hot start for Stockton. And well, Stockton, they're already off to a brilliant start, at least putting James Madison under heavy scrutiny.
Yes, they are. Back to the middle. Bussy barely missing that one. Drip puts it off into the corner and chases it down themselves. A lower blow, but Top Cheese can't quite get there. Diora, a nice pickup. Make sure that JMU going to be looking fine as wine in the next little bit. Stockton on the left, JMU on the right.
Oh no, that's a double commit. Can Aloka get enough powerball in it? Passes it off to Diora, who doesn't have an angle. Needs to pass it back off back center. The Bus, 50-50 on Loco into Diora. Good 50-50 to send it into their own positioning. Bus, that's going to be a free ball to River. Good dive in from Top Cheat, still diving nonetheless. Has to recover for a little bit. Goes for a bump on Loco. Bus tries to go low, but that was a great read by Loco.
Yeah, the kind of comeback swap right there, reading it perfectly and nailing this ball to get it and over on into this blue half as well. That's not quite on point. Drip knows it and then plays it there towards the end. Bringing it out is Bussy here. Bring it to the corner. Diora wins this one, sends it flying down. Now a stop ball as Top Cheese picks this one up. A shot to the middle, but Drip is there all day long.
It seems awful similar to how it went in the previous match as well. But then the rules actually reverse. Stockton, they're starting off hot, but there's a few cracks in the defense right now where James Madison have yet been unable to sneak through. It is only a matter of time. And if they keep on getting those opportunities, at some point they'll break through. So it's time for Stockton to actually put one through. Bus actually taps it down back into the box. The is incredibly awkward. Trip right in front of Top Cheese, and all he has to do is get a touch.
Yeah, it took about 2 minutes, but what? Drip, Bussy, Drip taps it again, and then Top Cheese just waiting in the wings to knock this one in. 2 minutes, 4 seconds into this game. Number 2, technically, again, people, Stockton starting this competition at a 1-0 lead because they are coming from that top bracket. And that is going to be Stockton 1-0 within this game number 2.
Bus, wide, second tap. Top Cheese didn't want that. He wants actually for it to be left. River having a rough time as they're boosting the tank. Drip standing right underneath. Diora fakes him out. Top Cheese. Oh no, that's right into Drip. Is there an opportunity? Is there somebody there? No. Loco arrives way too late. River, it goes way too late. Then the shot comes through by Diora, but Bus arrives in time, as it should be.
Yeah, Drip is now picking up side boost. Spent quite a while, no boost to be spoken of. Now in the back, Drip gets the hit, but does get demoed for their efforts. A shot across, and it's Top Cheese again.
Yep, this is the class that you can be expecting out of Stockton. Just immaculate hits across the pitch to whip up to Top Cheese, and the finisher on top as well. It's so incredibly hard to come up against Stockton. You need to intercept every single little play that they're pulling up, otherwise it's going to go out of control. And well, this is nicely controlled for them. River with a weak shot, and everybody's already diving on Bert.
Yes, tell me if you sit here. Stockton demos left, right, and center like these players are driving across a minefield. Another shot. Bussy is almost. It's going to be top cheese. Deny the third goal, at least right now. Back on out to this middle. Bussy trying to pick this one up off the corner. Actually hits top cheese on the way in, and that gives JMU a little bit of way in edgewise.
Okay. Up high. It's going to be a bit awkward for Trip. He doesn't necessarily need to hit it. Plus, he ended up leaving it. I don't know. I have no answers anymore for whatever is happening on the pitch currently, but at least they managed to get it away. I guess that's the Stockton way.
Yeah, I mean, JMU said that they literally wanted to do this, and they have come within a hair's breadth of scoring multiple times, Hypheria, turning up the pace to Stockton's, and then turning it to 11, ripping the knob off and tossing in the rubbish, in the garbage bin.
You're right. He's getting tossed in the garbage bin as well. Loco sends somebody else into the woods. Trip sent far away. Bus finally able to catch the ball and keep it under control. Enough boost as well, and a flip to boot and gets it almost over the top. Dior, I'm not too sure what he was doing up in the sky. Top cheap, brilliant 50-50, still landing into the half of James Madison. The Stockton unable to continue an attack. Bus will make that happen though. Top cheese not getting the spike down. Bus goes wide with it. Smart play.
Yeah, what some would call it a waterfall, I would call that one a guillotine with the power with which that ball was coming down and the effect it would have. 3-0 for Stockton with 40 seconds left is essentially the nail in the coffin for this game number 2.
Now already puts James Madison on a line on the edge of a cliff. No way. Oh,
okay.
My goodness. This is one for the Blackfoots in history.
Nicely done. Loco continues this. Bus, Drip, both completely whiffing. I think that might have been a communications error. Like Drip telling Bussy that he could have picked it up, Bussy being way closer and having a better angle and trajectory, but then just minor misplay. Who knows? Would have loved to have been a fly on the wall for the comms for that one.
I have a feeling that Bus was supposed to touch it and it ended up missing, and unfortunately Drip got sent into a tizzy. Now these hard defense won't actually be into a tizzy, but they made it a game. James Madison, all of a sudden, that's why you don't give up. It could always happen that the heavy and mighty Stockton make a mistake, but now you need to force 1 6 seconds. Brilliant landing by River on the side, but no boost to actually catch, and leaks clear away by Bus. Might just be the dagger.
Still keeping it up. Nope. Ground ball 2-1 Stockton in game number 2, and we're going to be looking at match point just like that, Hypheria.
Simple as that. And Stockton, they made one mistake and they paid for it duly. Then they stopped, and they might have stopped altogether. They want to finish this off as soon as possible, but at the same time, it was that game number 2 that was a lot closer between these two.
Exactly. Yeah, that's literally, you took the words right out of my mouth. This was Stockton that came in swinging for the fences against JMU to begin with. That was 6-2, a 4-score difference. One of the biggest we've seen here today, and an absolutely oppressive scoreline. Following that up with this scoreline, with a 2-1 scoreline in the second game earlier, what that tells me is that James Madison is improving incrementally here. They're also coming off the most recent Rocket League action here when the pressure is like really on, and some of the biggest rewards here are to be played for. Again, invite here on into Atlanta, Georgia, May 7th and 8th for the largest collegiate land North America has ever seen.
James Madison, they've already had a rigid run. They've gone all the way through the lower bracket, being knocked down there by Stockton, just to come back up and get bonked on the head again by Stockton. They seem inevitable, and I guess if you're the top dog, you're going to be coming up against them every single time. And we already said it earlier, you need to be able to take down that top dog in order to claim your prize.
You get knocked down, you got to get up again. You can't ever keep me down. That's JMU's theme song, or the tub thumping song, Chumbawamba, whatever you want to go for there. 5 minutes starting in just a second, and this could be it here. This could be it for JMU, Hypheria.
Okay. Gonna kick us off somewhat. It was an awkward scenario. And maybe a fake kicker from the side of Stockton. We don't know. It doesn't matter. There's James Madison. They are still in control of the ball. Perhaps a free way through. An awkward pass back. Loco at least manages to catch it. Trip whips it up. Diora, plenty of time on the catch.
Whip and drip right there on into Diora. That was almost a perfect setup here. Diora would have been granted that open net, but defender got there in just the nick of time. But again, such is kind of the gameplay we come to expect from Stockton, right? They're just always there when they need to be. Nice fake, and that's gonna be Stockton striking first in game number 3.
I don't like that Stockton struck first here. It's a brilliant fake by Drip, but Bus going off the ceiling there, that is the way that Stockton are still going to get a reverse swept here. Because James Madison, they're still an incredibly capable squad. I don't think Stockton can be that loose with it just yet. They still need to keep themselves in it. Like the pass back as well, River. Just get back in time, indeed, catches it and carries it.
Yeah, and that's another way that Stockton can just apply this pressure. When they're able to wing this one out at a true angle, kind of like that, it forces everybody to pay attention to it, but that angle wasn't 100% true. It looks like it. It was not true overall. Always going to be the second tap. That's Rever coming through for the side of JMU, James Madison University. That's the Dukes, y'all.
And if you ever play ranks and you are not able to climb those ranks, this is why. You always need to double commit because your teammate will probably miss it. Just exquisitely read by Rever. Always end up double committing. James Madison, they would have been in a heap of trouble had Rever missed that, or it had been saved, because, well, they were both with very little boost. This is exactly what I mean with Stockton can't start styling like it just yet, because James Madison, they were still able to fight back, and Bus, that's an awkward scenario that they somehow need to clean up. Loco with another shot, it goes down low. Bus and Top Cheese both converge on the play and is lodged wide.
Yeah, there's 90 seconds into this one. Both teams haven't scored once, but no advantage either side. Is match point, and JMU knows it. They're definitely playing it like it this point, Hyperia. Top Cheese from the upper echelons right now. Hit over, but that's Bussy that was not able to bring this one down. Now Drip. Drip usually does go down, but Rever is there to be able to block this one away.
My Drip always stays up.
Nice. Nice. So icy for life.
Loco might go crazy again. Ooh, Bus, Rever. Loco back in field of Drip yet again with a swat wide. Tries to trail it down, but Duran was caught off guard by the Bus miss, and on Rever pops that up high. It's a bit awkward. Cheese might have a second tap, but it's not going to go on target.
Wow. About as close as it gets for JMU without getting this one in. Nice takeaway, though. Stockton coming in. Drip going way too fast at this one, and does nothing more than play against the backboard with himself.
Cheese still. He goes against the backboard as well, but not playing with himself because Bus is there, and it's a little 1-2. The pass not received back. Drip tricks that on into the center. Top Cheese goes up high and one clear over the top, deep into the orange half. Bus loses control just a little bit, but manages to find control again. We're going to go down to the final 2 minutes with a 1-1 scenario.
I think that Stockton has kind of relied on their solo prowess, right? The individual skill from all of these players. That's been a lot of Top Cheese, and that's been a lot of Bussy. Not for lack of trying. Drip is there as well, but Drip is just frequently more kept up, and JMU gets the second here. 111 seconds on in this one, and that's JMU purchasing themselves a little bit of breathing room.
Top Cheese with an awkward clear right into the hands of Drip, who really did not have any other avenue to explore except straight through the center. And yet again, Stockton, you're down by 1. This is why you don't start styling that early, and I guess no, Top Cheese, what is that miss? That was wide open.
God. Yeah, Stockton University members just giving these one up. They're finding opportunities like lint in their pocket, and they are tossing it on the street like it is the same.
And Top Cheese, this could actually be another opportunity for James Madison here. Completely open, all the defense vacated. Viora gonna catch it, no boost in the tank, still has 40 to work with, and a flip as well, but Bus already challenged it before that could even be utilized. Rever way too far back for Stockton to try and utilize this. Drip, he's always the steady defender though. He kind of lets Top Cheese and Bus do whatever they want to, while Drip just keeps the drop defended.
The Drip kind of anticipating the shot into this, flips back on it and kind of does his best wall impersonation, but the shot never did come. As it is, though, JMU back onto the offense. They've been spending a lot of time here. If they continue to, we're going to be looking at a Game 4 situation, I fear you.
Ooh, Actually, we might be right here. Surely, Drip. No, he's still not able to clear it out. 50 seconds are now on the clock. Stockton, they've been handed a gift. Now they actually need to not look the gifted horse into the mouth. Bus with a 50 and Loco involved with it as well. Thus engaging in a double commit. Loco, free shot. Loco convert.
There you go, JMU playing like they're on match point because they know it. 120 kilometers an hour on this one. And that's going to be a little bit of insurance, a little bit of breathing room again purchased for JMU. A new lease on life they will have gotten if they are able to take this game and push it on in to game number 4.
Bus, less. Okay, we got bumped out of the way. If James Madison still give this up now, I mean, it would be over already, but it would be even rougher for them. The road back home is going to be in extreme silence, and Loco, he doesn't want to go back home just yet. He wants to go to Atlanta, and he's playing like it. Everybody on the side of James Madison, they've been handed a game here, or at least Stockton, they weren't playing seriously. You see Buzz diving to the sky every single time. James Madison, they're capitalizing. I wonder what Stockton's return is going to be.
Yeah, because we know that JMU is taking it. We get our second non-sweep of the series as JMU strikes back in game number 3. 6-6. Wow, yeah. So we're looking at 6 shots both sides. 3 saves James Madison, 2 saves on the side of Stockton. And the simple fact that Drip was able to get 4 of these attempted shots of the total of 6, I think kind of tells us what we need to know about time and possession and whatnot. Bussy and Top Cheese have been absolutely popping off all day long. Not saying Drip is bad, but both of them have been able to get assists on into this. Or no, excuse me, the Top Cheese is the only goal. Drip with the assist. I can't read.
That's film. Drip with the assist doesn't surprise me. He's more of the back-end player. But Stockton, they've lost a bit of focus. And what often happens, we've all experienced it, if we play casual and then try and go back to ranked, all of a sudden you're out of that vibe. You don't feel like playing seriously anymore. And It's up to Stockton to actually start playing like it again. Because James Madison, they have proven their sufficiency, or their proficiency rather, in reverse sweeps. And they might just be able to do it again.
I mean, you keep messing around with this James Madison squad. Game 4 ain't going to go the way you want, and Game 5 is going to be a little bit of heartbreak here, Stockton. Got to see what we saw earlier. Yes, we saw an incredibly even-handed matchup. Each player with 2-shot attempts, each player with a save coming on into this one. So, again, kind of like even-handed stats for Stockton, but we have to see somebody kind of take that helm with the offense and run away with it and get multiple scores on board and get them early.
Here we go then, they are lining up yet again, the players dropping on in, the cars on the pitch, the engine revving. Stockton versus James Madison, and James Madison, they just need to puncture a hole in that Stockton defense, something they have been successful in, and they just need to continue those advances. They have been solid, they've been good enough, and their defense has been more than enough to stand up against the lethality that Stockton have. Drip, that's just a simple shot going to be cleared out by River.
Yeah, it was on points to force the hand of the defender, but just wasn't enough. And just like that, this was JMU, James Madison, that was able to get on the offense for a little while until Busty just kind of flies over the top of all of them.
Top Cheese. Loco unfortunately missed flipping. Top Cheese trailing it down 50. Right into the hands of Buzz. Gets around the side and uses the wall actually to pass it off to Drip, who's too far out, and also now getting bumped up as well. That's not too nice. Diora. Good flick up high. Bus there. That is something that's going to be dangerous for James Madison. There have been a few scenarios right now where they're low on boost. One breakthrough by Stockton is always so scary, especially when James Madison kind of leave a crack in it.
No, I hear you. I mean, it kind of almost seems like there had been luring in these Stockton members the past game or so. Eventually, one of these will go in. Drip beating feet to it, but Diora gets there first. Diora off sidewall. Diora across the middle right now. Top Cheese should be able to get a play on this one, up and over and back to the middle pitch. Loco opts not to kind of take a hit at this one. Not 100% sure why either. Head it to the middle. Rever blocking this one away. Bussy able to pick this one up and take it across the middle until Diora gets a hand on it and assumes this position the Stockton way against Stockton.
I like how James Madison are playing this. They're playing solid base Rocket League, where Stockton often try and force a tad too much. The aura on the side wall almost had a free angle if they got enough power behind it, but instead it's Drip getting a massive amount of power behind it and laying that down the pitch. Top Cheese getting bumped up, still managing to recover in time. Bus actually over the top. Rever, this is what I mean. It's such a dangerous scenario, and I don't know how that pinch got facilitated, but it happened and we move on.
What, a pinch between multiple players back the other way as well. Not sure. Physics was never my strong suit, Hyperia. Back to the middle. Bussy blocking this one away. Gets it past as well. Rever, though, always there. This is a JMU squad that had a little bit of troubles with coordination and kind of being there for their teammates when they needed to be. Those troubles are over.
Okay. It's causing trouble on the other end, though. Bus with a tough read. Still makes it out to the side of the top cheese. Able to bring it even further. Sure, service goes all the way down to the suburbs, but Bus, he wants to bring it infield now. Actually bring it into the population. Rever, he's right there as well. Drip there to deny him. Do all right. Good catch over the top of one and actually able to stay in control. Bus just caught a dumbfounded and has to back down. Let Drip take over.
Loco meeting top cheese there and Loco winning. Drip on out to the south side, hits this ball and continues on. Now JMU gonna be forced to bring this one out. No scores on board quite yet, and still match point for the side of JMU. Stockton can Stockton takes one and holds on to the end. That'll be it here for the CECC Grand Finals.
It's as simple as that, but Stockton, they're having trouble breaking through. There's been plenty of 50. Trip now with an infield pass as well, but you're already there to try and challenge that aerial game. Bus, with a flip out wide, recovers on the wall. Top cheese also takes it down to the right flank, but Stockton, they're currently moving laterally. They're not moving up into the attack. James Madison are doing a perfect job at keeping them in the defensive end.
Yeah, I think that if we see much shorter passes and not just an individual player always going for the shot, regardless of if a player is there. Two demos, though. Nice pinch. Is going to send this one lofting and Bussy and Drip both back, and with a little bit of boost to work with. But yeah, short passes here, Hypheria. That's the name of the game. That's what I want to see on this. Oh, Bussy just getting absolutely bullied by Rever.
Oh, Loco, that's a good tap out wide. It buys so much time for his team and going into the final minute. Drip with a shot. Saved by Rever, though. Loco infield, nobody there, but at least they somehow managed to stick into the match and actually get an opportunity out of it as well. This is brilliantly done by James Madison.
Nicely done. Yeah, that was a high-flying electric offense that I'm honestly surprised did not strike. We're looking at 4 minutes and 20 seconds on this with no scores on board quite yet, Hypheria. Bat down to the bottom here. Drip trying to get that one going, but the member of James Madison was able to get that one going on top. Bussy now reaches the bottom, tries to get something going, but burned all of his boost to try on this one. Back on out to this right corner. We're 20 seconds away from an overtime situation.
Buzz, everybody must be drained at this point, exhausted. But you need to keep on going, and there perhaps is another one as well. Stockton, they've only won one and got one for free as well. And James Madison, they are giving nothing away here for any discount. Top cheese actually he wants to take this to overtime perhaps. Now to the skies, he will take it. Loco right there right with him. And Loco's just going to drop it down. We have a game for overtime. James Madison still holding on by a thread.
Yes, whoever wins this one will win this game here. If that's JMU, we're going to a game number 5. If that's Stockton, that's it, and JMU has to play like it.
Drip back into himself. That's a double commit. No, that might just be it. Nobody
That's
there,
it.
and that is the way it ends. A double commit and a double miss, and that, kids, is why you never double commit.
This new generation and their aversion to commitment here, Hypheria. Yuck, 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 yuck. But wow, honestly, I'm a little bit underwhelmed. I can't lie. Stockton comes in with JMU and makes this last game just like incredibly close, right? Like just really back and forth, and nobody, like it seems like there's so much pressure here that nobody can really get anything going because everybody is just laser focused, turned it up to 11. 14 seconds into this one, off of the most typical double commit on defense that anybody could ever do by JMU. The first real mistake in this game number 5, and Stockton just very easily and quickly. I think it was like a 10-kilometer-an-hour ball.
It shows you need to be perfect against Stockton.
Yep,
exactly.
that's very true.
It's
Very
kind of
true.
that reaction. Oh well, we played an insane series, and for it to end that way. But if it was the first goal that had happened, it wouldn't have been that big of a deal. So it's kind of, it happens, you shake it off. But still, that doesn't make it less anticlimactic. But still, at the same time, Stockton, they managed to pull through and qualify themselves and double up on their prize money.
Absolutely. $500 still going the way of James Madison University, and that'll go forth to really propel these esports players forward in their collegiate careers. Love to see it. Love to see it. That's going to be just about it, but we do have little interview action coming at you. We're looking at Stockton University is going to be coming in. We only have winners in my interview box here, Hypheria, so we're going to grab one of these players, get a little slice of the mind. Anything else you want to add before we go to a short break and get that set up?
Just go to the break. I don't even care. Don't ask me to think. Go to the break. Cut whenever. Just go, please. Now. Go. Break.
And oi, we be back, bruv. The CECC Grand Finals. A trio of Stockton players, the right cheery chaps, coming on in. I can't do it anymore. Coming on in after the Grand Finals. Now, we thought this was going to be 3-0, or should I say 3-0, I fear you. But it was not. It was not. We got Bussy back. Come on in. Give us a slice of the mind after that one. Bussy, you with us?
Yep. What's going on?
Not too much. Not too much. I didn't just win the CEC Grand Finals. I just got to cast it. Congratulations, sir. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Not a problem. Not a problem.
It was phenomenal, but I do want to point out game number 2 that you actually played. I saw you going off the ceiling rather early in this series. Do you think there was a bit of overconfidence coming in from your side?
Yeah, we were kind of memeing the whole time until we lost, and then we started like kind of playing again, and then they still got us to OT, and that kind of like annoyed us a bit. But they were playing well, so I can't really take anything away from them.
Absolutely, they played incredible. And but let me preface this question with another question: have you ever played at a LAN before?
Yeah, I've played at 4 LANs, and it would have been more if some of them didn't get canceled because of COVID. Sadly.
Okay, and how did these LANs go?
I dubbed them all, and then the one I was supposed to go to last week, it was supposed to be in North Carolina. I will say, even though it got canceled because of COVID, we weren't gonna win that anyway because there was like pros there. But,
Fair. I mean, hey, this land as well. So, are you a lot more nervous for this, or are you more excited?
no, definitely more excited because like these other lands I've been to, there's some players that I know, but this land coming up, I know most of these teams, I know most of these kids. Been playing with them for like years, honestly. So I'm actually really excited to play in this land and get ready for Zero Worlds the month after. So yeah, I'm excited for this land.
There you go. Some high-level Rocket League in the current and near future of Bussy of Stockton University. Love to see it. Now, I want to ask, you said you did your homework as far as who else is going to be represented at the CECC Rocket League LAN, correct?
I know a few teams, but honestly, I haven't seen the list. So if you have it, yeah, I would love to know.
Oh, no insider information from the tugboat. I'm sorry. Of the teams that you do know, are there any that you really feel like is going to give Stockton a run for their money?
The only team that can give us a run for our money is probably Northwood. And if they're going, they're probably not even going to have Lion Blaze, so it should be free.
Free real estate. That's a prediction coming in from Bussy. I love it. Is there any, well, obviously you kind of came in and predicted that you guys are going to win 3-0 all the way out. Is there anything in particular that changed other than, like, you guys maybe not taking it super, super seriously into the 3-1? Like, what was it really that you guys were able to use to finally bring it out in a map 5 0-0 overtime that went in, you guys winning by 1?
I mean, honestly, we just played our game. We're confident. We just decided not to go off the ceiling every 10 seconds, and it did help. It helped a lot, actually.
Big brain plays. There you go. Bussy, congratulations once again. Stockton University taking the 3-1 victory over JMU, not a sweep here in the grand finals. Is there any shout-outs that you want to give before we get you on Alpha broadcast and we get you to thinking about Atlanta? Actually, what am I talking about? We've been asked about Atlanta. Is there anything that you are really looking forward to and doing in the great city of Atlanta, Georgia?
I was there like when I went to LA. I had 2 long layovers in Atlanta, but I was just stuck in the airport. I was a little bummed I couldn't at least like explore it a bit. So I'm excited to actually be in Atlanta and actually being able to do stuff. So I don't know
Where
much.
did you fly from to go to layover Atlanta to LA?
I flew from Jersey to Atlanta, and then the first time I flew from Jersey to Atlanta, I missed my connecting flight to LA. So then I had to go to Houston the next day.
Yep.
Yeah,
Knew it. Well, hey, that Atlanta airport can definitely be mistaken for a city within a city. It is rather large. But hey, this time you'll be able to go forth, actually see the city and whatnot. I grew up not too far away. There's a lot to be done in the great city of Atlanta. A lot to be done out there. Congratulations, sir. You'll be able to enjoy it now. Shout-outs.
Yeah, shout out Samba. He's on UTA. I'm pretty sure he's going. Can't wait to clap him at the LAN.
There you go. Texas Arlington, another team being shouted out here from the Bussy players, Stockton University. Thank you for your time, sir. Congratulations on the victory, and we'll be seeing you at the CEC Invitational in Atlanta, Georgia.
Thank you, guys.
Not a problem. With that, believe we have reached my least favorite part of any broadcast here, Hyperia. That, of course, is the end. I personally want to give a huge shout-out to our producer here, K-Tad, been with us all the way through. Now, Hyperia, I would never ever say this to the man's face, but he's actually a pretty great guy and a talented producer. Don't let that get anywhere. I know this isn't being broadcasted, so.
Yeah, that's all right. With the amount of mistakes that he makes, usually, it probably won't be live anyway or something. No, it's been a brilliant day, and obviously thanks to you as well, Tugboat, for sticking this thing through the entire way. It's been brilliant.
Absolutely. Thank you guys for watching as well. The last shout out that we really have to give. We will catch you next week, the last chance qualifier. Yes, these teams did not make it all the way in here today. There is still one last
you got
hope
this?
left for your humanity. Let's get out of here. High Fear. It's been a long day.
See ya. Foxy Yours incredibly awkward trip right in front of Top Cheese, and all he has to do is get a touch.
Yeah, it took about 2 minutes, but what? Drip, Bussy, Drip taps it again, and then Top Cheese just waiting in the wings to knock this one in. Efforts a shot across, and it's Top Cheese again.
Yep. This is the class that you can be expecting out of Stockton. Just immaculate hits across the pitch to whip up to top cheese and the finisher on top as well. Oh,
Okay.
My goodness. This is one for the black folks in history.
Nicely done. Loco continues this. Bus, Drip, both completely whiffing. I think that might have been a communications error. Like,
Might just be the dagger.
still keeping it up. Nope, ground ball 2-1 Stockton in game number 2, and we're going to be looking at match point just like that, high fake, and that's going to be Stockton striking first in game number 3.
I don't like that Stockton struck first here. It's a brilliant fake by Drip, but Bus going off the ceiling there, that is the way that Stockton are still going.
True. It looks like it. It was not true overall. Always going to be the second tap. That's Rever coming through for the side of JMU, James Madison University. That's the Dukes, y'all.
And if you ever play ranked and you are not able to...
More well kept up as JMU gets the second here. 111 seconds on in this one. And that's JMU purchasing themselves a little bit of breathing room.
Top cheese with an awkward clear right into the hands of Drip, who engaging in a double commit. Loco, free shot. Loco convert.
There you go, JMU playing like they're on match point because they know it. 120 kilometers an hour on this one, and that's going to be the little bit of insurance, a little bit of breathing room.
Diving to the sky every single time. James Madison, they're capitalizing. I wonder what Stockton's return is going to be.
Yeah, because we know that JMU is taking
Why
it.
did buy so much time for his team and going into the final minute. Drip with a shot. Saved by River, though. Loco infield, nobody there, but at least they somehow managed to stick into the match and actually get an opportunity out of it as well. This is brilliant. Every time James Madison still holding on by a thread.
Yes, whoever wins this one. Oh.
That is the way it ends. A double commit and a double miss, and that, kids, is why you never double commit.
This new generation and their aversion to commitment here, Hyperia. Yuck, 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 yuck.